All right, y'all. All right. As y'all come on in, I want to know. This the main thing is. This the main focus right here. First, my baby.
My baby.
Yeah. I love it.
Hey, my love.
My. So this the main thing. So you gotta talk while they because the
Wait,
things be going. So then this would catch them right. So I'm gonna go right to the
wait, can
main
you
one,
hear
right?
me?
Yeah, I hear you, baby.
Hey, my love.
Hey, babe. You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Getting
Mhm.
some good work done.
Get a room out. We try to get it out the way early, y'all, before everybody came in here, babe.
Right. I miss him.
I miss you. I miss her so. Miss her so.
Yo, hey, free vibes. Good to see you in the room, man.
What up? What up with it, Big Reach? Word.
Hey.
I'm gonna let y'all both know y'all got some of the my favorite panels to come to because it be so respectful, intelligent. It's just so cool.
Oh, thank
Mhm.
you.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and
But
you're
I'm
always
ready.
really cool.
Thank you. You know, I didn't really get into it because I'm new to TikTok, but yeah, I'm gonna lay some people up. But I'm just giving everybody a chance, so I'm
Hmm.
chilling.
There you go. There you
Mhm.
go.
The vibes are free.
You know.
Facts.
All right, babe. I'm gonna get back to it. It's starting
Hmm.
to get a little darker, and
Okay,
then
baby.
I'm a dang. Okay. Oh, sorry.
What'd you say, babe? No, what'd you
No,
say?
I was saying I really want to take a jog,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah. Hmm.
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 Man, you already know, don't be. If it's getting dark, man,
I know. Stay up out them streets.
do some calisthenics or something if you really trying to
You're
do something.
right. I did
Yeah.
do some push-ups last night. I wasn't
Okay.
lying.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
I've
you gotta
been
do is
kind of.
that. Go hook your foot under something. You can do sit-ups. You can do jumping jacks. All that stuff. Like all that
Yeah.
stuff is safe.
All right.
Planks.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. I used to be able to do 2-minute planks.
Mmm.
Yeah.
Hello,
What's up,
Hello.
event?
All right, babe.
I'm good. How are
All right,
you?
baby. All right. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Uh, what you got for me?
Okay, who should we connect with? Who should we connect with? Who should we avoid? Um, you should avoid anyone who doesn't share the same values as you, the same principles as you, because why would you entertain somebody that you're gonna constantly bicker and argue with and rift? I think people need to be clear with their boundaries and their standards, and things would be a lot simpler if everyone was just transparent about the things that they like and don't like.
Hmm.
Like if you want marriage, you should pursue people who also want marriage, and if you want kids, you should pursue people who want kid, and vice versa. If you don't want those things, like if you're someone who's like I don't value marriage, or I don't like the government involved in marriage, or whatever argument people have for that, you go for people who are on the same wavelength as you.
Hmm. Okay. 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 Wavelength. So basically, in agreement with one another.
Yeah, you guys share the same principles. I
Hmm.
mean, you
That's
guys
gonna
can
be heavy.
compromise. You can compromise here and there, but I think there's non-negotiables.
Hmm. Okay. 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 All
Yeah.
right. And then I want to get this thing started on this one though. Is race unity necessary? Because we haven't even got it to that. I'm gonna let you be one of the first ones to talk about it though. This the main one I
N
really want.
O N O N O. No,
So you
it's
don't mess
not.
with the black unity. You don't mess with that.
It's I get it where I can. I'm like, if I'm gonna for me at least, I'm looking at, it's kind of a numbers game. I don't want to filter out my options. If I have standards, it wouldn't make sense for me to be like I can only date within one culture and one nationality. Because I used to be, this is me. So I'm Cameroonian, right? I used to be like, I'm only gonna marry a Cameroonian. or
Hmm.
like be with a Cameroonian. But then I was in an area that didn't have that many Cameroonians. So then I was like, okay, he could be African or he could just be black. And it was like, okay, I look at character. I look at who you are as a person and whether or not I agree with you. Um, I look at that more than what your culture is because just because we come from the same culture, that doesn't mean we're not gonna like butt heads.
Mm. I like that. I
So,
like that. I like
but I'm
that.
not gonna talk down on my race when I do it. You know, don't talk down on your race when you do it. I think people take it too far, and you have some weirdos who will be like, "Oh my mixed baby and I, or my like they'll always mention their spouse. Like if it's another race, they'll say my insert race spouse. It's like just say your spouse. Like you don't gotta bring it up.
Mm. You got a point there. Why do people do that though?
It's weird. It's like
They gotta specify it.
you
I
gotta
always think, what
specify.
about this term though? You ever thought about, and I had put this on my post before. Why don't we take offense to black beauty? The saying black beauty.
Why don't we take offense to Black Beauty?
Yeah. 'Cause I don't hear
How's that
nobody else say
offensive?
any other beauty but every other race. We don't want to specify ours. Well, what about black beauty? I don't hear YT beauty. I don't hear Indian beauty. It's just we say
It's
black beauty.
well, it's because you know Black Beauty is criticized more. No one
Mm.
criticizes white tea beauty. No one does that. That's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Mm.
So if a
So is
person
it
says
a?
white,
Mm.
yeah, if a person says white tea beauty, I mean, yeah, people are gonna jump on them because it's like, wait a minute,
Why is
you
it like
know,
that?
because white tea beauty is, I don't think it's the standard, but society has always put it on a pedestal like it is the standard. So why would you be claiming YT beauty if that is already the default standard? But
Mm.
if I say black beauty, I mean black people have been taught to hate their own. So if you want to keep it a buck,
So what's the difference between beauty and black beauty?
if you say black beauty, then it comes from the ideology that you're someone who's loyal to your own race. You want to date within your own community, and that would be that if you're a black
Mm.
person. So you would say black beauty or black love. That's how I look at it.
I still don't even know what that is either. I thought love is love, but they got a black love, so I wanted to see what
Well, black love
specified.
is two black people. That's black love. That's all it is.
Okay, interesting.
I mean,
Okay.
that really is all it is. It's just two black people that are in love. That's it.
Hmm. Yeah, that's what I think I noticed for the most part. Hold on real quick. Let me do this real quick. I was thinking about this, right? So this unity thing, right? Or not even that. Oh, like terms like it say we say protect your melanin and um we're fading out if we get or a matter of fact the YT people are fading out and all this other stuff. What do that mean? Like what's the point of that?
So you'll have some people who will say they don't want to be the minority. I've heard this more from white people who will say, okay, we're being kind of like bred out. Like, oh, they're breeding us out. I've come across some racists in like the South who will say things like that. But black people, some black people too, they'll say, okay, you don't want to dilute the blood or the gene. But for me at least,
Mm.
I could say, okay, from my perspective as someone who came from like Central Africa, it's like, I don't know, Black Americans, isn't your gene already kind of diluted a little bit? Because you guys can have like 20% white tea
I
in
think
you.
everybody from to this day is diluted. Ain't nobody pure. And nope,
Like if you are,
somebody gotta prove me wrong with that one though, because like literally, I bet you they check their blood, they gonna mix with something.
that's what I'm saying. Like if you're an African American, I mean African American in the sense where you were here since the 1700s, you know, since the beginning of America, right? I when you guys do DNA tests, don't because isn't it like you know, you have a little bit of Irish, you have a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Hmm. Yep.
So for me, I'm like, okay, if it's two black people saying that, like I don't want to dilute the blood, but it's like I think it's just who has the stronger phenotype mainly.
Hmm. Okay. 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 All
Because
right.
He's biracial, but he looks like a black man.
Interesting. Interesting. You know, my go-to on this, like the stuff that we be fighting for, like that stuff. I was always wondering, like that stuff really don't mean nothing when we hit that grave. We only talk about that now because we on Earth. Uh, when we hit the grave, it literally don't mean nothing. Like protect your melanin and all that other stuff. That literally your melanin will be fed to the worms. As soon as we all go to, as soon as we hit that grave. So I was just like, why are we fighting for stuff like that? It really don't mean nothing. We all go, we like people don't realize we really all gonna be the same color when we in the grave. So what is we fighting for? I don't know.
I mean, if you really wanted to go deep into it, if we didn't have race, we would find something else to discriminate
We
about.
would, we
We
would,
would.
yeah, we
It
would.
would be a class system. Like that's how it is in
Mm-hmm.
African countries.
I
They'll
can
look
see
at your
that.
class. They'll look at your. If they don't look at your class, they'll look at your finances, your gender. It's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
something. It's gonna
Yeah, I
be
can see
something.
that. I can see that. I can see that. We gotta find something. That's why I said, my bad. This thing, I'm click the thing by mistake.
It
But
would be
I believe
who's stronger. Like, are you disabled? Do
it.
you have a disability? It would be something.
Yeah, it would be. And I was saying like, another thing, like if one of everybody was just like you was getting to about that, I was gonna say that everybody mixed with each other. You know, I bet what would be the issue then? You know what I'm saying? Like everybody just mixed. Then there we go. We're gonna try to find it's gonna be something we're gonna find out. Well, your skin is lighter and darker, and then it's gonna be a whole
Yeah,
nother
like
thing.
colorism.
Yeah, it's just it'll be always a forever. He said the pizza here. I'm glad you wasn't here earlier. But yeah. Bad mother, let me get you up in here though. What you got for me?
I was enjoying the conversation because I realized for years I've been conflicted with myself when I looked up my family tree. Seemed like we have race relations and race riots all through my family because we just about everything. So, you know, if you search far back enough, we all connected to one reality.
Hmm. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, my brother Filter back. Welcome back. Let me see. Free Robs, anything you want to throw on it? I don't know if my baby back yet. I want to ask her if she want to throw something. Free Robs, what you got for me? You got anything?
I'm in a loud car, so if it sounds crazy, I'm gonna just
Oh,
drop. So let
no,
me
you good.
know.
You
But
good.
is race unity necessary? I feel like to answer the question directly, like yes. But I don't feel like it needs to be race unity for the sake of race unity. Like, you know what I said before? Like, I think family is important. And a lot of people have been bamboozled to be very individualistic. I think there's a point to that because you do got to live your best life and you got to go, you got to enjoy life while you're here. So I agree with that. However, you
Hmm.
can't stop being family with your family. So I just think that's going to create the race unity right there. And there's more people alike than different.
One of your
Do I
family
think
don't want to
that
be with you.
there's more people alike than different?
One of your
Do I
family
think
don't want to
that
be with you.
um I mean, I can only speak from my perspective. Like my peoples, they have shown me over the years that like they beef with me so much, but it was like out of jealousy. Like love was never the question. And like me, I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm so lit. I live my life in a way that like they don't they that's not a thing for me. They always want to be where I'm at because I'm the one that always makes sure I visit the elders. You know what I'm saying? I make sure I show respect where I show respect. Like I move how I'm supposed to move as part of who I am in my family. So to answer that, it's hard. Like, I mean, they don't gotta be. That's the best I'm gonna say. But it's gonna be space for you to be able to move around, even within that unity. That's how I truly feel. Like, we don't gotta be together every day, but it's definitely gonna be space because you know what I mean. We're always gonna be connected one way or another.
So one of a person that's not family wanting to connect to you, can connect with you.
That's gonna happen as well. But I
Okay.
think I still think we're only one step removed from like the civil rights and integration. You know what I'm saying? Because segregation we had, we were actually building. up to, wealth and all these other things. So yeah, like now my fault. Damn, I just lost my whole thing. Well, you said what? Oh yeah. So now it's nothing wrong with connecting with other people, but I think the foundation that we're using right now or standing on right now to build with other people is still just as broken as it was back then. And things aren't really going to be equal until that foundation is fully solidified.
While you
Mm.
sit on this app talking freely to everyone as you wish. You're so dumb.
What the heck?
Oh,
Well,
so
that's
we're
no
Came
back
in
in the
that's
highly
civil
no
rights.
disrespectful.
reflection.
Like like you're segregated and have to use a black only water fountain. You on an app freely expressing your free
Dang, Lena,
opinion.
Lena, I don't know. You probably proving a point why we try to avoid people like you. Why
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
acting like
you're
a
that
proving
victim?
my point
Yeah,
right
you
now.
wanna
and hold on, Lena. Without understanding,
you
you
wanna
came
be a
in kind of
victim
hot.
so bad.
I mean,
When
it's a way you
cry
could have
for
said it though. What
you.
made you
Lena,
get
Lena,
triggered?
not
Wait,
nobody
hold on real
wants to
quick, y'all.
give.
Hold on real quick,
No
y'all.
one's
What
triggered. I
Lena,
find it
Lena,
funny.
what made no, you had to be triggered because
No, I'm laughing.
you went out your way to call him not smart, because I don't want to use that other word. So what
Yeah,
was the whole point?
dumb.
What was the whole point?
Well, that's my point right there. There's a lot of struggles that we're not allowed to speak on because most of the people who integrated had to go through this bleaching process where a lot of your issues are sanitized or buried or silenced. And so when we bring issue to that, a lot of people expect us to say, well, everybody else is doing well, so get over it. But we still have major, deep psychological traumas that need to be addressed. And until that's addressed, I don't think there will be a healthy unity with anyone.
Mm.
Let me
Now,
get
what I want to
dice on
address
this
is
real
this
quick.
because hold on for a quick, family, because this. Oh my gosh, she came in so fucking hot. It was amazing. Like came like a fucking meteor, right? So, just gets back your necktie. My nigga senses is tingling. Anywho, when Caucasian people come in like that, you have to understand why we feel the way we feel about it. And I really don't try and feel too much of shit, especially towards you little goofy motherfuckers, because I don't think y'all truly understand. It was y'all ignorance who created a level of bullshit. And then y'all get mad when we point out y'all ignorance that created the bullshit. So I don't disagree when the young black man said, yeah, we kind of need to stay apart for a little bit. Yeah, we do need to have racial unity, but motherfuckers need to understand what they dealing with when they dealing with Caucasian people. Because through history, no matter what y'all say about us, y'all say how y'all feel about us and put it on a piece of paper like y'all used to do in a newspaper, draw
Just
images
like
of big old,
you do.
ah, you're
Just
one of
like
them.
you say right now
You're
on
one.
this app.
Like I said, it's just giving
You say
history lessons.
whatever
Calm
you
down.
want to on this
Calm
app.
down. I'm not disagreeing with the things that you're saying. Like I said, you came in so hot. I'm not tripping. But I understand that y'all
Oh, you
perpetuate a
tripping
level of
hard.
hate, right?
You're
And
tripping
when y'all
hard.
do, and when y'all perpetuate this level of hate, y'all show these crazy
Look
images.
how
Yet it's
hateful
been
you
proven
are.
through history
Who
that
Nothing
said
but
y'all are the
y'all?
hate.
most
Who said
The
hateful.
y'all?
host has
Like we're
hate.
It's
all the
proven through
You
same.
have
history.
hate.
It's not that you're all the same.
Look
I'm
at
not saying you're all
systemic
the same.
racism
My
in him.
my father is an Irishman. So what are you talking
What's
about?
that have to do with anything?
Like,
You're
so
still
I
acting
have
like a
nothing
victim,
against
even though
I
he's an
don't have nothing
Irishman.
against Caucasian people, and I don't have nothing against black people at the end of the day. Like I
Oh, you
said,
have
but
a
I
lot
understand
Uh,
against
that y'all
Caucasian
perpetuate
women.
I don't know.
y'all
You sound pretty
perpetuate
So
a
angry.
lot
Lena,
of hate, and it's crazy.
since you said that, Lena, what? Okay, let's dissect this real quick. What made him sound like a victim?
uh,
Oh, we're still in the civil rights eras till where we're da 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 da, and
Wait,
then
who
I
said that? Who
lost,
said that? Who
and then
said
I
that?
lost it. I didn't look at who said. I just heard it and was like, "Oh my God, here
Who
we
did you
go
hear
again."
from?
So, can you let me speak
mm.
and shut the fuck up for a second?
Oh, she almost got called the B word.
I
Okay, never mind.
said,
I,
I
I'm good.
don't
I'm
give
good.
a
Okay, I'm good.
fuck,
I'm
dude.
good. Yeah. Whew, almost. Yeah. Ooh, that almost got me. Yeah. When I get that,
Oh my
I'm playing with
God.
myself. I'm gonna blame myself if I was to push that any further. Oh boy,
Now,
that's the
Yeah,
first
you
now
time
know
what
what
I'm
I'm
tripped
about to
me
saying?
slip the
out?
B
I'm not
word
gonna
out.
lie. Like for me, I mean, I'm so focused on the real issues that people like that, I don't even waste time even trying to prove a point because we all know the truth.
That's
You know
true.
what
That's
I'm
true.
saying?
That's true. That's true. That's
Amen.
true.
And if that's the reaction, it just proves the point even further. Why can't we speak about it? And my thing is this. Lastly, has this country actually ever issued an official apology to black people for being slaves in this country? I don't really think so.
Gotta do that shit. Fuck 'em.
And
Yeah,
like
I was
Well,
that's
about to say,
basic.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
basic humility, civility.
that's
Like, come on, that's crazy.
man. I'm 47 years old, and what y'all talk about, I heard like 3 generations over. So, what y'all have to realize is all racism is introduced because of the economy. It was way
Yes.
back when, so it's economic. And the thing is, what that I have an issue with, every other culture has been given reparations for the atrocities that they've been done. But to do
No, no.
that to the folks that are here of African or, a darker complexion, it'll actually break the economy in a whole to give us our reparations. So
Well,
my
that's
whole thing
BS
is,
because
I
they're
really
giving it to Ukraine and Israel as we speak. But secondly, I didn't even say reparations. I just said an apology.
well, no, 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 no. You don't need an apology because when they spend money, the apologies come when they spend the money. So they start feeling emotional when they leave when that money comes out their pocket. But at the same time, we need that money because I don't know how you living. I don't care if you got more than most. You need all that the contract entails: the 40 acre, the mule, the compound interest, everything. So we can just look eye to eye and be cool with each other.
No, my
I
bad.
will
I had a
say,
phone call. Oh, go ahead. I
oh, okay.
apologize. Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, if you go recently, I've been doing research on farmers and agriculture, and I've been learning a lot about Black and African American farmers in the Deep South. And during this administration, when you had a lot of white farmers talking about how they're losing their subsidies, it was so interesting for me to listen to Black farmers talk about, well, we never got subsidies to begin with. We sued the what was it, FD, the what's the food government program?
Yeah, I know what you're
Uh,
talking about.
we sued them for being discriminatory towards us and racist because they weren't giving us subsidies for our farms. And but at the end of the day, because we never got subsidies for our farming, we know what to do during these times. But it's like if you try to bring it up now, people will say, "Oh, well, racism is dead." And it's like I guess it just depends on your area. Well, in some places, maybe to you it is dead. Maybe in some places, and work sectors, it's very much alive. So.
I don't know
I
who
agree.
actually saying that though. Who said racism is
The
gone
young
away?
lady with yeah, racism ain't gone. No, what I was saying is this before she was so mad.
Who, that girl
Like,
from earlier? Oh yeah, she
yeah,
pointless. It was pointless. Yeah, I had to
no,
drop her, man.
nobody. See, like, if you understand history in itself, you kind of get what business looks like, right? Yet, what she don't understand is this: when you look at history, your group of people is the most violent motherfuckers in history for some reason, and you're mad because we speaking on the violence you committed against us in this country. Like, we know there's different forms of that shit that happened around the world, yet this is the one that was most heinous by the things that y'all did.
No, it
So you
ain't.
can't be mad. It's considered one of the most, I'll say.
White
But you're
people
right,
built the
because
best societies on the planet, and everybody's
no, hold on,
fine.
stop, stop, stop. That's not true because remember, the Moors went up into Spain and had to teach you motherfuckers how to simply wipe your ass. And they did it to the Italians and they did it to the Sicilians and they did it to the Portuguese. And they did that shit for 700
They're
motherfucking
running
years
around
because
like
that's how
heathens
they
with
did it. They
rags
did it.
on their
Yes,
back.
just the Spaniards were running over, the European Spaniards, Portuguese, Italians, Sicilians were running around like fucking heathens with doo doo on their
No,
head.
that
You're
was
right. And the
African.
northern, no, that was the Moors who came in there and straightened you guys out for
No,
700 years. So I understand why you're so angry
nobody's angry.
when you had these 6 foot big dick niggas walking up in your land, fucking your women.
No,
And
but
then
a
they
bunch of
made y'all
heathen.
civilized people. So
I,
when
I
Christopher
didn't know
Columbus
Italians were
sailed the ocean
black.
blue in 1402 was when
None of
you
those
motherfuckers
countries
finally
are
got
black.
free. So y'all wanted to get it back in blood. So I get it. Y'all angry.
You guys
We
always
oppressed
crash
the shit
out.
out of y'all.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did for
What?
700
None
years.
of those
The
countries are
Moors did
black.
y'all wrong. You're right. The Spanish country is a
No,
European country. They were oppressed by the Moors. The Italian country is a European country. They were oppressed by the Moors. The Sicilian country is a European country. They were suppressed by the Moors. We got
no,
up
we
in y'all
weren't.
ass for 700 years. But
No,
to ass for
we
700
conquered.
years. Wash your ass with this
We
soap,
conquered
bitch.
the entire
Dirty grave
world.
motherfucker. And I'm sorry that we did it to
You
you.
guys didn't oppress
And
nobody.
I understand what y'all had to do. Y'all left that little rock, and then y'all was like, damn, these niggas is everywhere. We don't know what to do. And then Christopher Columbus, who sailed the ocean blue, was like, throw them niggas in chains. And then y'all felt them power, because that's what we did to
No,
y'all.
that's what the African tribes did.
Ah, see, you're mad.
They
And that's your
rounded up
white
all the
ignorance. And
shitheads
it's okay.
and sold
Because
y'all.
even you can be ignorant
We sold
sometimes.
y'all to the Muslims, to the Spanish.
We sold you first. And it's
Okay.
okay.
Ottoman
So I
Empire.
understand why y'all
The
do
Okay.
that.
Ottoman Empire.
So if you guys are so powerful, why is like the only country you have a big giant? I mean, the whole continent's like a shithole.
It's not a shithole. You know it's not a shithole. It's the
Africa is a
country with
fucking
the most.
shithole.
It's the country. It's the country with the most prominent resource, and that's why everybody want a
It's
piece
Everything
of
funny
touch.
pie.
how it's a shithole, but you can't leave that
Whenever it
country
becomes
alone. You
majority
still
black,
take your resources
it's
from that
right to a
country.
Thank
fucking
you.
ghetto.
Thank
It turns
you.
into third world.
And it's crazy why you feel like that against your own
Like,
people.
why don't you go tell France to leave the countries alone? Tell France to leave African countries alone.
So
I look
when we
like
did all this, yeah, it's called power
Actually,
shift, and it's
fucking.
okay.
actually,
We whipped y'all for
actually,
700 years. Y'all got
Africa.
to get y'all get back.
Now you guys are running around
Africa is
like you.
doing extremely well right now. I
They're
mean,
doing
the
great.
whole East is doing extremely well. They left European trade alone. So we're trying to
They're
get
not.
back to the
No, yes,
originators
they
of world
did. And they're
trade.
going back on their
These are the
resources.
originators
They
of
beg
world
for the
trade.
UN's help and America's help
Look,
on a daily
I
basis.
Y'all
understand.
crazy.
I understand you
Man,
voted for
hey,
Trump.
We're
I
sitting
voted
with
for
your
Trump
rice.
your
too.
You've been
your
You're just
feeding
president
for
ignorant.
was on
fucking
both
decades.
knees asking for some help after them damn terrorists. After he passed them terrorists, he was on both knees talking about he's getting phone calls on his knees. Hey, listen, man. Those folks over there
They're
in the
black.
East, they run the economy. They built the economy. If there's thank property for a world economy, they got to thank property for the world economy, dude.
Literally.
And everybody in it.
Africa? Are we
On
talking
top
about
of
the
that,
same place? Because that place is a
if y'all,
shithole.
and that's another thing, with y'all Caucasian
The
people in
only
this country
thing
don't
still
understand.
standing in
If we
Africa is what white
if we
people
leave this
built.
country, if we leave this country, y'all have nothing. We are your top consumers. If we leave,
No,
y'all
you're
go broke
not.
because we are your top
Fuck
bullshit.
no.
Black women, black men are the highest consumers in product when it comes down
Of
to the shit in this
stupid
country.
shit, of Coach
Of every
purses
fucking
and
thing. Of
fucking
everything. We are the top
Jordans,
consumer of
maybe.
everything. When it comes down to clothes, cars, houses, we're the top consumer. Black
No,
women
you're
consume
not.
more
White
houses
people buy
and
more
fucking
cars than black
black
people.
women bought more houses in 5 years than Caucasians collected in 20. Black women did that shit alone.
No, they
Top
did
fucking
it.
consumer.
No,
Black
they
women
did it.
alone carry the motherfucking makeup industry
Black
alone. If they
women
stop fucking with it, you
have
bitches go
6
broke.
kids and they're on
Remember,
Section 8.
black women consume Victoria's Secret at a high rate. If they nigga, you white folks go broke. We are the highest fucking consumer. And we don't shop at Walmart. You are broke. You need me,
No,
nigga.
no.
You need
We
me.
spend more money on
You
social
need every
programs than
black
we'll
person on
ever
this
get
panel, and
back.
that's why you here.
You
You need
guys,
us
the
for your
most
clout. You
expensive
need us
thing
because you need
America
to
ever
talk to
did.
somebody. You need us niggas. Admit it.
Nah,
You need us
you
niggas.
guys were a
Without us niggas,
mistake.
you're nothing.
You're the most
And it's
expensive
okay.
fucking mistake
It's
America ever
okay.
made.
And yeah, you
The
need
most
us.
expensive
President
thing
need
that
us.
America
That's
did
how
Half of
crazy
was
black
that
people
is.
are on
Your
welfare and
president
Section
need
8 and
us.
EBT. White people feed you.
Your president needs us.
We
That's
make
how
sure
There's
you
bad that
guys
more
is.
eat.
white
Your
people
president
on
got up
food
on the stand and
stamps,
said
so
black
come
people need
Per
to
on.
start eating
capita,
now. Yes, per capita, because it's more
no,
y'all on
no.
food stamps. Y'all also go to jail more. Y'all commit more
42%
crime.
of black
Without
people are
us,
on
your country
welfare.
would be shit.
Tw-
Without
It
us, you would
was
not have
Only
a
invented.
country.
20% of
You
white
It
suck
people
at
wasn't
are.
invented.
building in the country. You couldn't even farm
It
your own
wasn't
land. That's why
invented
you
for
ain't
No,
got
us.
you
citizen
get.
share crop sharing.
We had
You
to use
suck at
you guys for the
everything.
dumbest
Right?
labor
And
arms
that's the bad
possible.
part about it,
Literally
because you
picking
couldn't
cotton.
do it. You couldn't do
It's the
nothing.
easiest job on the
Y'all couldn't
planet.
do nothing. Y'all
We
couldn't
couldn't
wipe
use
y'all
you for
ass. We
nothing
taught y'all
else. That's
that.
why you
Y'all
guys
niggas
work the
couldn't read.
fields.
We taught y'all that. Y'all couldn't read
You
the
didn't
stars.
teach
We
us
taught
how to
y'all that.
read, you
We taught y'all
fucking.
astrology.
We
Black
taught
people
you
have been
guys
teaching
how to
y'all people
read, you dumb fuck.
everything. We've been teaching y'all
No,
everything
you
since the
did
dawn of
not.
history. We
No,
even
you
gave y'all
don't.
the
No, you
Latin
didn't.
fucking language. That's how bad that is.
No.
That's how crazy that is. We
All
dominated you for
right.
You guys
700 years. You're
invented
All
basically
Latin
right, all
now.
us.
right, all
It's okay.
right.
You
I
see
don't know
how
what's going
stupid
on. This
this
is a
guy is?
competition thing that's going on. I don't know what's going on now.
He says
We
his
we
white
got
is
all
superior.
whatever.
No.
We know we don't believe that. It just
The
Can
Africans
I say
called
something?
us
Can I
superior.
say
Back in
something?
the day when we were
he don't even believe.
Can
Africans
I say
called
something?
us
Can
superior.
I say
Back in
something?
the day when we were
He don't even believe that.
the term white
But
superiority
whatever. Hold on,
came
I
from
got you.
Africans
I
when
got
they
how
seen
superior
white.
you are. That's how superior you are right there. Yeah, I got you.
Here's what I got
Um,
to say about this, right?
Thank you, bro.
Usually when people say, "Oh, white people are superior," the person saying it, how can I say this? Ain't got shit in their life, right? They don't got a college degree. They have no accomplishment in life. Maybe like been a high school football player, star. They peak and they kind of drop down. But after that, ain't shit in their life. But Budweiser and
This
beat
is
him
why
in
I'm not.
life.
This is why I'm not mad at him, right? I understand his little frustration as a black man, right? When I look at my people and I look at our achievements and the things that we've done and how we've influenced so much of the world and through all the history we do this, right? And we continue to do it today. I tell people, they be like, what's the black culture? To give the world its own culture. We're the culture that gives culture to everything else. So in knowing that, I do look at our race of people, our group of people as more superior than some others. Genetically, scientifically proven, we are more superior than others. We run faster, our bones are more denser, our muscle are more denser, we grow taller. As black people, science has proven we are the superior vessel. So it's not just a feeling for me, but yet it's a level of knowing too at that point. Now, I don't knock anybody else who feels like that about their group of people neither. It's when you project it in a level of hate, it's when it becomes a problem.
Well, brother, do you need other people to acknowledge it for it to be true?
Mm,
No,
mm.
I don't need
Because
nobody
when
to
people
acknowledge
come
this
talking
shit.
like that, you should see them coming a mile away. Like, you know what we are. Like, why would
Yeah,
you try to explain to somebody that don't got the
Good.
capacity
That
to
thank
understand
you,
you? It's
free
exactly.
crazy.
vibes. You said that
That's it right
perfectly. That was
there.
my point.
That's it
Right.
right
That's
there. He doesn't, and that's how I know he doesn't feel like that. You want to feel like that, and you
yeah, because
feel
I
some
think
type
I
of
was
way when
making
it
sure you
comes to
don't get
black
no
people.
blood vessel going back and forth with that dude. I'm like, that ain't he ain't even worth it. He
No,
obviously he just trying to.
no, and
Cause I
this is what I understand. I understand
go ahead.
history, right? So I understand that the Moors went into Spain, Europe, and they wasn't on no peaceful shit because they ruled in Spain for 700 years under the Moorish rule. So, and that's Spain history, and they tell you that, and the Moors tell you that they ruled that shit for 700 years. So when you got to think, when a person come up into, when they run up in your shit, the Moors didn't go into Spain like, hello, people, we're the Moors. And we just want to give you guys blessings and peace and help you. Nah, them motherfuckers went in there like conquerors and rulers, foot to ass. And they didn't play
With
no
white
games.
hoodies on, with white
Hold on.
hoodies
No,
on, and they
exactly. The
stole it.
Moors. The Moors, exactly. The Moors did that shit. They threw them white hoodies on. They came in there. They was on that shit, right? So I get it when, again, 1402 is when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. And 1402, that's when the Moors decided to leave Spain. So when they got off that little rock, it's the reason why they felt how they felt. We've been in captivity for 700 fucking years by a person of color. And the moment they touched the Americas, they said it's more of these motherfuckers here. They're every fucking where. And so they decided to get it back in blood. So they feel how they feel. But he don't, it's a complex at that point. It's an insecurity. That's all. He's mad. He's
Yeah.
mad about some shit that happened in history and he ain't even aware of genetically.
Or some people just come to troll. That's all they do. That's
Yeah,
what
that
people
too.
tend to do on here.
Let
That's
me,
always
let me,
why I
let
don't
me,
even try to waste my time. That's why I kicked the girl earlier because I seen I was about to lose my composure for no reason, and I've
Right. You
been mad
said,
at
how did the
myself.
power shift?
let me talk about
Honestly, I still
the
try and
pro
figure that out
versus
too.
troll.
How did the power shift? I think the power shifted the moment the motherfuckers left Spain. If they would have
Mm.
stayed in Spain, I don't. It wouldn't have been no dominant power shifts like that. Because again, the Spaniards was the motherfuckers that touched the Americas. It wasn't the British. They came here and then they start making deals with the motherfuckers across the water. So and then them other motherfuckers start coming here. If the
Like,
Moors
I'm
would have never left,
47.
it would have put them motherfuckers exactly where they needed to be. Like, no, y'all gonna sit right here in
I'm
this rock and we gonna stay over the rule.
I'm 47, and every 4 or 5 years, when there's a new president here, whatever it is, they always go back to the kingdom, which is Saudi Arabia, the kingdom on earth. They give them missiles, they give them dance with swords, they give them money. Now those folks implemented and took the economy to a new level, okay? And this is biblical. So regardless on what everybody say, you're gonna go pay homage to the first, and they don't look like the folks around here.
Mm. Interesting. Oh, let me get my boy K in. I know he just be chilling and stuff, man. Anything that you wanted to address or talk about, my brother, I'm gonna make sure you get a couple words in, or you just chilling.
Boy, I've been over here chilling, just listening to this shit. I'm just like, damn, is race
Yeah.
unity necessary? Mm, mm.
They need us though.
Yeah, come back. Come back to me on that one.
Go back.
I'm gonna think about
All
this.
right, all right, all right. Yeah. What you got, Phil? To use about to say something?
I know that they need us. Simple. Like they need us. If you remove us from this country gonna fall. Or
Mm,
else will it make money?
true.
Be the top consumer. So he got a
Say
superiority complex. He'll be okay.
right. Sheesh. Um. So, all right. So ratio. I think we still was on the race unity thing. So I think everybody kind of went on that one, right?
I gotta drop down. Yeah, they time party and all this other shit.
No,
Thank you for
no,
yeah, I gotta
he's
go, bro.
halfway getting his ass beat.
What the heck? What the?
Somebody was halfway getting their ass beat.
That's what it was. All right. That's what was happening. Somebody's playing some Tekken or something. I don't know. All right. All right. So, wait. Is my baby back? I can't tell. You back, babe, or nah? Let me get some Space Cadet. What up, Fuji? Welcome
What up?
back.
What up? What up? What up?
What up, Space?
Uh,
What you got for me before I go on this thing?
man, I don't know about the second. Oh, I didn't even see that it was a top one. I'm not even gonna speak on the top one. I think unity is necessary, and that leads into the fourth one. The universal fight is, underprivileged and poor versus the people who are rich. It's basically everybody against the rich. And tell me I'm lying.
Say it again.
Everybody against the rich. Everybody who ain't rich against the rich. You hear me?
Which one you just answered?
The fourth one. The real
You
universe.
just jumped straight to the fourth one. I forgot to tell you how the rules is.
So
I
I
was
don't
about
know
to
about
say,
the third
yeah,
one.
yeah. I was about to say, yeah, that ain't how that work. We just do
Oh, we going
one
one by
apiece.
one.
Yeah, we don't just select. But
Well,
yeah. Well,
I don't know the third. Like I don't know the monolithic mindset. I've never heard of that. To be
yeah,
honest.
we didn't even start on that either. We only
Oh,
on
shit.
the first
So are
two.
we going one by one then?
Yeah, we do one
Oh,
by
my
one.
fault. My
So
fault. My
yeah,
fault.
it's cool. I know because I know different panels is different though. But I do that so we can just kind of expand on certain things. Because I know some people just come in and do that one and try to leave and all that stuff. And
No,
I ain't trying to do all that.
which
But
one is it?
yeah. So for the race unity thing, you say it's so. Come on, Fuji. I want you to talk about that too though, because I want to see why. Do they believe like race unity? Why is it necessary? Because I hear people say, Black unity, whatever. I hear that most of the time, so I ain't gonna even act like I hear the rest of them. So black unity, why is that necessary?
Why is the unit necessary for black unity or unity between? I mean, I don't believe in race, but
Everyone that believe that you should unite off a race. What's necessary about it? Why should we do it or why shouldn't we?
I think we should do it because that one day there's a common denominator that's the cause of the problems. You know what I mean? So if the minority becomes a majority, then I mean there's a chance. You know what I mean?
Okay. What you got for me, Fuji?
I mean, so we're talking about the race unity one.
Yeah, you can get to that. Yeah, why is it necessary?
I
Or
mean,
is it necessary?
it is necessary, but for a time, for a period of time. You know what I'm saying? It's like race unity is necessary for it to be seen and heard that there can be race unity, that everybody can squad up at one point in time, right? But it doesn't have to be like that all the time. Even if you have some, even if the argument, well in Africa there was 511 different tribes. Okay, it wasn't just each tribe. You know what I mean? So I think it's necessary for a time to show the power in it, but it's not necessary all the time.
Hmm. So what's the power in it? Let's talk about it. I like dissecting. So what's the power?
It's the only way I can really illustrate it is comparable to like the ants, right? So like when you see ants in your yard, you see like a string of ants, or you might see an ant hill. But go over there and step on that ant hill. All them things is getting ready to cover your entire body. You feel me?
But okay, if that's the case, then uh, do the ants separate based off of certain colors?
I don't know. I don't know if they have a delegation like you black ones go over here, you
Hey, man,
red
hold
ones
on. Look
go
at
over
that black
here,
man
but
over there trying to help that YT. And no, we got we cool. You not about to help us carry this rock? Get out of here. You not red enough. It's like,
They got jobs in the colony, but no, I mean every ant is the same except for the queen. I mean, no. I don't think ants have the capability of prejudicing against anybody else. I ain't gonna hold you for it.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. I'm just saying, you got the worker ants, you got the ants that work inside the house, inside the the hill, and you know what I'm saying. Some of them stay in, some of them don't come
But
outside.
even when you say that, they're still all working together. They just stick it to what they good at.
Facts.
Yeah, why we can't do that?
Because, bruh.
Well, why can't we do that together? Like you got to understand, it's a common denominator why these problems were ever introduced to us in the first standpoint, right? And I'm not at this point. I'm not even gonna say white people. I'm gonna say rich white people, right?
Oh, I had something for that too earlier though. Like they be saying about YT privilege. Y'all believe in that, right? Do y'all? Anybody?
Yeah.
Right. So if it's YT privilege, right? And then they got this thing where they say, well, welfare was mostly for YT people. What type of privilege they get?
Would that not be privilege?
The thing is, it's like, why do they need welfare if they so privileged? That's my point.
If they was already
Well, I think it's more so like this. Like, think about it. If you go to a bank and you're more likely to get approved for a loan, that sort of thing. Or if you're a farmer, you're more likely to get approved for a grant, that sort of thing. So you could get financial help, but like maybe you get considered more because they'll look at your business and say, oh yeah, we'll give you this money because we think you'll do something with it. Whereas
you saying so you ain't seen no Bill K person ever get approved for a loan or something?
some do, but like some won't.
Wait, so okay, let's say this then, right? So you saying majority of YT people get approved for a loan? You saying?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to ask this one person that question. I got them. Now, this real quick.
I think they have higher approval rates, is what I'm gonna say.
What proof? What proof you got for that though? I'm trying to see.
You want me to like look it up?
No, I'm just saying, like, how do you know that in a way? Because I be hearing stuff like that, and I just be like, dang, how do we even know that? Because I be seeing a lot of homeless YT people. I see homeless black people. I see rich black people, and I see rich YT people.
They have even when it comes to housing, they have studies on redlining where they did a study where it was I think it was a black family, and they got rid of all of their pictures and replaced it with their friends who were white. They replaced it with their pictures, and their house was priced at a higher price than before when they had the pictures of the black family inside. So there are studies, but
Interesting. Go ahead, Kyle.
All right.
And then Cadet, you next.
So there was a study done where, and this is by CNN, and this is like almost 10 years ago, called Black in America, where if you have a black sounding name and you apply for jobs, you have just as much as a chance of getting that job as a white person who's been in prison. Not talking about black people who don't have any a record, right? So there is data for white privilege. You see what I'm saying?
Interesting.
All right. So my if I apply for something and listen, my ex homeboy Mike who applied for it, he has just as good a chance as I do, even though I'm more qualified because I work in IT. He has a good chance of getting a job as much as I do, even though I have work in IT and he haven't. You see what I'm saying? There's data that prove it. Another like evidence of white privilege is like how a couple years ago, Ryan McLemore won, the best hip hop song over, Kendrick Lamar. You see what I'm saying?
So is it privilege or favoritism? Because I see favoritism everywhere.
It's kind of like the same thing, right? Like privilege mean like you have stuff that
I got a.
Hold up, I think his stuff cut out or something like that. Hold on real quick.
I was
Kyle, your stuff.
it's a term. Don't get too, don't. Hold on. Let me pick up my Bluetooth.
I think it was your
So,
signal though. Go ahead, finish up, Kyle,
Right.
and then I'm
Yeah,
gonna let Cadet go and then Event.
it's just a term. You don't get stuck too on it, right? Like, no, there are disadvantages that we have that white people don't have.
anyway,
Like,
regarding
you see
Like
what I'm
what?
saying? Don't
Like
get stuck
what?
up on stuff. No, I'm saying don't get stuck up on the term itself. Like white privilege and all this other stuff.
I
It's
don't
like it's
believe in it.
insane
I mean,
that
me myself, I don't believe in that though, because I just see that if you got if you, now I can get classism or something like that, right? If you ain't got a certain status or something, whatever it is, yeah, I can see them kind of excluding you from certain things or whatever. You might have a higher chance if you whatever. Yeah, I can see that. But now when I see some of them YT people going through the same struggles we going through, especially when it comes to like finding jobs and all this other stuff or whatever, or being homeless. I don't see the privilege. You gotta literally come with something nowadays. I just don't see you. Oh, you YT, I'm gonna accept you. I just don't see it that easy. I just don't. But
no,
that's
more so that like if you ever are not approved for something like a mortgage, you can count on the fact that it's not going to be for your race. But if you are someone who is, black, your race can play a factor. That's how I look at it. I found a study on
I got a story right
how
here.
in 2023 they did a study showing that the nation's largest credit union rejected more than half of its black conventional mortgage applicants.
mm.
That sounds
So
awesome.
real quick, I forgot. Let me get Shayla because she haven't said nothing at all. I know y'all had said something. Let me get Shayla. You gotta say it like the other one.
Oh
All
my
right, my bad.
God.
I have to. But go ahead, Shayla. I know you probably get that a lot too. My
Yeah.
Shayla.
But like to your point about white privilege, like there's a lot of like homeless people and stuff like that who are white, but it's not on the basis of them being white, and they're the majority in this country. So like, of course there'd be white homeless people.
Yeah, I'm getting somewhere. I think you about to end up tying to what I'm getting to.
No, I believe in white privilege exists though. I mean, they could wear their hair out in their natural state in any environment and not have to worry about how they would be perceived.
That's a
That's an
privilege.
example. Yeah, like we have to have a law put in place, and it's not even in all the states yet.
There's no law against
How's that a privilege?
There's the Crown Act.
that's not
What?
no longer.
I think if
Interesting.
all right, what the So you said it's a privilege because they get to wear their hair any type of way, or
That was just an example because of texturism and
interesting.
anti-blackness in America. Like you'll even hear like black women saying like, if I'm going to this job interview, I'm gonna wear my hair in this certain way. Or some places may want black men to not have locks, to be in certain jobs or in certain like extracurricular activities in school and things like that.
No cornrows. No cornrows in school or at work.
Ain't that a hairstyle though?
Yeah, those are Afrocentric hairstyles. Those are black hairstyles. for the
So that's
black
just a
people.
hairstyle. Because I mean that if they put cornrows in their head, they can't do it either, right?
Even
No,
with
black
afros,
culture is always
even
seen as more
with
palatable.
afros,
Nah,
some
they
schools
No,
stopped
because
that.
because the thing is,
They
if you
stopped
say
that
that,
like
go ahead,
they
go
stopped
finish.
that
You
like
finish.
25 years ago because they claimed it was gangs. But that's what Africans used to do with their hair when they used to pick cotton, and it was a reminder of what you done.
Mm. So hold up, this is what I'm trying to get to though. If you saying that privilege, that mean that a YT person should be able to wear cornrows and a BLK shouldn't be able to. If that was
Nah,
privilege.
I mean,
at the time,
literally. Okay.
that's what the culture was saying on the side. It was about 25 years ago this was discussed. And in that particular culture, it was associated
with gangs, but at the same time, it also was associated with the slaves picking cotton in the fields as a reminder of that cultural thing that we were going to. You know how it shifts unity and stuff.
Mm.
I feel like black culture or like just like Afrocentric features I've always been seen as acceptable on white bodies. Like they can tan their skin and they're not gonna face colorism like a black
Wait,
man.
what? Because that's us doing that stupid stuff. What the heck? I mean, but that's a whole nother thing, though. That's not no privilege, though. That's us doing silly stuff with ourselves. We don't came with that colorism stuff, but
So we was talking about the housing market, right? I don't know if I like this source that much. It's from the National Association of Realtors. It's a decade long, and it ends at 22. So I don't know if I like it that much. But you can see the disparities, right? So homeownership rate in 2012 to 2022, 72.3%. In 2022, white 44.1%. That's that's a problem, right? It's just an extremely common trend, and that's enacted by redlining essentially.
ain't there more of them than us, though?
Yes, but
Right.
I mean,
So why wouldn't they have a higher aesthetic?
A 30% difference. Like, let's be real, man.
Wouldn't it be based on the rate, like your approval rate? Like, let's say you have a pool, right? Your pool, you're gonna count how many white people are there in the population. Of that group, of that pool, how many people in that population are able to own a home? Like, what percentage of it? And you do the same thing with black people. How many black people are in the US or at least identify as black? And how many people in that pool are able to own a home? And then you do a percentage of that.
Okay, everybody who has melanin is considered black in the economy by standard. So when we say this,
you could be Latino.
I'm telling you, this is no. The economy says anybody who has melanin in their skin is black. I'm telling you.
I mean, that white people too. They got melanin in their skin.
Economically, this is what it's about. I'm telling y'all for real.
Well, you could be Hispanic or, I don't know, Latino. They have melanin in their skin too, but they have a different category.
All right. Well, we know that it's like races based off features.
And they face disparities as well, right? So that leads me back to the race unity, right? If it's one common denominator being white people and everybody else has been put down for so long, right? Why not make the minority the majority? It's like, you gotta do that at some point. Because Hispanic people fight against black people, right? And then Hispanic people fight other Hispanic people. Black people fight other black people. Right.
Hernandez versus a Hernandez. When a sharecropper or a field worker killed another field worker, they were separate but equal. Usher and Lewis. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Unalived. That ushered in the civil rights movement. So we work hand in hand because we always consider black by the economy.
It don't even matter about that. And the graph that I showed was not false. It's
Anyway, let's go back to that YT privilege thing. So far I heard one thing is that because we can't wear cornrows is why they got YT privilege. So what is the privilege towards, like, what is the let's see, because if we want to be real, I believe in America everybody's freaking privileged. I mean, everybody got some form of privilege, especially in America, though. Even our homeless people, they can at least find a meal out in the streets, unlike going to other countries and stuff, and they eating fly sandwiches and stuff. So yeah, I would say that's a privilege to be in America. It's people actually that's fighting to even get to America or unaliving themselves to even get there. So we know there's a lot of privileges in America, let alone, right? So YT privilege, right? It gotta be towards something that makes it a privilege, or because, like I said, I think a lot of times we mix favoritism and privilege. I believe those two different things, though.
I think they go hand in hand, 110%.
I mean, I could give you a case, like for
Nah.
example, the Pickford, the first and second. In the case of Pickford versus Glickman, that lawsuit that happened in 1997, and it was when you had a group of black farmers who argued that the USDA was being discriminatory towards them in terms of like giving them loans for their farms, giving them settlement amounts, not taking their lands. You could, there is some data on it, but I mean, you would have to look it up, and I guess it just depends on
Wait,
the
hold
area
up.
you're in.
You saying that's happening now?
It still happens now because if you listen to some black farmers in the South, like if you listen to their videos, they still talk about how they're getting discriminated against by, the USDA.
Y'all know that a lot of that stuff y'all be mentioning because every time somebody, I notice when you ask people, what's going on now, they keep going in the past, but a lot of these things is against the law now from this point. So if things happen like that, it gets reported. So I don't think it's happening as frequently as how we
I
keep
agree.
on acting like we living in them days
That's
and
not
stuff.
I do agree with
the
that.
thing
The
is it
law
happens,
is a
but to
part of the
prove it, to
economy.
report it,
So when they
it's
change the law, they make money doing it. It's a part of the economy. So when you have something wrong in law, it takes money to fix it. Then it take about 5 years if they pass those laws or other things to happen.
All right,
It's all a part of the economy. They're making money off the laws too, man.
all right. So I got another example of white privilege. There was a study done saying that black women in the cares of white clinicians and white medical staff are more in danger of dying because they don't believe in the pain that the black woman's expressing. You see what I'm saying? There's a study done. I'm not making this shit up. So there is like part of white privilege is like a bias. You see what I'm saying? Part of white privilege is a bias. Hold on, I'll be back. All right, hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Part of it is is a bias, that white people have, like how they perceive us, right? Um, so if they feel like we're like tough and strong, you don't need this medication, right? You be okay, right? Or a black woman's pregnant that got your kid, and she's complaining about something, and the white doctor's like, "Oh, you're fine and dandy and all this other shit." Guess what? She's in danger of dying. Like, I mean, you shit out of luck unless you go to a black doctor, right? So white privilege exists on so many levels. I always say you gotta look it up. And if I can
yeah.
recommend some people to look up, on YouTube, look up FD Signifier, right? Um, This another lady, Kimberly Nicole Foster. Look her up, and they'll teach you about all the stuff that we're trying to talk about. But I gotta go. I gotta call my brother.
Or even with the farmers, like it's still happening currently because so this is an article from August 2nd, 2024, like NPR.org. The title is USDA issues payments to address discrimination against black farmers. The black farmers, they got a $2 billion in payments from the USDA to address the discrimination that was happening with the farmers who were trying to take out loans.
They gave the farmers $2 billion or access to $2 billion. And how many farmers actually
It was a
qualified for
lawsuit.
the access? No, I understand.
It,
I understand. Okay.
it was a lawsuit. So like you had black farmers who came together and they went against the USDA claiming that the USDA was discriminating against them and were refusing them loans.
But the fact that they were able to even win that case shows that there isn't this like level of privilege that you speak of. Because it's like things can happen to any demographic, and that's why we have the laws to bring back the balance and to hold people accountable. I get that there are going to be advantages and disadvantages because the YT community, they are a larger population. So yeah, if people do not, if they already have certain ideas about a culture or they don't understand a culture, yeah, they're going to make decisions based off of what they know and what they were taught or whatever. But I think it's the same thing that can be said if a BLK person was in power, they would also maybe do the same things. You know what I'm saying? It's just about power dynamics, but that's why we have the laws put in place to balance everything out.
Hey everybody. Hey everybody. I'm kind of nervous right now. First and foremost, space. So you showed a graph, and I did my research on that graph because you're not going to do. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Can y'all hear me? So you showed a graph, sweetheart. The graph that you showed me was you proved my point on white privilege, sweetheart. And why I say that because I say that because the graph showed, mind you, your graph showed that African American people were still lower on that graph. And why I say that, hold on, because I got your graph. I can read your graph, sweetheart. Can I finish? Right here it says, hold on, I'm gonna go to your graph.
I was
Hey,
agreeing.
Space, yeah, y'all about to say Space, just let her finish though, but I get you what you about to get to. You saying that you agree with what she agree with. I'm the only one that disagree with her. I mean, with y'all saying though. But go ahead, you can finish up what
What
people
you
are saying.
said, Space? Go ahead, Space, because
Yeah, no. I was saying I was using that graph to prove that prove white privilege.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was the one that
Okay,
disagreed with that graph.
My fault. I'm about to say my fault.
Now stick your chest out now. Now you got to go against me. Now stick your chest out. What you got for
First
me?
and foremost, sweetheart, can you please give me 5 laws that was against white people? That was created against white people? Cause we had 4. Tell me.
What's the 4?
No,
I don't know. I don't know. I can tell you I don't know.
No, but you're not see. I know what you're doing here. You're trying to deflect, and deflecting is
I don't know.
I asked you a
What the
question.
heck?
Give me 5 laws that was against white people.
I don't know. That's what I said. That's my laws.
Okay. So you tell me right now that you're sitting up here saying that you believe that there's no white privilege involved. The Constitution, sweetheart. Come on now. Let's break it down. When the Constitution was made, there was hidden stuff that was against African American people that people don't even realize. Okay, so let's get into it. Hold on, give me 1 second because what you're not going through, baby, because I bring facts. I bring real fucking facts. Okay. On top of that, redlining happens, sweetheart. Redlining is still happening to people. Guess what? On the Department of Treasury, we're still lower than white people. White people are 72% higher than African American people for home ownership, sweetheart. On top of that, let's go back to the Constitution because now I'm about to ask. So I'm gonna give you the 4 laws that was against us. We had a Black Code. We have the Crown Act. On top of that, we had Jim Crow. On top of that, hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
It's like, I don't know. The thing is, like, we want everything to be eradicated right away. And it's like, there was a huge history, and this stuff takes time. Like,
No, you are right on that. You're correct on that.
yeah, dang. They're going to always come back to the past. Yes, of course, this stuff is still existent. Like, there's no way. Racism will never not be here.
Yeah,
Never.
exactly. It is getting better. Honestly, what it takes is the older generation unalive now, right? But realistic, it's never gonna go away. But the shit is getting better.
Oh, wait till they cut this other half of the economy with the AI, the robotics. I mean, it's a whole new.
Don't even get me
So
started.
again, my question.
whole new job
Hold on real quick,
market.
y'all. Hold on real quick. I'm about to say this though. So let's go. Since people I tell you got all this stuff right, so now I get to have fun now. All right, so So my main thing is right. I want to know this privilege thing because I'm still sticking with what I stick with. Yeah, because I don't. I'm trying to get what's this special privilege that we're talking about that these YT people have. What do they have? And the privilege
All right,
to do what?
so let me give you an example, right?
No, I'm talking to PYT. I'm literally saying PYT. That's what I'm saying. Cause she
Hey,
know all the
I'm hearing you.
stuff.
I just asked you a question. I said, give me 4 laws. I know I
I
said
said
5 laws that are against
I
white
said I
people.
don't know
And I just
PYT.
told you the privilege they have, sweetheart, is that they get more jobs. They get more jobs than us. Hold on. They get more higher rank in their jobs. They get more promotion.
Huh?
On top of that, hold on. On top of that, even in the army, even the military, they still get discriminated.
That's not true. That's
African
not
American
true.
people.
That's
Hold
not
on.
true. That's not true.
African American people get discriminated.
Nope. Nope. That's not true.
Wait,
What you
what
say?
the heck?
Go ahead.
That is not. I mean, I can't speak
Sweetheart, you
on other
cannot speak
branches.
on. That's the problem. You cannot, sweetheart. I don't know who you
I
think you
can't speak on
is.
other branches, but
Okay, first and
in the Marine
foremost,
Corps, no.
it's in each different branch. Sweetheart. I don't know who you think you're trying to check me for, but you can look it up your damn self. I'm not playing
But
with nobody on my
I'm in the.
people.
I was
Yeah,
in the
that
Marine
but that's
Corps.
that's the reason why I said I'm just trying to see. Okay, PYT, you
Because you
said
trying to come up on top of that, there was laws that's still against us. That's still against us. Look at the Constitution, sweetheart. Because
okay. What is something that you want to do that these YT people doing that you saying make them so dang on privileged?
what you said, say it again. I didn't hear you. You scared.
What is this something that you want to do that YT people is doing that you feel is so privileged about them because they're YT and they get to get it?
I don't want to do shit. Hold on.
Oh, you making it worse now.
No, I'm not. Let me correct you, sweetheart. Do not ever try to compare black people to white people. And why I say that is
Then
that
why you say they privileged then? You contradicting everything you said.
Can I finish?
Don't like.
Can I finish?
If every next person open their mouth that is not PYT getting dropped, dog, because it's pissing me off from this point. Because I can't barely hear her. Go ahead, PYT. Go ahead.
Can I finish? What I'm trying to say is that we do not have privilege. Mind you, look at privilege. Privilege does not mean privilege. Okay, how about this? How about I say this? Okay, let's say this. I walk in a diner. She give me some food, right? And then how about this? I walk in a diner. She give me some food. She give me a plate of food. She give me five pancakes. And then the white person walk in, right? And he gets free service at the end of the day. So at the end of the day is we're still in that system. We can never be equal to white people. Why? Because at the end of the day is we was always in society. They're gonna still divide us as black people. Black was a term that was created by one person to colonize us. American was the term to colonize us. Our native language was taken away. Our history was taken away. Our monuments was taken away. I can't walk into I may get the job, but I will never be equal to that white person. Why? They get promoted more. I may have more experience, but I ain't gonna get promoted. Why? Because I am not a YT person. You're trying to compare me to a YT. We don't want to be we don't want to be the same. We want to have the same equality. We don't want to have the same features. We want to have the same equality that
Is
they
you
have.
venting BYT? You go from this point. You sound you venting. I'm trying to have a conversation. You venting or what? I don't know what's going on.
What I'm trying to say is
okay, I heard you. So let me have a conversation now, because you know about it. I don't even about to let you just do a whole vent on this thing. I'm trying to get us to have an understanding with one another. Huh?
I said I'm cool.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So now it's your turn to listen now, right?
Go ahead.
So all I'm trying to get to, because it sounds like you're contradicting yourself from what you're saying. You saying that they're privileged, then you also saying that I don't want to do what they want to do. So what is the privilege? I don't get it. Then you proving a point that they can't be privileged.
No,
it can't be a privilege to something that you don't want to do.
I just gave you it. Listen, hold on. One thing about it, and two things for sure is I'm not repeating myself. Everything I said,
but you talk too damn much. That's the issue. You don't. If you wouldn't have to repeat yourself if you could piece it off, because this is not a vent session. You can handle that business somewhere outside this. No, look, you can handle that outside this app. I'm not your therapist, so I'm not trying to do all that. I asked you one question. I didn't tell you to vent.
What I'm trying to say is I'm gonna say it one more fucking time. And if this shit still don't go through your fucking head, when I first came on the fucking panel, I asked you, give me.
Man, forget that. I ain't about to do that. You ain't about to talk to me like talk to your man like that.
All
right, so
Go ahead,
all right, go ahead. I ain't trying to say nothing. I gotta breathe anyways. Man, I don't know what's going on. Everybody testing me today.
No, it'd be so funny. It's like yeah, because they're gonna get hired, they're gonna get promotion. Girl, you are the worst example of why you would like anybody like you would get promoted. Like, I don't know. It's okay. Go
So
ahead.
can I give an example? All right. So white privilege doesn't mean that white people always have it better than black people, right? I know plenty of white people who got it worse than me, right? It's just the little advantage they have in life that they don't have to deal with, right? I remember one time I got into a car accident. I was driving. It was like a chain line of an accident. And I was up front. The person who hit us was some young white boy who
Hold on
got the
real quick. Let me say
loudest of
this, Kyle.
loud.
I apologize, Kyle, but I gotta say this though, man. All right, and this what I mean right here. That's why I don't care about that, and I'm about to make everybody mad because that's why I stand on what I stand on, man. I don't be caring about that black stuff. I don't care about that white, whatever it is. This is what I'm meaning right here, though. My people is not it's not based off of skin because you see situations like this just because we don't align with stuff. We tend to talk down on each other or do all these things and cuss each other out. I can't. This goes with the topic. Who should we connect? I can't connect with no unhinged person. You know what I'm saying? Or a person that can't even have a conversation. I can't connect with them. Them are not my people. I don't know why people be trying to force stuff like that and say, well, they have the same skin color. We're supposed to do that. F all that. If you're not trying to hear nobody else, I'm not trying to connect with you regardless. I didn't take my time. And that's one thing I be telling people. I don't take my time to heal to sit there and get with a traumatic type person that ain't even probably experienced nothing up in here. You know what I'm saying? People be acting like they was whipped on the back of their slaves and all that. Man, F all that. If y'all still got that mindset, then y'all can stay back then. At the end of the day, none of us gonna live past probably even freaking 70, 80 years old and sit here crying about the same exact stuff. Y'all about to be in the grave and all that stuff y'all crying about ain't gonna mean nothing. So I don't be getting why we acting like we going through all these things. Do what you can with what you got. I don't be getting it. People be over there acting like we are ancestors and our grandparents, and they wasn't even acting as soft as we are. We be acting so soft and acting powerful at the same time. Like, which one is he? So,
You
but
can't
I'm
have
gonna
a
leave it
victim
alone.
mindset when you were never a victim. That don't make sense.
But go ahead, Kyle.
Well,
No,
I
I
had to
hear
say that real
you.
quick.
I
it's
hear
not. It's
you
not
on
No,
necessarily.
that.
hold up,
I
y'all.
hear
Hold up.
you on
Let Kyle
that.
let Kyle
It's
finish real quick. Hold up, real quick. Let Kyle finish real quick. Then y'all can go back to open panel. I did cut him off.
It's not necessarily you're a victim like that, right? Like I said, there are people who on the lower totem pole than I do, right? Like look at my friend Mike. You know, he kind of slow in the head and stuff like that. But if he got into a car accident and somebody has weed in the car but not him, they're not going to point at him and say, "Oh, you got weed in the car," right? Because like I said, with that accident I was in, the person just smashed like about 3 or 4 cars behind me, and the car was like on the opposite side of the road. And young white boy, he ran off. His car smelling like the loudest of loud, right? I was standing by my car, and my car was about 20 feet away from the car that smelled like loud. The cop instantly looked at me and said, "Who got weed? You got weed, right?" Didn't look at anybody else, right? I'm like, me? I don't even smoke weed. And I'm
I don't
standing
know
by
if
my
you can
car.
say that. I don't know if you can say that on TikTok. Just say green stuff or something like that. I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know if you
oh
can say
yeah.
that.
So yeah, he said, "Oh yeah, this is your green right here," and you know, it was his instant bias to take a look at me and said, "I was suspect," even though I was nowhere near the car and I was near mine. Yes, he did apologize, but what privilege is like the bias that kind of, I don't want to say put us down, but like, could be negative to us in some type of way, right? It doesn't mean, white people always have more than us, right? It's just that it could harm us in some type of way. Basically, you see what I'm saying? Like the way how you talk, and let's say you're applying for a job and you go to interview, and you're good as like the same white person. They're gonna probably choose that white person over you because they have the bias for that white person. You see what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily like I'm saying, "Oh, the system's holding us down." It's just a term what people come up with to talk about the disadvantages that we have. You
Yeah,
know?
people weak today. That's my thing. They weak, and I'm sticking with that though. Like our ancestors wasn't even that dang on weak. Like they come with the
I don't.
same thing. That's why I'm not teaching Black history to my parents, my kids. I'm just not doing it because I see the mindset these grown folks get. They acting like that. They acting like they can't do anything. They keep on talking about this issue that they're not even facing them. That they're not even focused on. I mean, facing themselves for the most part. Like my thing is, ain't no white man holding me back. Y'all be a lot of them be acting like stuff holding them back. You can let them hold them back,
Hey,
even if they
bro,
try, right? They not do
bro.
they ain't.
I agree with you. Ultimately, what you're saying, I agree. But don't you ever ditch your history. Don't ever ditch your history.
Yeah.
You
Hey,
repeat it,
look,
especially when
I'm
there's a segment of the economy.
hey, I'm a oh wow, I don't know what happened,
No, that was me.
but
I just please just don't like keep interrupting Kev.
I'm about to say, well, go ahead, Bag. You can go ahead and finish it. Go ahead and let you rock real quick though, but you better
Oh
learn
no,
something
I was
about
just
me.
tired. No, I was just
I'm
tired
just
of
saying
them.
like this. I'm
Yeah, I
saying
feel you,
like
You
babe.
this.
see what
I
I'm
feel
saying?
you, babe.
It's
I feel you,
your
babe, because they do be.
history.
God dang, look, they can't. I don't know if it's the volume that is low, but it's like when the host is speaking, like let him finish his point and then you can talk. But like interrupting the host
Mhm.
is wild.
Can I say something
Yeah,
after?
that didn't be crazy. I don't know what it. Yeah, Shayla, you can go out. So bad. I'm gonna go ahead. What the? Ooh, never mind. Somebody. Okay, never mind. All right.
Hey,
So
I gotta
Get
go.
sensitive like that. Go.
what'd you say, bad?
No, I said they always get sensitive like that when you tell them you can't just act like a child and just keep interjecting and don't know when
Oh,
to
that he just dropped.
Yeah, they always do that.
Wow. All right. Yeah, 'cause I was about to say that. What? Okay, whatever. I guess I'm still gonna say my point. I don't know why people think that I be caring about what people think about how I feel about that. Because the thing is I'm not about to be like how the rest of the how I've been taught and brought up with the same exact thing, acting like that we are powerless and talking about I stick with what I say on, and I see the mindset that a lot of us have. Most of the time we turn into victims with the way we teach history and stuff. So I am going to stick on, and I stand on that. I'm sticking on. I'm not gonna teach that stuff. I'm gonna actually, if I was to teach, right, I'm teaching the progression we have. I'm teaching the how to overcome things. I mean, it's so many things I'd rather teach because I don't like this thing where we
You
get
can
this
teach
one
it. You can
thing.
teach it differently.
Yeah, you can teach it. You're right. You're right. That's the point. Right. You're right about that. I will say that most definitely. I'll teach it. I'll teach it differently if I do have to teach it. But I just don't like the fact that we just turn to victims. We act weak, but then we come at this on the other end like we're so superior to y'all and all this other stuff. And then as soon as we talk about these YT people, but these people can't hold us back and letting us go. Like either we gonna be on fight mode or we're not. That's my thing. So we gotta pick our struggle at the same exact time. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like, especially us as black people, we do the same thing for years, and it's like when we gonna fight, when we go, or actually do something about it instead of crying. You know what I'm saying? So that's my whole thing, though. But go ahead. I think Shayla, then Faith, then Space. You can go after that.
Okay.
Wait, would you already asked to go first, Event? I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you
Did
did
you?
it. I'm doing something. Go ahead.
Wait, what was that? Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, I hear what you guys are saying. If I'm bringing up an issue, it's not because I want people to feel bad about it and, cry about it. It's more so, just to bring awareness and change the issue. For example, I work in the healthcare field, so I study a lot of health disparities that happen among Black moms or Black moms that are in rural areas. And there are disparities there. Like we can say, okay, well, it would happen, the same thing would happen if Black people were the majority and white people were the majority and, yada, yada, yada. But the reality is, Black people aren't the majority. This is the system. So either we ignore it completely and we don't try to change it and we don't bring up the issue and then it never changes and the problem, persists, or we just, I think you can have balance. You don't have to be a victim of your circumstances, but I think it's a little bit disingenuous to just say, okay, there isn't like racial discrimination that is there. Because I could talk about Black farmers. I
Well,
mean,
who
yes,
said
I
that?
agree. I agree with what Rachel said. Like, okay, it's a good thing that they won the lawsuit and they, were able to take it up to the law. But the point I was trying to make is that just recently happened, right? In order for them to have won that money,
Event
there
before
had
you
to have
before you
been.
go expressive mode. Event. Who up here is saying that there ain't no such thing as racism?
I never said no one said there was no such thing as
Oh,
racism.
you,
I didn't say
what?
people said that. What I was talking about is, because we were talking about white privilege, and we were talking about
Oh, God.
victimization, and we were talking about, discrimination. And the point that I was trying to make is that yes, you could be discriminated against because you are black. So I was just trying to give examples here. That's not to say that you need to be a victim of your circumstances. That's just to say that we have to bring awareness to it and change it. Even when you look at the civil rights movement, and I know people will say don't talk about the past, but it took people protesting against the government in order for them to change it. And even now you have black doctors who are going to Congress, and you have black doctors who are like, I want to take up leadership roles and positions to fix the health issues that are affecting our community. So that's all I wanted to say on that. And I hope I didn't interrupt Shayla, but yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Hey, one thing I always say before Shayla go is that I believe if we knew how to work together as a family, right, or our families, if we get along with our families, right, we could overpower all this little stuff that we be saying that we getting held by. We could overpower all that stuff, but we don't even know how to take care of our homes, and we be talking about what other people doing to us, and that's what be irritating my soul. Is like we got way bigger issues than talking about what this government is doing to us and all that other. Because I done seen plenty of people that come from overseas become our families. We laugh at them, right? Because they all in one car, and we be like, oh, what the heck, what y'all lapping up and all this other stuff. But they got businesses. Guess who's laughing at us now? You know what I'm saying? They know how to become family. They know how to respect each other, even if they don't even agree on different things. You don't see them having no gender wars on here and talking about how bad men and women is and all that. So we the only ones doing this stupid stuff.
Yeah, but Ken,
And
that's
so I'm
because
saying we got our issue is us, and we keep talking about somebody else. That's one thing, and I can get it. This where that black fatigue stuff come from, because I'm tired of hearing the same exact stuff that we've been hearing for years. I'm 30-something years old, hearing the same exact stuff, and nobody else saying this. This is crazy.
That's because our history is unique from theirs too. Let's not act as though they came over here from a place that was underneath the same foot of white suppression that we were. Like that, we're not even the same. We're not even the same individuals. Like, are we going to act as though these things don't exist? How many generations does it take to destroy a people? Literally one. So you mean to tell me the residual effects of
What's
even
white
just, so
suppression?
you mean to tell me the residual effects of even just something as simple as redlining didn't affect us in terms of our miseducation or diseducation? We gonna act as though we gonna act as though that's not passed down generationally after you destroy one. Why do you think the T movement, so to speak, or the rainbow movement wants so bad to get at children? Because they know as long as you get it one generation of people, everybody after that will follow suit. Why? Because they don't have any, and especially because they control education, they don't have any means to re-educate themselves. So nah, man, I think I disagree. Like I hear us people,
Yeah.
our people always talking about how they're tired of hearing about how white people did A, B, and C. But okay, so are you also making the argument that if that white suppression wasn't there, that we would be acting the same way? Is that what you're saying?
You probably will. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will. We see it. We see.
Yeah,
Oh, well, look at your family then. Look at our families. Look at our families right now.
Okay.
To prove me wrong that your families know how to work with one another. They're not hating on one another.
Once
As soon as they
again,
get
Kev,
some money, they know how to.
address that though, Kev. I just addressed that though. I said the reason the reason that's the case though is because of the idea. Here's one white privilege that white people can stand to have that black people can't. They have the privilege of not having their entertainment taint their culture and behavior. How about that? We don't have control over that. In order for us to make money individually, we enter into a system, entertainment wise. I'm just using entertainment as an example. There's plenty of others. I'm just using entertainment as an example. They have the privilege to enter into an entertainment industry that will uplift their entire communities, families, and individual lives. We don't have that privilege. If we enter into an entertainment industry, we have to make sure that we do nothing but degrade our people in order to sell, in order to be exposed, in order to get promotion. And you mean to tell me that doesn't have effect on a psychoanalysis of people that are younger than us? I disagree, man. Nah.
No, okay,
Yeah,
so
man.
no, that's not fair. So look, how do you plan to progress if you go in the future?
All right, we're gonna keep
Those
on.
two don't
That's what
go
I'm
hand
saying.
in
We're
hand.
gonna keep on. So my thing, and I like that you asked that question though. My thing is because and I get it.
Or go on
We
a
gonna probably
path rather.
stand different.
I
We
think it
gonna
Was
was.
he
stand
asking me or
different.
was he asking? Were you asking Kev?
I said future. I meant past. But yeah.
Huh?
I don't care about what he was asking. I'm trying to get. I'm gonna get back to what Moses was saying, right? Because I don't. We are on two different planes when it comes to that situation. Because I always felt that us keep on using the same past stuff, we'll never grow as a society. We keep mentioning the same exact stuff, talking about how bad we was done and all this other stuff. And it's like, when are we gonna talk about the times that we were successful? When we go talk about the times how we can progress instead of keep on making excuses why we can't progress.
But I
That's
don't
all
feel
I
like
keep hearing is
but I don't feel like that's
excuses.
what people are doing when they're. I don't feel like we're
I'm not
giving
making an
excuses.
excuse
I don't
on
feel like
why
we're
we
making
can't
excuses. I think
progress.
when she said bring awareness, I think what she's actually talking about is having us recognize exactly who the enemy is.
So who don't know? We
Hey,
keep
can I
saying
I've
the
been
same thing
benefit?
since I was a
Hey,
kid. Who
No,
don't know
that's
hey,
that?
Mr.
not
Host,
that's
Mr.
not what's
Host, hey, Mr.
happening
Host.
here.
I think
Okay,
the
told
host
her
so
said
to calm
something.
maybe
down.
I'm gonna
there's
have
a
to
little.
go. I'm sorry. Can I say something? I'm so sorry.
All
Mr.
right,
Host,
go
Yes,
ahead,
ma'am.
would you
go ahead
allow?
But
real quick,
I
Faith, and
might
then
have to go.
me and Moses go back. But go ahead, Faith, real quick.
I'm sorry, evening, but I want you're a younger generation than I am, and I want you younger people to realize something. You want to always be very vigilant and understand the concepts of white tea supremacy culture. Not so much what Democrats do and what Republicans do, because the underlying system ultimately is white tea supremacy culture. And I say that because you have to understand the DNA of that particular culture and the not just the effects, the ramifications of it. And what I mean by that is that when you say you're getting tired of hearing, black people complain and da da da, you have to understand that it's not just slavery, it's all the different iterations of slavery that came after and that continue to grow. And you're not going to understand that if you don't accept that white tea supremacy culture exists. And that's what I want my young generation of people to be vigilant of and to consistently to deconstruct. Because even when we had money, when we had our own banks and our own schools and our own communities, they destroyed them, they bombed them, they tore them down. And my point is that if that system still exists, what makes you think that if you try to do something
So,
else,
all
that
right,
won't
cool,
happen again?
I'm
How
glad you
you know?
said that, Faith. I'm glad you said that though. So, because I
How you
keep,
know?
I
That
don't,
is vigilant effect. That's what she's referring to.
yeah, that's cool though. My thing is, everybody keeps saying that same weak old story, the same old thing that we keep talking about some that we don't know this, and we need to enlighten people to make sure they know that. I think by now people know this stuff. So now that we know, right? Say if people do know, right? Now that we know, what are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do about it? Or are we gonna keep on acting like we stuck?
What do you think?
I
Well,
don't.
that's the
My
point.
problem
We're
is that
trying
you're
to
not
come up with
stuck. My thing is
solutions
that
to
people.
fix it.
Hold on. I
Because
don't
it
think
sounds
people
like
really.
we don't like progression. We just like
No,
to
no,
keep
no.
on
But I'm
hearing
trying to
that
say, even
we
when
were
we
done so
progress,
bad. We gonna keep
even
hearing
when
that.
even when we make progress, I'm trying to say is that how are we going to have a whole communities that we are not just surviving, thriving, and that they're and not one or two or three or four or five, and that they're bombed. I'm trying to say is that don't think that something like that won't happen again until you
Well, if you
deconstruct.
scared, then say that. That's all I'm saying. Well, how we
What?
gonna say we
Hold
gonna
on.
go to war at
Yeah,
one
wait,
point and
hold
then
up,
be
bro.
like,
That's not what she's saying,
That's
though.
not what I'm saying.
That's not what
I'm
she's saying
saying
at all. She's saying
understand
be
that
vigilant of
it's
what
not
actually
you.
threatened our success to begin with. If we
Right.
made it, if
We're
we were
good.
successful in
We
that
know how to
time
be
period,
successful.
she's talking about between 1920 and 1950, when Black Wall Street and Tulsa, Oklahoma, and all those things were a real thing, and that was nationwide. When our men were actually working. What
It's
you're talking, the
2025.
reason, anyway, hold on. Let me just say this. I'm gonna let you know the reason that we don't talk about this is because we all also understand what the actual solution is. And that would be violence. We already know that. You're not going to vote
Ah,
your way. You're not going to vote your way out of this. You're not going to.
ah.
You're not going to elect a politician to get you out of this. You're not going to talk about it. Talk your way out of this. You're not going to go on no. You're not going to do an entertainment campaign your way out of this. We all know that. But do you really want to have that conversation? If that's the case, that means that likely we're going to have to do something that most of us don't want to do, and that's keep our women quiet. And
That's
men are going
not
to have to
true.
start standing up and start.
That's
That is true.
ridiculous.
No one's
That's
going to give you
ridiculous.
your freedom. You have to take it. That's what Malcolm X said. No
Then
one's going to
what's
give
your
you your
plan then?
freedom.
I want to
You
start
have to
hearing the
take
solutions
it.
then.
No,
So
I don't
how
want
do
to
we
hear
do
that.
that?
Hey, would you allow me to?
You want me to
maybe
start?
a
'Cause I'll
little
give
bit?
it to you.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I haven't said anything, but I'd
Faith,
like
no,
to.
Faith, the only one that was just that was just talking, right? So how do we do it then? That's all I'm looking for. That's the perspectives I'm trying to come from. I'm tired
First
of
of all,
hearing
what
the
I
same
want
old.
people to do is to really read about what white supremacy culture is.
Oh my
Okay,
It's
tell
not,
me what it's
I'm gonna tell,
about.
it's
You don't
not,
have
no,
we
no,
don't
no,
have to
it's
read it.
not
Tell
what
us
you,
what it's about.
wait. It's not what you think it is. It's like about 12 or 15 different points. And when you read about it, you're gonna say to yourself, wait a minute, that's not what I thought with white teeth. Because
That
a
is
lot of
not
people think
true. That
I
is
it's
don't
not
not
care
true.
about
true.
that
I've
point
been
from no more.
I've
I'm
been
Wait a
I'm
living
a
minute.
since
salute.
Wait a minute. A lot of people
19.
think
All
it's
right,
the
bro.
plan. It's not that. It's about the way people think and the ideas they have
How do
and
you
this
know what people
idea of
think?
individualism, which is not true.
Hold up, Mr. Truth, real quick. So, Faith, I might ask the question again because I think you went around it again. So,
Sorry.
what is what? Okay, you said we read the book, all that stuff, whatever. How we're gonna take it back, or whatever you just said. You say we're gonna take it back, whatever it is. What would be a way or a strategy that we can do that?
Again, a lot of it's going to be different people putting together an infrastructure because I'm not a financial head. First of all, you need some people, black people, who are good at finances because whatever structure you put together is going to be
What, using
about.
their money?
No, it's the structure. People, my thing too with black people too. They gotta. Everyone at this point in time, we're all good at a lot of different things. And I'm saying you're definitely going to need your financial people to put together not just the actual physical money, but the way to get the money into a structure. They're good at that. Let people be good at what they're good at. We have a lot of good black people who can put together a structure. First of all, when I think about someone like Reverend Jamal Bryant, he's the one that headed up the Target boycott. You all know about that, right?
Give a damn about Target.
Here's my point. Why aren't more people working with someone like him as a starting point?
He just took like $300,000, like that they. What
He
they
didn't do it, but he didn't do it. It wasn't him. It was the
It doesn't
national.
matter.
It
It
was
means
the
nothing.
National Baptist Convention. He's not a part of that. No,
Oh, he's not? Okay.
actually, he put them under fire. He criticized them for it. Publicly criticized them for taking those pennies. So it's not him.
Criticized.
Well, if I
He criticized them. He didn't take
if I
it.
could elaborate on it, I mean, I get it. Great Reverend guy, he did his $300,000 thing. Okay, great, whatever. Let me tell you something. I've been living since 1963. I've been in this shit a
Damn.
long time.
Oh, my fault.
I'm old school. I've been here. I was born April 1963. I'm still here. 63, 73, 83, 93, 2003, and that was 2025. And this brother who's talking, he is 1,000% right. What? How do nobody don't know about the white supremacy? We know that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
We know what the issue is. We know the issue. Okay, it's over there now. Now let's make this move. Let me tell you
Let's
something.
make them move. That's all I'm saying.
I have
That's
made
facts.
calculated moves. There have been obstacles in my way, and every time there's an obstacle, I just go around it, go over it, go between it, go through it, whatever. And now I live in Texas. I done bought me shit, done shit. You have to do it as an individual black person. Get your shit together and help your family. And then if you can help somebody else along the way, keep going. It's going to be a while, and it will be an effect. But sitting up, spending all this energy talking about if I could just be equal with the white man, then we can win. I don't give a damn about that dude. I don't even think about those people. I'm making moves. If I spend my energy and my time worried about what the hell they doing, do you think they sit at their dinner table thinking about us? They don't give a two goddamn Captain Kangaroo asses about that shit. They don't care. They doing shit. I'm out here in the oil field working. It's me and a young brother. He's from Dallas, right? This brother, 20 years old, making $40 a fucking hour, making good money, ain't got no wife, ain't got no kids. He's a goddamn catcher right now. This boy out here doing good work. And there's plenty work out here where my brother's at. They don't want to come out here. Well, would you way out there, man? I don't know nobody. Why would I go way out there? Oh man, it's all those people. It's just some scary ass cowards. Get your ass out here. Ain't nobody tripping on you. Get this money.
I mean, he's a scary coward because he understands exactly
No,
what
what
the
I'm
history was
saying
and
is
she
that
just explained.
I'm saying
Wait,
there are a lot
hold
of
on, man.
brothers.
I feel like y'all
Hold on,
talking at us. We're not
let me
talking. We're not
clarify
talking
that.
to each other.
Let
We
me
sitting there talking
clarify.
at each other. But what I'm saying, wait, hold on. Let's slow down, man, because y'all sitting there talking about scary cowards, and there's like there's not a reason why he wouldn't want to go out where people that he doesn't know live, as though there's not a history of violence that even exists inside of neighborhoods there in which are predominantly white. Man, let's stop it, bro. Like,
Let me tell you.
let's be honest. Wait, hold on,
Hey
real quick.
man,
Hold on.
I done lived all over this country, from New Jersey
All
to
right,
San
hold on, bro.
Francisco
Hold on,
to
bro.
Los
Hold on,
Angeles,
bro.
and I'm gonna tell you, I know there's violence. There
All
is
right, hold
violence
on, but that's
everywhere
not
in the
what I'm
world.
saying.
But do not let that be your obstacle
All right, hold on.
to
This is what I'm
make you
saying.
Go ahead,
stay.
go ahead. And I agree with you, True. But let Moses
Go
go
ahead,
back.
bro.
We can
Go
go ahead
ahead.
and mix it up. We mix
All
it
I
up
do is
then.
speak the truth. Go
We gotta
ahead,
have
man.
yeah.
I'm not. That's
First of all,
to being stagnant.
you were talking about all the individual successes that you had. Faith and I are talking about a completely different type of success. We were talking about a collective one.
Yes.
These two are completely different things. So you can be, I did this, I did that, wonderful and everything. But we weren't talking about the I's. We were talking about the we's. And when it comes
Black
to
people have had
So
an
what? Hey, hold on.
incredible
So what
record
can
of success.
what can we do then?
hold on.
He's talking about a utopia that is a fantasy.
No, hold on. Let Moses finish up real quick.
Let
Let's get
him go
into
ahead
it.
and talk. He seemed like he want to get it out, bro. Go ahead. What
No,
else
no,
you got?
no. He already done. No, truth. Yeah, just let Moses finish real quick. Oh, I mean, I already love what you said. I think that we're gonna let that marinate for the people that heard you. No, you good. You good. So, Moses, yeah, your turn. Let's get it. What you got?
Utopia. First of all, utopia and fantasy are not the same thing. One can be a heaven, but not necessarily just an unrealistic dream. And that's not an unrealistic thing. I think that we need to learn how to deal with each other. You can go right back to that scripture and find that. For example, simple things like how to deal with conflict between two people, whether it be male and female, male on male, or female on female. It says that you're supposed to take your brother, away in private and discuss something. Why? Because we have a tendency to show out in public. People feel embarrassed. That's one reason. We don't do that. We don't practice that. That's one way. You guys are overzealous talking about let's get these solutions going, but you can't even start with the simplest things. The simplest things. Have our women dress as women are supposed to dress. Our men dress as men are supposed to dress. We're talking about the very simple things. Before you start trying to conquer a nation, you have to actually get people in order in terms of their ideological belief system. We're not even on the same page in terms of what we believe in, thinking that we can all come together and commune under different religious and different spiritual banners. You cannot.
So Moses, in a way, it sound like you agreeing with me. That's the crazy
No, I'm
part.
not.
It sound like you agreeing with me.
No. That's just what you're hearing. I'm not agreeing with you. I
No,
disagree.
because that's the point. I said we need to worry about our main stuff first before we start talking about these other people. That's my point.
But what I'm saying is the reason we have to worry about those things is because of the very things that Miss Faith was just talking about a minute ago, which was when it comes to our degradation, we are fighting against an oppression. So that means that we're doing whatever solutions that we're implementing, we're doing so in the midst of an oppression.
So they making making us baby mamas out here.
Allowing
In
yourself
other
to
words, in the
oppressed.
midst of something that's pushing back against us financially or spiritually or psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically, doing better. We have something that's pushing back against us. And when you bring up other populations of people that come from other countries and that they're able to do A, B, and C, that's because they don't have the same type of repression that we have had. So I'm just saying.
Your question, Moses.
Wait, so you saying that them people? You think the white people care about them when they come over here? You think those white people?
What I'm saying is the white folks don't care about anybody, but they don't have to care about them. Those people come from a country that has a financial base. They come from a country that has a culture still intact. They come from. Wait, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. They come from a place that they can go back to that has infrastructure. You can't send Negroes back anywhere. That's my point.
Moses, but I got
a completely different plight in life. So to compare, wait, hold up, Mr. True. Hold on. I promise you, bro. I'm gonna let you finish, bro. I like having conversation. I don't like talking past one another. So I have no problem doing that. What I'm saying is that's a completely different circumstance than they have. So when you get to comparing us, I feel like the comparison itself is disingenuous. Of course they have those things still intact. They came from a place that was they were never underneath that type of suppression.
Well, I get it, Moses, and I do agree with you. 1,000% you're right, because they have a culture. They have something that they can lean on. I get it, and I understand you. But I want to ask you a very important question.
Go ahead.
Your answer is going to tell the truth. Check this out. You have a family. I don't know how big your family is. Does everybody in your family sit on the same page and get along, and all y'all can sit in the same room, and there'll be all no friction. Everything is beautiful.
Typically, yeah.
Your family? Well, that's a rare case because most families don't.
All right,
Okay,
when you ask
so
me the
how the
question,
hell
you
you
know,
gonna get
yeah,
a whole
typically when my family gets
okay?
around, there are no
But hold on.
altercations, no fights, no arguments, no nothing.
Okay, and that's beautiful because my family is kind of similar, but we do have some interlocking. Now, the reason why I asked you that, when the travels that I've done, this is a very vast country. Man, I live in Texas. Okay, Houston alone got 7 million people in that one city. Okay, that's just
Got a house,
7 million
hey,
right
listen,
there.
I got a house.
Okay.
I got a house in H Town, bro. I understand
Okay,
exactly what you're talking about.
so you know where I'm going. So imagine just Houston alone. We ain't even talking about Detroit. We ain't talking about Chicago. We ain't talking about New York. We ain't talking about LA. Man, this is a vast country. That is a very big task that you're talking about. It's gonna take at least 100 fucking years.
I don't. Oh, wait, hold on. I didn't debate that the task is challenging. Why do you think the Most High gave us a grace period? That's a
I'm not
time
into the
period in which
Most
to get
High
ourselves.
stuff. That's our
That's understandable.
problem.
Wait, hold on.
That's why
Wait,
we.
hold on.
That's
That's
why we're in the
understandable. I
world of
wasn't
shit
saying
because
that.
we're believing in
Hold,
some fantasy shit.
okay, listen, babe. Hey, listen. Don't disrespect my God. I won't disrespect yours. You don't have to be in it, but I wasn't talking to you from the standpoint of you believing in something. What I was talking about was whether or not those actual doctrines and principles, based upon what was outlined in the scriptures, would work. That's what I
I
was
don't
talking
know
about.
nothing about no scriptures and all
I'm
that. I don't
aware,
need
and
no
that's why
books.
you said that you don't. That's
I
why you
don't,
think it's a
I don't
fantasy
get
because
into
you
all
know
that.
nothing about it. So what
I'm
I'm
in
saying
charge
is,
of me, the
if you
mirror.
don't know anything about, wait, hold on. I'm just saying, if you don't know anything about it, then you don't have no reason to say I
No,
don't know.
no,
I
I'm
ain't
not
talking about
saying
it as a
that. We
fantasy
all
story.
grew up in the
So
church.
before
No.
We all
y'all
grew up in the
Growing
before
up
y'all
in the
go
church.
wait,
into
hold up. Understand what I'm saying, bro. Growing up in the church does not mean you know anything about the scriptures.
Listen,
In
man,
fact, there was light
the
That's
given
true.
mirror is your
I don't want
best
to get
friend.
too
I'm telling
religion.
you, get into that mirror, and that mirror is gonna save you. You are the only one in charge of your life. That's
Yeah, see,
it.
I'm not
You.
rocking with that. No, I'm not rocking with that. I
Yeah,
have
I
a
don't know
God.
Okay,
about
I have
that
a
either.
God.
Yeah, I
well,
can't
you
say
go
that
I
ahead,
have
either.
a
brother.
I
God.
That's
done
your
been in
job.
That's what I
shit.
said. This is what
That's
I'm
why
saying.
you're
So
gonna be a loser.
I done been
you
I
said,
done
wait,
been in
hold
some
on,
shit
hold on.
other
What?
people had.
You said
This
what?
is why you. This is why people will continue to lose because you're in some fantasy world about
But
something that's
Okay,
not
we get it, bro.
though.
helping
You
Hold
you.
don't
on.
believe in God. We
If
understand
there
that.
But
is
hold
a
We
on.
got
You
you
God,
say you've
already.
been
hey,
here
You don't
if
60
have a
there's a
something
God.
God,
years.
that
As for the rest of our
if
people, most
if
of
How
our
there
old are you,
is a
people,
sir?
God,
Yeah, it
most
hear
seemed
of
me
our
like
out.
that.
people.
We
If there
hold
is a
up. Don't I
God,
got like a
God don't
mask
like
thing?
black
Hold on,
people.
I'm
I'll tell you
showing
that
real
Damn.
much.
quick.
But all I'm asking is, how old are you, sir?
Man, get the fuck out of here with asking my
I'm just
age, man.
asking a question. I just want to know something. I just want
Don't
something
they
from
got a
my
mask mute on here? I thought. All right. So
I am
let me say this
spiritual,
real
but I
quick.
don't believe in your fantasy
Yeah,
Jesus and all that
it don't
bullshit.
even matter no more. So I'm just leave that alone. So all right, let me get these other two people in real quick. And then we can go right back to that. Go ahead, Shiloh, and then Most Hated. And we about to get back to this though, for real.
No, I mean I kind of lost my point because I mean y'all were kind of cooking right there. So I mean I do want to hear you get back to that point. Um, the one thing I wanted to say was I think Miss Faith, I believe she was the one that said that. The one thing I do agree with her and kind of the side of her argument that she's saying is collectively I do agree with getting the culture more understanding of how finances work. That sounds very broad, but I 100% agree with that point because that is a huge difference between um, lifelong success and generational wealth and just whether or not living paycheck to paycheck. So I agree with that. But the other point, I mean, it's long gone at this point. I don't want to say nothing because y'all was cooking, but I just don't understand either personally what part of our culture doesn't speak almost every day on every network, whether it's NBA, TikTok, or whatever it is, about racism. I don't know why. Sometimes I get so lost, and I completely agree. I don't know if it was the host that said it, but like, quite frankly, I don't join these often, but anytime I do, it's only black folk talking about this. It's like, and I understand that some people are going to say why, but it's like, and I might agree with the old head now a little bit on some of these things. It just feels like we're running in circles. Now,
Right.
I don't understand personally.
It feels like we're running in circles because we're not starting at the
Hold on,
point.
let him rock real quick. Moses,
I thought we
dang,
were
let him
gonna have a
on.
conversation, Kev. I thought that's what you
Yeah,
wanted.
right, but you got a chance to voice yourself. Let him voice himself. It ain't no. We gonna do that in a minute though. We could do that in a minute. I'm just letting everybody talk real quick, speak their point because they ain't gonna be able to say. But go ahead, go ahead, Shiloh.
Yeah, no. I mean, I understand y'all been talking for a hot minute. Emotions are high. This is a good conversation. But the other thing I just wanted to say was like, and I had I was at the airport. I had a gentleman ask me this question because we were actually, ironically, we were talking about this conversation, and he, I was kind of, and I'm not gonna keep going on, but like, so I was in the military, so like that does change you a little bit. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just saying that does teach you a little bit about how, discipline in certain aspects of life work. And he kind of asked me my view on the world, blah blah. But he asked me, he was like, "Are we honestly proud of the way that we conduct ourselves, like as a culture?" And that was a kind of a crazy, I never thought about it because, we always talk about these things, but I don't think we ever ask ourselves, are we proud? And I think that one gentleman, I think it was actually Moses said it, like the way we dressed, the hook of culture. I agree with that. I'm a God-fearing man as well. I think that all that stuff is, especially to us, is detrimental. However, just I guess my overall arching point, and I'll try to, chime in whenever somebody lets me, but like, I guess my overall arching point is I just think I agree kind of with the hosts. Like, I don't understand where I don't think that, in fact, I don't think there's a lot of people that I don't really believe that we want to get out of the fighting stage. I think a lot of people are comfortable with acting like, the world's not made for them. Quite frankly, it's never going to be. I mean, I think a lot of people, and I'm not speaking maybe for the older generation, but damn, I'm 26. People under me, you couldn't convince me tomorrow that they actually want change. They're comfortable enough acting like the victims, because that's really easy. It's just, and one of the was the most hated, he said, we ain't standing on business. I kind of agree with that, because you can't want change.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, no.
He said most hated. He said most hated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I just don't think.
And Moses, I'm gonna let you start off because I know you guys. I'm gonna let you start off the open panel as soon as Touche go.
Yeah, and then the last thing I'm gonna say, but I don't think anybody can convince me that our youth and our young adults want any change right now at all. I think they're very comfortable acting the way they're acting. I think just by scrolling through these apps, I'm not saying y'all, but in general, I don't think you can convince me that anybody actually wants actual change.
All right. Most hated. What you got for me? And then Touche. Then Moses is gonna start the
Like he
open
was
panel.
saying, like what I said when we stand on business, and I was trying to ask the question to him because he said he was 60 years old. Like you done been through everything. He said what he won't know he was 19. He was born in 1960 or whatever. So you mean to tell me you stand for something and you in the fight? You got a dog in this fight and you that old? All the people who are that old, who was born the same time he was born, who stood on something, are gone. So you mean to tell me you sat through all this shit and you ain't lost your life? You ain't lost your life? Like what the hell you talking about? Like you obviously you can't sit here and tell me that you stand for something. You that old, you ain't done shit. Like you ain't in the system, you ain't unalive, you feel what I'm saying? Like, but what I'm saying is, when I mean stand on business as a community and everything, like yeah, we are condemning ourselves, but at the same time, like yeah, they did burn down Tulsa and everything. Yeah, they did spread us with water hose in Selma. But we have to fight back. We got to stop playing that victimhood. Like they did it so when they conquered, they did everything so by the book and so technical that we are stuck in our own demise. Like we have to stand on business. Anything that's gonna happen when you want to fix something, anything that's gonna happen, you're not gonna be here to see it. I promise you. I don't give a damn what nobody say. If you want to make a change, you're not gonna be here to see it. So you have to separate yourself for the change. You're not gonna be here to see it. So if you can't sacrifice yourself, you ain't gonna never make a change. I don't give a damn what you say, and that's it.
All right, Touche, what you got for me? If you was paying attention.
No, I just walked in here. Before I answer the prompt, everybody double tap.
No, we ain't on the prompt yet. We got to talk about this. But if you don't know what we're talking about, then I'm just gonna go right to the open panel.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right, for sure. All right,
But everybody
go ahead,
tap that
Moses.
screen, man. We almost at 10K. Tap that screen to get us to 10K. Use those fingers.
I don't agree with what
Well, first I would say that I think when he said a lot of these younger cats and everybody else are kind of comfortable, I think you're confusing comfort with hopelessness. They don't feel as though they have a meaningful way to get out of their condition, and I think that can look like comfort, but because of tacit compliance and an inability to think their way out of their circumstance and also act their way out of their circumstance, I think it can come off as that, but in all actuality, what it is a hopelessness. I don't believe that I have the tools and I'm not even going to try. That's called fatigue. That happens with any and everybody. I guarantee you take any nation of people and you put them underneath the scrutiny and beneath the slavery and conditions that black folks have been in, I guarantee you they would likely act the same way.
Oh yeah, you right 100%. But that's why I'm saying we built different.
Wait, no, hold on. I wasn't talking. I was talking about what the brother said. The 26-year-old cat. He was talking about how he said that he said he doesn't think that the younger generation of the coming behind us are not comfortable dealing in their situation. And I said I disagree with that. I think he's confusing comfort with hopelessness. No, they're not comfortable. They're agitated. Clearly, we can tell by almost every rendition of a crime statistic, whether that's violent or whatever else. Almost every crime statistic, we're pretty high in, and there's a reason for that. It's because they're not comfortable. They're the furthest from comfortable. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I disagree with that. Now, if you want to talk about solutions, I think that solutions come at the behest of talking about things that we can make on a smaller. I can't fix my skincare until I regulate what I'm intaking in my body. I got pimples, I got zits, and you can keep throwing Noxzema on that your whole life, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, you really want to get rid of it. What are you putting in your body? How much water are you drinking? What types of food are you eating? These are small changes that you have to make starting from the inside. So I think that all of these things that we haven't talked about, what I think, Kev, I think you should say, which would probably be better received, is that the conversations we're having centered around solutions don't seem to be practical, and I think that's more of your frustration. Maybe that's what it is, but I don't think that us voicing our frustrations with the system that we know is controlled, run, and operated by white folk is something we should ever fatigue of hearing. At the very least, even that bit of anger will wake the next person up to realize, wait, hold up, there's a reason why you're struggling to get to where you are right now. And that's a very
so let me say this then. So I think you said that perfectly. Then that is my issue though, right? And the thing is, right, when I hear more of that than actual people trying to address the real problem, to me, which is like the inside the home, right, ourselves. Because first we don't even hold it, like we talk about accountability and all that stuff, right? We don't even focus on our own mental health and all this other stuff. We keep on talking about everything else. So it's like it is gonna have to be baby steps, and it's like looking at or asking for the biggest. It's like I'm saying I want to be a superhero, but I'm not doing nothing to take. That's not thinking. I couldn't think enough fast enough. But basically, I'm looking at something that I'm not even prepared for right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to work with what we can work with right now, and then whenever we know, then we go to the next at the next at the next. Even though I believe, I told you before, I believe if we knew how to get along with our families, we knew how to forgive one another, all type of things and all that stuff. Once we can do that, then I think we can kind of destroy these so-called people that we thinking is controlling us. I believe we can fly past them. I think that overrides everything, and that's just my beliefs.
And look at it like this, like all this trauma that we supposedly have and everything like that. Yeah, everybody, we all have trauma individually. Like we can all agree to that. But there are some of us that are strong enough to just say, to sit that trauma to the side and understand that there is something bigger than ourselves. You understand that that black dollar is the fastest dollar that leaves this community on the planet. There's no other dollar that leaves this community on the planet. So all these people talking about this, that, and the third, they trying to do this, they won't change, but you steady buying Louis bags. You steady buying Prada. You steady buying Gucci. You ain't spent not a damn dollar at a black community.
But let's stop right there. Why is that though?
Because people.
Why do we spend money on that as opposed to
Listen. I'm about to answer you. The reason why is because let's call an ace a spade a spade. A lot of these black entrepreneurs don't know what customer service is. They don't want to do their job. But when you go to these other high places, they sit there and they mess up and they'll try to fix it immediately. Our people act like.
I'm gonna ask you the question again because I'm not sure you get the question.
I just answered it. You just said why.
Why what though?
No. Why do they spend their money not on? Wait, what you just said? Why? I just gave you the reason why.
No, I'm saying, what do you know what the question was? In other words, do you know what you were answering why to?
He said, yeah. That why do we spend our money elsewhere other than with black people? That's what I was answering.
No, that wasn't. That wasn't the point he made. The point he made was that we spend our money on essentially consumer-based things as opposed to homes. I'm guessing things that would build.
We are the first to leave the hood.
Hold on. But my question is why do we do that?
Well, he said the reason why black people will put their money on Louis Vuitton is because when it comes time for black businesses to, provide these products to black consumers, black businesses don't have good customer service. That's
Okay,
the
that's
answer
not
he's
why.
giving
Okay, but
you.
that's not why we spend our money there. That's not why we spend our money on
So
things
why
like
is the
this.
reason that we spend our money
We
there?
spend our money on designer things because we want to feel better about the condition that we're already entrapped in.
I
That's the
agree.
reason we wait. Hold on, wait, stop, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. That's the reason we spend our money in those places. When you feel downtrodden, the first thing you're looking for is a relief from that feeling. Social ostracization will have people do things that will damage themselves. That's what social ostracization does. That's psychological repression. So that's another form of oppression that I was referring to when I was talking about what everybody else has gone through in comparison to Negroes. We
Yeah, and
buy
so like
Jordans,
Willie
we
Lynch
buy,
got
Jo-
it
we buy,
right.
hold on. We buy Jordans, we buy Louis Vuitton, we buy all of these things. Right now, my whole fit right now it's probably at least $1,200. But that also doesn't mean that I'm not financially, putting myself in a position also. But I'm just using that as an example. Okay.
So why do you buy those things knowing what you know?
Well, I buy those things number one because I don't have I don't have to worry about taking care of children right now. So,
You see, me, I'm different. I mean, that's just a me though. I'm talking about a we.
Also, but another reason I do that. Another reason I do that is because when you're in the process of building credit, you have to spend.
Well, I don't buy designer. Like
That's fine. That's fine. Teach their own. You don't have to. You can if you want to. You don't.
I like regular t-shirts, regular
Be
back.
honest, Moses. You buy it for the same reason they buy it. You want to flaunt.
Oh, that's the answer.
No.
That's the
Hold on,
answer I was
hold on.
waiting
Wait,
to hear. But
Hold on.
I'll let him go with it.
Hold on. I didn't say that I didn't buy it for also those reasons as well. Of course, I like to look good in my shit. And that
But you
doesn't
can,
have to
if
be-
you
wait,
look
hold on,
good,
hold on.
you can look
But
good with
understand, that's
But
different.
you don't think that
than
what
the
you
reason I
said
just
and
said.
what you was just preaching is a
No,
contradiction?
no, because that's not the same reason. I didn't grow up in a condition like that.
So what condition did you grow up in? I just want to know.
I grew up completely different than most black folks grow up in. I didn't grow up in the hood. I didn't grow up in ghetto neighborhoods. That's not where I grew up.
But hold on, Moses. Hey,
So if you never,
Moses,
never grew up in the hood,
Wait, hold up.
how
That
are you
didn't say-
telling? How are you speaking on people who did?
Because I didn't say that I never lived in one. I said I didn't grow up in one.
What's the? All right, bro.
There's
See, I grew up in the hood, right?
There's
Okay,
most
but
certainly a
Moses,
difference.
you didn't grow up in the hood, but you're still behaving the same way. So it's kind of showing how
Wrong. Because when I said I'm wearing when I said I'm wearing $1,200 worth of shit right now, what did you think in your mind I was wearing? What did you think I had on?
I really didn't care.
No, what did you think though?
I didn't care. You're the one that said you
I didn't
spend.
Rachel, I'm not asking
You're
if
the
you
one that
cared.
said that you spend on designer.
Hold on, you said
Right,
12,000 or
You're
1,200?
I don't care. I'm speaking,
Rachel, hold up. I didn't ask you if
I'm
you
speaking
cared.
to what you said about spending on designer. You spend on
I
designer.
didn't
Is
ask
that not
if
what
you
you said?
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you.
No, but
what you-
I'm speaking to what you said. That was my comment. So
My-
you can only address my comment. I
I'm
know
only
you're trying to
addressing-
deflect. You're trying to deflect.
No, I'm only
but-
addressing the comment that you made, which was the comment I was addressing when you said you didn't care. I didn't ask you if you cared. I asked you what you envisioned when I
But
said
you're
$700.
skipping. You literally skipped the main comment that I made. Is that you're still exhibiting the same behavior, and you weren't born in the hood.
Exhibiting the same behavior means nothing though, because I was talking about the reasons why those people do it, and we don't.
Yeah, exactly. So
That's why I asked you. I'm saying, how are you speaking on people
that literally
who
proves the
never
same
lived
thing.
there?
You're fit. No, I didn't say that. That's what I'm trying to say. Listen, what I'm saying. I didn't say that you can't practice the same habits. There are white people that still wear Armani suits. Let's not act like they don't buy their own shit. More so than we buy their shit, by the way.
Okay, so what's your reason for giving an excuse for why they
I
doing
didn't give an excuse. I gave a reason. What was my reason?
Exactly. Oh my
But
God.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Hold on.
I
What
follow
are
you,
saying
Moses.
exactly
Like,
for? I'm
he's
trying
a
to figure out
smart
what you're saying
ass
exactly
man.
for right now.
But it just get to
No,
a
but
point, like,
the reason I just gave you was completely different than the reason that I gave you for why they do it.
Okay, but we asked you why you do it.
but
No,
they
like,
were
And what did I say?
oppressing.
Hold on. And what did I say?
knowing what you know.
And
Why
what
do
did I
you
say? What did I say was my reason?
He said because he wants to look good.
No. See, this is what I'm saying.
But that's very that's
Not
very
Because he
similar.
wants.
Yeah, the
Why
reason
did you
he
look up?
wants to look good is to
No.
make up.
You keep talking about a
He
reason that
wants
I
to.
didn't say.
He wants to look presentable
Yeah, like
whenever he
look
goes
like shit. But what
somewhere.
was the reason I gave
So
you?
Yeah,
designer
but
makes you
designer is not what
critical.
makes you presentable.
Oh
No,
my
I'm
Yeah,
not
god.
but see,
saying
That's
that
we
though.
always
But
already a
guess
hear,
poor
what?
we
mindset
always see
anyway.
What
this is
his
what I'm talking
name?
about. This is why I said we have a tendency to talk past one another. Y'all gonna act like y'all didn't hear me say that I bought my stuff because I'm building credit. Y'all didn't hear me
Yeah,
say
yeah,
that. No,
I
you
heard
didn't.
that. I
No, that's
remember
not
Okay,
what
that.
you
so
Yeah,
said.
I
That's
Yes,
not
remember
what you
that.
you
said.
don't have to
He
Wait,
buy
did
hold on.
say that
designer.
though.
No,
You
he
don't
did
have
not
to
say
buy
that's why you
designer
buy
to
it.
build credit.
listen.
Yeah,
That's
but
not what he
designers not
said.
building
Reasons
credit
why.
You
though.
That's
don't have
not
to
what he
buy
said.
designer to build credit.
I didn't
That
say
is
you
That's
had
not
to.
what he
bullshit.
said, bro.
I
You
didn't
did
say
not
He
you
say
did
had
that.
to.
say that though. He
I
did
You
say
didn't say
said
that,
you
that
had
helps you
to.
build credit. You didn't say that's the reason why you
but
buy
not
it.
That
designer
is
Like
though.
you're
literally what I
like
But
Cap,
said.
there's
Cap,
so many other
You
ways
can't be
to
serious.
build
that's
You gotta
Cap.
credit
buy
other
the
than
damn
buy
designer.
designer.
You can't be
That's
serious right
crazy.
now.
Cap.
You can't be serious right now. You can't be serious
You
right
don't
now.
build credit by buying designer stuff.
You can't build credit
I
by
know it's
buying no damn.
definitely cap.
You can build credit by
What?
buying anything. What are you talking about?
No, you
Not
can't.
designer.
Man,
Not
but choosing to
designer.
build
Not
credit by
designer.
buying
You're
You
not
know
designer
what?
serious.
You know
Y'all
what
are not
Not
luxury
serious right
credit
now.
designer.
is?
Y'all are not
Luxury
serious right
credit
now.
is like a
Y'all are not
motorcycle,
serious right now.
Not no damn
stuff
Armani.
like that,
Y'all are not serious right
Once
bro.
you
now.
You
put,
you don't
hey,
get
Y'all
you
are
don't
serious right
get
now.
credit points for buying Gucci,
once you
Louis,
put them,
Fendi.
hey, once you put
You
them
don't.
Armani
Y'all
jeans
sound
on,
Hold
crazy.
up, hold up. Are y'all saying that y'all know how to build credit or don't know how to build credit right now?
Yes,
What's the primary way in which most people build
you
credit
can
today?
get luxury items, vehicles,
but you have to
No,
pay.
automobiles,
no.
You have
That's
to
stuff
not what
pay
I'm
like
your
saying.
credit
that,
card back.
What is the primary way in which you do it?
You have to pay that
bro.
credit
What do you
card
have to
back.
do in order to build credit typically?
I guess I get what you're saying though.
What?
I
No,
get
no.
what you're saying.
Answer the question. What do you have to do typically to build credit?
So when you get a credit card, when I get a credit card or whatever, and I go out and I buy whatever, okay, you're
Okay,
right.
exactly. Wait, hold on. So you're doing what? You're doing what?
I can buy whatever. It
You're
doesn't
doing,
matter.
which means you're
You
doing
could
what? You're
use your credit
I'm
card
spending,
to
building
right?
my
buy
credit
food.
by
It
paying
doesn't
my
have to
credit
be
card
By
back.
designer though.
spending, right?
By spending, yeah, and paying
Right.
it
So
back.
I just said that that's the reason I was doing it. Now I just prefer to buy certain things, and that's because I like to.
That's right
First of
too.
all, design.
I get what you're
Let's be
saying.
honest. Let's be honest. First of all, when it comes to, and we can go down all of the merchandise from every clothing unit. Does not designer stuff feel better and more comfortable? Are you going to tell me that Under Armour feels better on your body than Nike? You're going to sit there and tell me that?
Well, I had
Just
some
show me
Amiri.
why.
I had some Amiri jeans. Them bitches was tight as hell.
Okay,
But
I'm saying, but that's a choice. That's a choice that you chose. Buy the tight ass jeans. You could have gone a size up.
Well, and
You're trying to outline your thighs, nigga.
nah,
Don't.
them bitches, hey.
There's plenty of quality clothes that you can buy.
But
No, I
now,
didn't. No, no,
look,
no.
I
Hold
bought
up.
some
I'm not saying that there
$500
aren't.
pair of
I agree with you,
jeans.
Rachel. I'm not saying that there aren't. But what I am saying is he asked me why I did it, and you made a comment as though I'm doing the same thing they're doing. No, I'm not, because I did it for a different reason.
Yeah, you can say that, but I'm just saying I don't believe
But
you.
see,
But
that's my fault though. Actually, that is my
Okay,
fault
okay,
because I meant to go deeper
okay. And wait,
too.
hold up. So now that I addressed that, though, now Rachel, my question still stands. When I said $1,200, what did you think in your mind I was wearing?
I wasn't focused on the $1,200. I was focused on when you said you
Okay,
buy
when I
design.
said designer, what did you think I meant when I said I had $1,200 worth of stuff on?
I didn't even hear that part. I did not even care about that part. Like it didn't matter.
Because
You buying
responded to that,
buying
Rachel.
designer is already like you falling into a false system. Like buying designer is already dumb in itself.
Why?
Be honest.
Why is
If
that?
if you are not in a financial bracket to just be buying designer, I that's already poor spending habits anyway.
Firstly, I
So
would ask who said I'm not in that financial bracket, and second of all, why is it that it's bad to buy designer?
look, I look at. Are you a millionaire?
Why do you need to be a millionaire to buy designer?
You don't, but look, that's just my opinion. I think that is poor financial spending. I
Hey,
really
them
honestly.
tight ass jeans I bought with $500. Hey,
Like,
ooh, shit. And
So,
I ain't got them.
all right,
I
real
wanted to
quick.
say this. Oh,
Real quick,
okay.
hold on, real quick. It's two people. I'm gonna drop Faith and Shiloh because I gotta bring two people up, and then I gotta let Middle Road. I don't know. You got something you want to add to this real quick, or you just listening for the moment?
No, I was gonna jump in, but I was, my routine. I wait to start talking first.
Oh, you gonna wait? All right, for sure. Then, all right. Just let me know. You already know your move. What you gonna? There you go. I
Yeah,
already
that's the
know from
old
that
school
one.
player right there. That's a player right there.
When I see those, I know it's time. Let me go ahead. We about to let up some more old schoolers up. You know what I'm saying? Not No offense, y'all. I'm just saying, you know, you gotta bring. Let me say the wisdoms is coming up. We're
I
gonna let some
connect with the
wisdoms
old
up.
schools though.
My wisdom God, my wisdom brothers coming
Yeah,
up.
I
You
done
know
been
what
to
I'm
chain.
saying?
I done been to chain gang and everything. I connect with y'all old schools though for real.
Yeah, I
I
mess with the
stand for
one dude that
something.
left. I don't know what happened to him. My boy, he was speaking my language. I ain't gonna lie, I be fed up though, man. I ain't gonna even lie. It irritates me because, like I said, I hear this. I've been hearing this for years, and I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. It be getting to a point where even though people want to say that we gotta address this certain thing, but it seems like we just pandering to our own kind now. It just seems like we're getting to that
Making
point now.
money off us,
Cause it's
coming
like
up
it's
off us.
yeah, and I'm just saying, it's like,
Well,
damn, when we gonna tell each other to like, all right, leave that alone. Uh these white people do not have as much power as we think they have over us. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
We just got
Why we can't give like a more of a motivating mindset? You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, well, they did do this and all this other stuff. I'm just tired of hearing that. I ain't gonna lie, but
bro.
if I've been hearing it since and I'm about to be 30, about 35 this year. I'm about to be 35 this year, and I've been hearing the same thing since I was probably 2 years old. This junk, it gets irritating.
But you know what irritates
And
me
then
is when these
go
people
ahead.
when our people when they get in a racist situation or something like that, somebody be doing this or acting this way. If I can see the video of you getting racism towards you on a TikTok, that pisses me off more than anything. Like, bro, there ain't no way in hell you let this white man call you a nickel, and you let this white man do you this way, do you that way, and you done posted a video and you want us to feel sorry for you. Like, bro, you supposed to handle that business. Fuck all
Wait,
that.
hold up. I don't know about that one though, but I'm about to say, well, because you gonna set us up, man. We can't keep reacting off of words though. This a new day and age. They trying to find every last reason to off us, so we can't react off words. So I wouldn't give that advice though, because I was about to ask you what type of, but you already said it already. What type of business we got? Now I wouldn't. I don't want to advise us to do that stuff though. We already said we on
I
a
mean, we gotta be smart. We definitely gotta be smart in what we do.
be smart,
You
yeah,
know what I'm
for real.
saying? But when it comes to a person trying to actually like when somebody following you or doing this or being a Karen and this, like shit, put that camera phone down, like handle business. Like I understand that you are supposed to be here. You're supposed to be where you at. Like, don't let these people just downplay what you done been through or what your trauma is or what's going on. You as a human being. Like back then they looked at us as 3/5 of a human being. So now, like, bro, you 100% human being, bro. You stand on that, bro. Like at the end of the day, like, bro, you stand on what you believe in.
All right, let me get middle row. My bad, so many M's up here.
All right.
Go ahead, middle row.
Thank you for letting me come in. I think that this is one of the funny conversations whereby, like as Moses said, we're talking past one another. If we can't even agree upon the objective, there's no sense in even having a conversation. Now, despite what you may think or not think about him buying designer clothes, he said very clearly, one of the ways to build credit is to spend money. That's the basis, right? What he spends it on is of no consequence. But you got to spend the money, using their credit card, and paying the bill. That is the fundamental thing involved here. That's the foundation, right? But because we couldn't get past the foundation, we were stuck on with what he bought. And therein lies part of this problem. If the issue is this box, right? This is the problem. There's physically 6 sides to it, right? You see it from your own individual perspective, whatever that perspective is. And you must realize that if you're going to come to this table and actually have a solution, I cannot fight you about how you see this problem. I have to agree that there is a problem at the basis. If we agree that the problem is, again, this box, that's the problem. How we got to the problem, we can discuss that and find ways to collaborate with one another to create a solution. But if we don't agree that, you know what, this is the problem, it's not how I see it as a problem, this is the problem. And that's the thing we need to figure out with some of these conversations. I get your point, right? How many days are we going to talk about how bad the quote unquote white man's treating us? I understand that, right? But there's also a reality as to why we think the way we think. You cannot discard that. This is the long game. We didn't get here overnight. We ain't coming out overnight. That's clear and that's obvious. But what we do not do is this here. Take into consideration the fact that we as a community have a table full of problems. A table full. There will be more than one issue we got to solve for. There'll be more than one solution. There is no one cookie cutter approach to getting us out of the hole that we're in. And I step back from there.
I agree. Earlier, I wanted to say before, I think it was the man on the top right corner. I disagreed with him when he said it was a fantasy for I don't want to misquote him, but it sounded like he said it was a fantasy for Black people as a community to come together and I guess like create the change. My thing is this: if Black people have done this before, historically speaking, what makes you guys think we wouldn't be able to do it now? Because you have to keep into consideration, right? If you're looking at it from the very beginning, from where you guys started, which was slavery, you managed to get past Jim Crow, pass a law stating, okay, I have the right to, vote. Now I have the right to, go to the same schools as you. I have the right to, get fair pay. I have the right to, like, if you're passing these laws and if we're doing that together as a group, so I don't understand the pessimistic mindset to say that, okay, Black people can't come together as a community now and do it again. So that's where I disagreed with the person on the top right corner when he was saying it's a fantasy. I was like, no, that's not a fantasy. You guys have already done that before. Now, the method could be that, you could say, okay, we need more Black doctors, or we need more, Black lawmakers, or we need more Black teachers, Black role models. Then it's like, it just depends on, like, if you feel like there's a gap, like, okay, if I'm saying there's a gap in health disparities, I want Black nurses, because the Black nurses will tell me what's going on behind the scenes like they always do. And, the Black healthcare providers, the administrators, the ones who make the rules, the policies, to say that, oh, it's a fantasy, I just feel like, I don't know, that's pessimistic. That's so disheartening. And it's not like you haven't done it before. So, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Well,
I
understand this. Oh,
want to say something real quick. The reason the credit conversation went the way it went is because some of y'all saying y'all didn't hear it, but it was a contradiction. It was a contradiction in there, and it got called out. And yes, y'all right. You can boost your credit score by making bad purchases with your credit card and paying them back, or whatever purchase it is. But as I've been taught by my elders, that doesn't really build credit. You need luxury credit in order to go get in the house and get certain things. And in order to get luxury credit, you have to get luxury items, which is like motorcycles.
What them two fingers mean?
which is like motorcycles, or like something that counts as luxury credit. The designer stuff does not count as luxury credit. Like,
I also wanted to say, if you can, why not just buy something that you could, you want to buy something that's going to make you more money. It doesn't make sense to spend money on designer and say that you're building credit. Like, yes, spend money, but spend money on something that's going to
See,
give
the
you
way
more
that these
money.
people got this system set up is, look at Donald Trump. He is the king of bankruptcy, is what he has been trying to tell people for so long. Look, we are trying to prove something by spending all this money doing this and wearing this, that, and the third in front of each other. We're buying design and everything. This man is bankruptcy king. I've read his book. I've read The Art of the Deal. I've read everything about Donald Trump. I know everything about him. When he cuts a deal, he does this, he spends this money, guess what he do? He files bankruptcy on that ass. Guess what? That shit is wiped clean from his record. We are steady trying to prove something. We are steady trying to wear these $500 jeans in front of somebody, or some Jordans in front of somebody, but you don't even own a car. What the fuck? Like, you don't even got your own house. Like, and you are trying to flex this.
But that's a bad way as for finance.
Bro,
financially,
what?
that's not smart.
No, it's not smart
If
at
you
all.
don't, I don't understand why you all feel like, based upon how much money you spend, if it's a smaller amount or a large amount, it will dictate how fast you build credit. That's not how credit works.
All right. You got it, bro.
If I spend,
All right.
No, they're trying to say you don't need to spend it on designer in order
Yeah,
to
that's
build
what we're
credit. That's what
saying.
they're trying to say.
All right. You got it, bro.
If I spend,
All right.
No, they're trying to say you don't need to spend it on designer in order
Yeah,
to
that's
build
what we're
credit. That's
saying.
what they're
Like,
trying to say.
But you hated on that. Like, I think that we shouldn't be focused on buying the designer shit.
The
Like,
system
you
is
don't-
okay,
meant to
I
be
mean, I hear y'all
finessed.
keep saying that, kid, but I'm just, can you give me
Moses,
a
what are you,
reason
bro?
why is
That's
what
not what we're saying. I'm saying we should not buy. That's not something that you should teach them, the kids, to go use a credit card to get Louis Vuitton.
Wait,
That's
hold on.
not smart.
I'm saying, wait, hold on. If building credit means you can buy Louis Vuitton or buy what they be selling at Payless, like Etonics, right? What does it matter which one they get? Why does that matter?
There's so many other
That
ways
is
to get
because they
credit,
can't
bro.
afford it. That's where it
That shit
becomes
is
an
not
issue.
smart. I'm not with
But
that.
that's my question though. I'm saying, like,
It's
so
not
we're only
smart.
so
To
we're
me, it's
only
not a
talking
smart
about
idea, and that's
that's
just
fine. But
personally me.
let me just I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
I'm
So we're
not.
only
I
talking
wouldn't tell
about
a
the
young
people.
adult. I wouldn't tell a young adult to go buy that designer or to buy them Amiris or buy that stuff to build their credit.
Wait,
That's
hold
the
on. I'm
wrong.
asking you.
But that's the
Why
wrong.
does it
That's the
matter though?
wrong reason because that's not how you want the
Because they
next
can't
generation to
afford
come
it. That's
up.
why it
Well,
matters.
That's what I'm.
look at my
Wait, hold on.
perspective. Like I came from a hood and
Wait, hold
everything
on.
like
Wait, real
that.
quick.
This
Hold on. Let me just ask this question, Moshe, because I'm really trying to understand this. Would you all consider Nike designer?
yeah.
Okay, so Nike designer athletic wear, which is what a lot of these youngsters in these are gonna wear, right?
Yep.
And you're saying you wouldn't suggest they buy that because why? And let's not and by the way, I could probably give you the pricing of damn near everything at Nike. That's damn near almost all I wear.
I only
Yeah,
buy
that's
white
cool.
forces.
I'm just not telling the younger
They
generation to go
can't.
spend their credit cards on material shit like that. Go buy something else to invest in, bro.
Like
Do
what?
not go
Like
buy no
what? I'm
shoe,
saying to build credit. Like what?
bro. To go find something to do. It's so many other options.
Okay, give me some examples.
You could use it.
Oh my
It
god.
doesn't. The point
If I gotta
the
give
point.
you an example, bro, it does not make any. This conversation
You
is
see
going
what
on
I'm
a
you see
dead
what I'm you
end.
see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said like you can't give us a reason. You can't give us a reason. Like I don't
It's
care
not a
if he
smart
if he gets
financial decision.
it's not a poor one either. If he gets a $500
Okay.
limit on his credit card, right? Let's say he decides to spend it on a pair of shoes that are $250 from Nike, and then he wants to get a pair of shorts that are $30 and a shirt that's $25 to $30. All right, so he spent about $300 so far, maybe $350, right? Why does it matter if he spends it on that as opposed to whatever it else is that you're talking about he spend it on? Why does it matter? It's horrible credit. What do you mean it's horrible
Okay,
credit?
can I?
If you take back your credit card on
Break
time,
it
if you
bad.
take
Bro,
back your
break it
credit card,
bad.
Hold on.
hold on. If you
You
take
have
back your credit card
Hold on.
balance
Can I
on
ask you a question?
time, it's the same thing.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
horrible
because I
credit.
think
this makes zero sense.
there's variables that go on with this, right? If you're just building credit and you got some terrible interest rate, and you buy something frivolous with it, and you're
Bro, you're adding
spending
variables
basically
right now,
twice
brother.
as.
You're adding
But
variables.
what I'm saying is, no, we're talking about credit, right?
What
Sure,
them
sure,
two
sure.
fingers mean?
I'm
Oh,
saying,
Hold on. Let me finish.
I'm just saying, let's
What I'm
grant that it's a
saying is,
normal. It's a
let me
normal.
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying so you can get what I mean. Because what I'm
Sure.
talking about is, it could be a smart purchase, as Moses is saying. It could be, right? Depending on what credit card it is, depending on what your situation is, that could be a smart way to go. That same exact example could be a horrible example if he got the wrong credit card. That's what I was trying to say. There's not
Because if I hear what you're
differences.
saying, I'm saying you're adding a variable
Yeah.
I'm just saying you're adding a variable that's not a variable right now.
No.
What I'm
We're
saying
just
is,
talking about just spending on credit, right? It can
no,
be good or
no.
it
This
could
is
be
what I'm.
bad, depending on how you do that. But what I was going to add to the conversation was, I think there's a difference between when I think of designer, I'm thinking of the luxury extreme that people are doing. If you are going out buying a $1,400 belt, but you can't even pay your light bill. When you go out and buy,
Because that's
that
what I'm
is
saying.
what I mean
Down,
when I
bro.
say
Because I'm
people
saying
are
you're
messing
adding
up.
other variables.
Hold on.
Listen,
Listen,
though, bro.
look, I'm not adding a variable. I'm saying when I think of, maybe you guys are thinking of something different.
You are.
Right?
You're adding the fact that they can't afford it, and that's what I'm saying. That's another variable. That's not what I was talking about.
No, I know what you're
Was it?
saying.
If you get a 500, first of all, you have to be approved for one anyway, right? So once you get approved for a credit card, let's say you get a $500 spending limit. I don't care what your APR, tax rate, or whatever else you want to talk about is, okay, or interest rate. I don't care about none of that. All right, it doesn't matter. You get 500. Let's just say it's normal or considerate. All right. If you get $500, why does it matter if I spend it on a designer something or other, as opposed to spending it on something that doesn't cost that much? You know, I still haven't heard a valid reason for it. You're saying that for financial spending, and the reason you're saying that is because you're predicated on the fact that you all don't think the person that has the credit card can afford it. And I'm saying, why are we starting from that point?
Because if you live in a
Okay,
certain-
let me get.
Look at most
Okay,
Americans, especially.
if that's
Hold on.
if that's where we're gonna start, then I'll just
Hold on. Can we?
I'll disagree.
hey,
Okay, hold on.
You're just talking over
Hey,
people. You don't want
yo.
somebody to
Yeah,
talk.
Moses.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold up. Everybody pause real quick. Rachel is talking. Kev's not here. Y'all know if Kev was here, he'd be tripping right now.
man, where
Just
Kev at?
like
He's coming back.
relax.
He's here
Relax,
tonight.
guys. I understand everybody want to talk. Rachel,
Yeah.
go
Okay. So
ahead.
I did see Middle, and then Timu, and then you cousins go back. But Moses, you got to let people like respond.
What do you mean
Okay.
I gotta let people respond? I didn't stop them from responding.
Yeah, I know, but you
Every time
interject
somebody
before
comes
they
up.
can even finish their point.
Hey, middle,
But-
hey, middle, he a real OG. I can tell because ain't no way in the hell he can
okay.
sit there and
Go ahead, Middle, and then Timu.
Okay. I think this is one of the conversations, again, whereby we need to understand the foundation of things. You're arguing two separate points.
Right.
Credit, all right, is based upon your income to debt ratio. We'll start with that. I heard somebody say something about luxury credit. There's no such thing.
Right.
It is. It's mentioned when you go buy a motorcycle.
Can you stop for a second?
No.
Stop.
I'm telling you what they said at the
Please
dealer.
stop interrupting. Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
All right, he got it.
People say things all the time because they have no understanding of something, so they just make stuff up. When you pull your credit report, there's nothing that says what you bought. It just says who you had the credit through.
Right.
So, with that being said, if I get a Capital One card with a limit of, say, $25,000 on it, there's never going to be a breakdown as to what I actually purchased for that $25,000. So when someone tells you luxury credit, such as a car, that's not really true. And saying that there's luxury credit, that's just you buying a vehicle. The real issue becomes, did you pay your bills? What is your income to debt ratio? That's the understanding we have to have. Not this thing about, well, hey, you know what? You bought designer clothes. I don't think it's a good idea. That's a frivolous purchase to you, but not to the person who actually made the purchase who can afford it. So they're two separate and distinct conversations. There's no need to fight about it. And I think, like I said before, when we get in these conversations, we're getting so bogged down into the minutia about how we see things versus what we truly understand. And that being, again, that what is the actual objective being done here? Determining what credit is and how to build it. It has nothing to do with me buying a car, okay? I can't get the car if I can't pay off a simple credit card. That's my whole point. And the thing is here, let's not fight about that. The question is, if it's on the table at all, how does one build credit? That's the basis we need to start with,
Right.
not about
That's
what you actually
what
bought.
I was referring to.
Okay, Timu.
Especially when you're, what, 18 to 25-ish, utilizing credit card to buy things that you don't need and allowing or promoting it is crazy to me. Approximately 70.2% of Gen Z ages 18 to 25 have credit card debt. How many of them do you actually think knows what the hell they're doing with credit cards?
Approximately 18 to 25 of those don't even have credit cards. What are you talking about?
70.2% of Gen Z ages 18 to 25 have credit card debt. 70%.
How many of them have credit cards, though, is my question.
Credit card debt. That means
How many of them
70.2%
have-
of 18 to 25-year-olds have credit cards in order to have credit card debt.
All right, and you think, and wait, hold on, and you
You're
think that the
still
reason they have
talking
credit
over
card debt-
people instead of muting, right?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, bro.
I know, but Moses, damn.
How hard
You
is
can't
it to
even
understand?
because you don't even let him finish.
It's literally a statistic. 70.2. You're literally asking me how many of them have credit cards. 70.2%. In order to have credit card debt, they have to have credit cards. 70.2% of Gen Zs, 18 to 25, have credit card debt. How many of them actually responsibly utilize their credit or know what the heck they're doing? It's not taught in school. So to promote buying fancy, flashy shit just because you have a credit card is crazy to me. You keep asking people, how do you buy something that can make you money? It's not hard. That I make decals that make me money. I don't utilize my credit, and I have, 5 credit cards? Just because I can buy something, I go and do it. No. I buy stuff that makes me money. I will take my credit card and buy an LLC with it. I will take my credit card and buy things that create income with it. I don't buy things just to buy them with credit. That is crazy.
That's the disconnect when it comes to Touche and Moses, because
100%.
Moses is talking about It builds his credit by buying anything. And what Touche is saying is he buys things he has to pay back, but he
There is
buys
something
things
called
to
good credit
accumulate money.
utilization. There's something called good credit utilization and bad credit. Anything that literally doesn't make you money is considered bad credit. Why do you think a lot of millionaires have debt, but it's good debt?
Yeah,
They
like
borrow
Donald
against
Trump.
assets.
So I want to say thank you, Timu, because I did have a brain fart and trying to figure out what it is. I meant something like that you can make money off of.
It's just
And
a
if we
100%.
disconnect.
and
That's all it
if
was.
we are
Like
teaching
drones can
kids,
make me
right?
money.
If we are teaching kids that buying designer is gonna build their credit, that's what the next generation is gonna do. That's what they're gonna do. That's not what you
I
want to
don't buy
teach them.
designer. I buy
Okay.
black t-shirts, white t-shirts, and regular pants and forces.
But
Hey,
the
did
thing
you
is,
borrow
you've never
$500
used
All right,
from
all
me?
right, all right, all right. Hey, we're moving past the topic here. Timu, were you done?
it's mind blowing to me how people don't know about credit, and then they'll push this a narrative. Buy whatever you want on credit. It helps you build your credit. No, bro. No, you are literally setting these people up to fail by doing that. You may have the financial means. Like I tell everybody younger, if you don't have the money in your bank account, do not utilize your credit card. Period. End of discussion. You want to build credit. Credit is not used when you don't have money in your bank. Credit is used when you do, but you'd rather use these funds to help build your credit for the future. If you're promoting just buy whatever you want because you can, it's crazy. Crazy. Buy something that makes you money.
All
So
right.
I can see where y'all because I don't get what the argument is at though because y'all talking about two different things. Once again, that's gonna be funny when I just be sitting here listening. Y'all just literally be, and it's like y'all never figure it out that y'all talking about two different things. Because like I get it and I understand what Middle and Moses is saying,
Yeah,
right?
that's because the reason we have two different conversations is because we always do that thing where we say, let me finish. And people have a tendency to go on about not even anything that related to the topic, or they make multiple points in one statement. That's not a conversation. I'm not interrupting people for the sheer purpose of just interrupting and being rude. No, I'm legit trying to understand what you're saying. He's saying don't buy anything, buy something that builds money. Okay, like what? If you're building credit, what do you think people young Hey, first of all, you said 18 to 24, and 18 to 24-year-olds, 75% of them do not have credit cards, by the way. 22 to 24 may, but 18 to like 23, most of them don't. But anyway, that aside, what would you like them to spend their money on if you don't want them to spending on the designer things?
I think they just said that part too. That's what I said. They talking about basically investing the money on which I
Okay,
can
right.
get
Hold
that
on.
part.
Okay, all right. So you take your money and you invest it in something like what? Let's give me an example real quick so we can move past.
Guess whatever you can invest in.
Right, so no
Timu gave you multiple
but
examples.
Right,
So,
for
I
no
mean,
example, so no example figure. And oh, by the way,
He
this is
gave
the
you
generation.
he gave you multiple examples.
Wait, so no, this, and I guess since we doing that, right? Because I'm about to say, yeah, I get you. Like I said, I get what Moses and Middle said, right? Y'all talking about that anything? I get it. You can
No, I'm
you
really
can
not.
build
I'm
your
only
credit up
talking,
on
Dad,
that
I'm
on
not
that.
talking about anything, though, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. We were
I'm
talking
not
about
saying I need you to
designer.
finish. I want you to let me finish real quick. I'm basically just trying to get it out real quick. But I was just saying to sum up what I was hearing though. Y'all talking about. I'm not gonna just say anything, right? I'm just saying that it don't matter. Like the credit, when you do the credit, it's not going to be like, hey, you bought some Louis B or something like that or whatever. That I get that, right? We get that point. They're talking about like why sit there and buy expensive stuff or whatever it is, these name brand stuff, when you can be using it on something else that might last
Let
longer.
me answer that then.
Okay, there you go. Go
Answer
ahead.
that. Yeah, this is the generation that has social media. They are the most seen generation to have ever existed on the planet right now. So the reason they buy things that are associated with their appearance is because their appearances are literally businesses. So that's one of the reasons why they spend money on designer things, chains, shit like that. It's because they're typically seen and that helps them build their brand.
Come on, Moses. You think all them kids got a brain like you?
Everybody did. I'm telling you.
No, I was about to say, I don't think that many people
Oh, you
that.
didn't hear what I said. So you gonna act like you didn't hear what I said? All right.
No. Let me finish what I'm saying because like you took that little piece apart. I was about to say that I don't believe people have that mindset that you have, Moses. I think that's a very small amount. We know that majority of people, if they're buying designer stuff, They're just trying to keep up with the Joneses, or they're just trying to flex or get women. That's
Wait,
all
hold
it
on. Wait,
is.
hold on. Wait, hold on. Okay, keeping up
And
with
that
the
has been
Joneses,
said
though.
in this conversation
Yeah,
at least once.
keeping up with the Joneses. You're saying that they want to keep their appearance up with the Joneses. Why so though? It's because they go out in public. They're the most picture taking, video taking people on this earth, bro. So when they
Yeah.
do that and they're keeping up with the Joneses, they're doing that so they can step into that life. I'm not saying every one of them make it. I'm just talking about how obsessed they are with appearance as it's associated with them being able to make a
But is it
living.
helping though? Let's say that. Let's get to the point. Is it helping?
It depends. That depends on whether or not the person and this is why I said Middle was like the only person that was actually listening. That's why I said it depends on whether or not he or she pays their credit cards off early, on time, or late. That's how
Okay,
you
for the
get
masses, is it
credit
helping
cards.
for the masses?
What do you mean? Is it? Would it help for the masses? What do you mean by that? Yes, it would help for the masses if we told them.
Oh my gosh, I'm starting to think that you just one of them now from this point now. It seems like you defending them or something like that, because we
it'll
know.
help for the. Hold up, you said would it help for the masses? The answer is yes. It would help for the masses
What
if we. Hold up, you just asked the question, bro. Would it help for the masses? Yes, it would help for the masses. You tell them, hey, they tell you, I want to go buy this Louis Vuitton belt. All right, bro, fine. Go buy the Louis Vuitton belt. Don't go outside of your spending limit and pay that back on time. Yes, that would help the masses. And I don't think it would matter whether he spent that on that or he spent it on a gold chain. It wouldn't matter. You're still building credit. We were talking about.
I never knew
But
me and
hold on.
Moses disagreed so much. This is
But
crazy. That
Moses,
is
this my whole point. My whole
Hey,
point
Kev,
was.
it sounded like me and you 3 years ago.
Well, hold on. My whole point is the whole point
and
of
I ain't gonna lie,
everything
because
is
I mess with a lot of things that Moses, but today it's like, what the freak?
But the
I
whole
can't.
All right, well,
point
Kev, what are you
is to
disagreeing
mess
with
with
then,
the
bro?
black community.
Because
To
because
give
I
back to the
tell
black.
you, hold on real quick. Most let me say this real quick. The thing is, you saying it's like you trying to protect these dang on these dudes that be wasting their money and they never get nothing back out of it. The fact that you saying that
Wasting their
majority,
money? We're talking
no,
about
no.
building credit.
So
We're not talking about
no,
spending money
I
frivolously.
no, so that means you didn't hear what I said. Then you told me you going back to the credit thing. I'm not talking about the credit thing. That wasn't even my point. I'm saying people that spend their money on these luxury type things or whatever that they barely can afford. You see them at bus stops, but they got every last new shoe on, but they at bus
That's why I
stops.
asked you
That's what I'm
earlier,
talking about.
Right, and that's why I asked you earlier. I said, okay, so who are we talking about right now? Are you talking
Oh,
about people that are just spending money that they don't have? Because
I
that's
was
what
talking
y'all
about the
want.
majority of people that spend money on luxury stuff. Majority of people
I
that do
know.
that.
All right, and the majority of people that do
1825.
that, you asked me, of the majority of the people that do that, would you think it's a good idea to tell them that they should spend money on designer things? And I said yes, depending on whether or not they paid that credit card off or not, and how fast they do it. I'm saying,
But
Oh,
why
you
would
talking about the credit card thing?
but
Okay,
no,
you talking
hold
about
on.
that?
Should they
the
they
entire
send?
time I was talking was about credit because that's what.
Okay, I get you. I get
Should
you.
they
You
not?
you on
Should they
that?
not use that money to build a black community though? Put that money in the business. Put that money
I feel you,
into
and that's what I'm about to say. That's what you talking
LLC.
about. That's what
I
everybody.
think
That's
All
what.
right,
Yeah, that's
hold
what
on,
everybody else talking about is
hold on.
that
All
they
right,
should
okay,
build it
fine.
on. So I
I
get you
think
on
the
that though.
main question was
Let's
why do
explore
we
that.
spend our money on those designer things
The
than other
fastest
things?
thing that leaves
Let's
the
explore.
community
Let's
is the
explore
black
that.
That's
You
what
said
was
hold
said
on.
in the
dollar.
very
Hold on.
beginning.
Wait,
And
hold
That's
on.
what I
Right,
said.
late. You said spend their money on black businesses. I literally just explained that most of these youngsters see
no,
themselves
you
as the
said that.
businesses.
You said that. Why we
No,
don't
it's
spend
what
it?
I'm saying
Right,
is
and
the
that's a true
fastest
statement.
dollar that leaves this community is the black dollar, and it never
Okay,
comes
This
back.
back to
so
open
let me ask
panel,
you this
yo.
question, Moses. I
Period.
guess what I'm trying to understand is when you say black businesses, what are you talking about?
Black. No, I ain't say black business. I said black dollar. The
Okay, what do you
fastest
mean by
thing that
that?
leaves our
What do you mean
community
by
is the
that?
black dollar, and it never comes back.
Okay, I
It
understand that
never
part. But
returns.
I was talking about when you said they should spend their money with black businesses. You said that, right?
I ain't no, not just black businesses, but when you get
Okay.
rich, when a nigga get rich in his hood, he leaves the hood. Period.
Oh man.
That nigga don't build no businesses.
Right,
He
that's
don't build
understandable.
he does
First
not
of all,
build no
first
t-shirt.
of all, I totally disagree with that. Most of the black
It's facts. It
no, it's
doesn't matter
not.
if you
Most of the
disagree
black
with it.
people
It's
that
facts.
most of the black people that get financial solvency and are able to
They
purchase
go to a
businesses.
white neighborhood. Where
It's
do you
not the
live
point. You're
at?
just talking about where they live. I'm not
Where
talking
do
about
you
who live.
live at right
Wait,
now?
hold on,
Do
hold
you
on.
live in a white neighborhood or not?
Man, I'm gonna go
Your
ahead.
parents got money. Guess where they moved to? A white neighborhood. You did not come back to the hood to fix it, nigga. Hey, is you talking about?
I'm
These
talking about
niggas
you.
are still.
I'm talking.
You did not fix the hood. You left it. That's what I'm talking about.
I
That
mean,
black dollar never came back.
I mean, and
Y'all niggas left the hood and never looked back.
not to even keep
You
going.
sound
Let's get to
completely ridiculous. First of all, because you don't know anything about my family, and that's the opposite of what they
I know because you
shut up.
Well, whoa, yo,
You just tried to explain my family to me like you.
I know
what's
your.
going on in my family.
It doesn't matter. If
You
you are
don't know my
statistic.
family though, bro. No,
you are a statistic.
How can you say I'm a statistic? You don't even know me.
Because the majority of the people of the Black Dollar who left this generation.
All right,
So
y'all.
I'm glad. Hey, I'm glad he did. I'm glad that y'all just now we back. Now let's get to this part of the topic now. So I think y'all proving this one point right on this part is the monolithic mindset bringing more hatred than love. And Moses, I mean not Moses. Oh my bad, y'all with these M's, dog. What the freak? Most hated, right? I think you just did that monolithic thing, and that's something I'm kind of against. I ain't gonna even lie, and that's the reason why. That's the reason, because you automatically tie his family into something that is his family not.
Yeah, we're not even associated with, like, that's what I said. And then he think I'm a statistic. No, that's called projection. You're a statistic, loser. Now, what I was saying was when it came back to building
Yeah, right.
business,
I'm a statistic. I'm in the hood. I grew up
okay,
from the hood.
all right. Hey, look. And
Yeah,
then
right.
if that's the
And
case,
I overcame it. I overcame it though. That's the difference
congratulations.
between me and you.
So
I overcame poverty.
What do you mean that's the difference between you and I?
I overcame poverty. You grew up in the suburbs. I grew up in the hood.
Like it's a selling point?
I
I think he
overcame it.
proved it. Moses proved this point. He said you were a statistic. That
You
means that
damn
it's
right I'm a
true.
statistic, but I
Yeah.
overcame it.
So why you
proving
why
my
would you
point,
defend
though.
it?
I'm
Right, you proving
confused
his
on
point.
why y'all. I'm confused on why y'all still going back and forth at this
You
point.
left the
Because
hood,
he
nigga.
felt
You
Yeah.
by
he
designer,
felt-
nigga.
because
But
he felt-
regardless,
he felt
listen,
inferior.
okay,
That's
listen,
why we're going back and
most
forth
hated,
right now, bro.
most
He
hated.
felt inferior.
Listen. Can we move forward past this part? No, y'all don't both need to know each other. Can we move forward, please?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, man.
All right,
Oh,
middle. Go
I'm
ahead,
in
bro.
Atlanta, Georgia. Oakland,
So
Yeah,
what?
Oakland
let's take the fresh new voice in here,
All
because this ain't
right,
hurt my
hey,
head now.
come on. All right. Moving forward, we moving forward.
Let's level set with something, and this is disturbing. It's a pet peeve for me, but just follow me for a second. What is it with this thing of calling each other nigga all the time? Why is that even necessary? Here we sit, trying to have a civilized conversation, and because you don't want to believe that someone else sees things your way, they become nigga. Where? Why?
Well, I ain't gonna lie to you. The reason we do it is because the generation behind us saying this is the same thing that
Because all he listens to is the white man.
this
He don't
ain't-
listen to
this ain't-
nobody
wait,
else.
hold
He
on.
don't listen to no nigga. He listen to a white man though.
All right, bro.
A white man tell him something, he gonna listen.
Again,
That fuck nigga gonna
Hey,
listen
bro,
to the
listen.
white
Check
man.
it out. Check it out.
That fuck nigga gonna listen when he had to go to court.
Who are you
We
talking
not
about?
about to
When he
listen.
got to go to court, that nigga bow down.
Who are you talking
When that
about?
nigga go to
see,
Who is he
this is
talking
what I'm
about?
saying in terms of part of our problem, right? Here we sit saying, listen, we need to come to a consensus as to what we even trying to resolve, right? But because we have our different viewpoints, all of us come to the table with a mindset predicated upon past experiences and what you took from them. I.e., when we talk about things, we call it projection, right? Which we saw here. So at the end of the day, let's take a step back for a second. What are we trying to resolve? This conversation should have ended literally 30 minutes ago. Credit in and of itself is a derivative of income to debt ratio. End of the story.
I'm gonna let you breathe, my brother, the other dude. I'm gonna let you breathe and let somebody else. Go, keep going, middle.
Got it. So that's to the end of the story. The question then becomes, which is a separate issue, what you're buying with the credit, right? It's not enough to simply say, you know what, I see the world this way, so therefore, when you start doing the things that way, we're never going to come to a consensus. As I said before, what is the problem? What are we trying to resolve? What is credit? That's this. You have a perspective of it, but at the end of the day, it still is what it is, right? Now, how do we get it? That's the real question. Now, we go to the next step when someone says, hey, listen, well, I think you should not have bought this item. Okay, fine. You don't buy it for yourself, but if I can afford it, if I have, quote unquote, disposable income enough to cover it, then I buy that and call it a day. End of discussion, right? We talk about folk leaving the community and not coming back and where our dollars go. Let us be clear about something. A number of us don't have generational wealth for one particular reason, quote unquote, us people, is because when we get money, we give it back to our families. We may move out of the neighborhood, but do not think for 1 minute we don't turn around and give money back to those cousins and nieces and nephews. We do it every day, all day, which is why we don't have generational income. When you start talking about these issues, it's a much broader scope that you have to have. If your viewpoint is like this, very, very myopic, I can guarantee you this here. You have arguments about things that make no sense. At the end of the day, what are we trying to resolve? What is that? Let's determine what that is first, and then take our individual viewpoints, our individual experiences, if you will, collaborate together to create a solution and then move forward. But if you cannot understand, at the end of the day, this is the problem. I don't need to fight
We
you
just
about
and we just seen the problem right now. We
no,
don't know
but
how to
again,
diffuse
no.
things.
If you listen, they in this conversation here, what was this thing started about? Credit and what it was. We've gone
No, it was started off of a contradiction and then it led into that.
okay, again, at the end of the day, this is what I know about people. We hear and we interpret. The spoken word and written word is very often misunderstood between the conveyor and receiver. Why? Because when you hear things, you will interpret it. And your interpretation is based upon what? How you view the world. Moses said very clearly, he said more than one thing. But at the end of the day, he said this here. He spends the money for credit. He just said he spends money. Now, what he spends it on is a secondary conversation. But he said very clearly, I spend money to build my credit. Then it went into, okay, why'd you buy this item? That's secondary. If he has the disposable income, can afford it, let him buy what he wants. At the end of the day, if we're talking about how to build credit, all right, he has to do what? Get said credit card and spend money and then also pay his bills, which also aids what? His income to debt ratio. That is the overall point. Why are we arguing about what the hell he bought? That's my point. What are we arguing about? There's no need for that. If we're trying to teach people, all right, to the point before. Now, what you spend your money on, that's a separate conversation. I understand, like you guys are saying, why spend $100 for a pair of shoes when I can buy the same shoes for $40? I get it. I understand that. But that's a separate conversation. He's not promoting going out buying a bunch of junk because he can. He's just saying that's what he does. But in the day, he said, listen, no matter what you do, pay your bills. That's the real conversation. That's what I'm getting at. We're fighting about things that will pretty much ensure that we never move forward. Take a step back, calm down, just stop calling each other crazy names, and move forward. That's all. That's it. Step back from there. And one last thing. We are not niggas. Not one of us.
Dang, nigga. Sorry, no, sorry. Sorry.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't agree with that, but all right.
When you hear that,
cousin had his hands up.
I'm sorry. One last thing before I drop down, because it's kind of late here as well. When you hear that word, all right, just so we're clear about something, why would you take a word that's derogatory in and of itself and then say somehow we have changed it to be a term of endearment, but when we get angry, we use the same exact word? It was never a term of endearment.
I mean,
Let's not fool ourselves.
that's just your opinion. I mean, if you don't
The
like
same way we eat intestines, pig intestines.
Follow me for a second.
You said that's if you don't like it, that's understandable.
Here's the catch.
But some people just use that on the regular, and that's them taking the power back from it. Everybody's not going to agree.
Here is the catch. We live in a world of 7 billion people. You have your opinion, I have mine. Respect that, right? I respect yours, you respect mine. I'm saying for me, we are not niggas. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever.
And I understand that. I respect you on that.
If you understand that, then just let it go.
No, I understand it, but I'm not going to also sit here and say that I'm not going to say the word.
Then follow what I just said to you for a second. I said, we're not niggas, right? Then you said what you gonna say and not say. Did I tell you couldn't use it? I just said,
no, I mean, that's your opinion. You
follow what I just said to you.
That's fine.
I just said, and just step by step.
Okay, sir, I respect your point of view of it.
Follow what I just said to you for a second. Because again, if we're gonna move forward, let's have an understanding. I said that we are not niggas. I was very clear with that.
Yeah, and I felt the way I felt.
Which okay, fine, but here's the catch. What would be the need of telling me that you're still gonna call people niggas?
Because if you have a problem with hearing the word, then maybe this is just not the space for you to be.
What was your point?
I just said it. If you have a problem with somebody saying that word, maybe this is not the plateau that you need to be at.
No. Here's the question. If you're going to address what I'm saying, address the point that I'm making. I said we're not niggas. So you telling me that you are?
And if you have a problem,
no,
if you have a problem with the word nigga,
I told you why.
OG, you got it, champ.
Hold on,
you got it, champ.
The thing is, if you are promoting that everyone has a perspective and we have to be understanding, you also must admit that you have to understand why some people might use it.
I didn't say
So,
this again.
And that's what I'm saying. He said
so
we are
there's
not
there's
that, and I'm
really,
like, bro,
yeah.
if you don't like that word, and that's cool. I understand that, but maybe this isn't your platform for you.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
cool.
and we can squash it. We can
Yeah,
squash it.
I'm a squash. I'm over
Yeah,
it.
we can squash it. It's not that. It's not
It's not
that
that deep.
serious.
I'm over it.
It's not that serious. He just doesn't like the word, and yeah. Cousin.
You guys have a good evening. It's late for me. Like
No,
I said,
I think I hear what Middle might be saying though. He's saying so basically. To counter, if you was to counter him, right, you gotta explain why you are a NGI. That's what he's getting to about that. That's all. That's how you counter his stuff. So you gotta, if you can't
Oh yeah,
explain,
no, I don't have
then
no
then,
counter.
he, then
feel
he's
like
right.
I feel like
So Middle right then, if you saying that, then
no, I don't have no
Trying to
counter.
counter. That's the point.
It was nothing to be countered with. It's just if you have a problem with that word being said, I said
no,
then
he
maybe
never said that.
if you're
That's what I said.
speaking, Kev, follow me. If you're saying that you don't like to hear that or there's a problem for that,
He
then maybe
didn't
this.
say
That's
that
not what he
either.
said. That's not what he said. What he said was
All
he just
right.
asked a question. He said after he stated that we are not niggas, he asked you what was your reasoning for responding to him with "you're still
Mm-hmm.
gonna use the word." That's what was asked. That's all he asked.
I
Yep,
disagree.
yep.
I said I disagree. That's all
Okay,
I
so
said.
your
But
reason
okay,
for the
Right.
word still is that
And
you
listen, we like once again,
disagree
it's
that we
not.
are.
I'm not.
Wait, hold on,
We
wait,
don't
hold on.
gotta
You
go
just
that deep
understand.
into it. He
Hold
don't
on, hold on.
like
Let me
it.
just
That's
wait. Hold on.
cool.
Let me just understand
No,
what you're
it's
saying. That's
okay.
what
You don't have
Milton
to
was trying
go.
to
You
do.
don't have Moses. You don't
You're
have to
saying
go any
that you
further.
use the word
You do not
because.
have to go any
See, I
further.
feel like you're
We're
doing that right
moving
now because you know we're
forward.
getting that now. I feel
No,
like
because I don't want to keep talking
Right.
about it.
yeah, I feel like
Because I
you're
don't
doing
want
that
to
right
keep
now
talking
because you know
about
what's
it.
going on. You feel like Big Homie had a point, and then that's
Yeah,
why
right. I was about to say I kind
So
of
yeah,
like.
we don't have to keep
yeah.
talking about it.
Listen, if
We
your
don't have
answer
to keep
to
talking about it.
no, I'm just saying, if your answer to
Amir
if your
too.
answer for the question is simply that you use it because you disagree with the fact that we are niggas, then you feel like we niggas, and that's what Big Homie was saying. That's why he asked you what was your reasoning
And
for
I feel like
responding
y'all
back to
are.
him.
Yeah, right.
Do you feel like we niggas? I guess that's my
Do you
question
feel
And
now.
I
like?
feel
Yeah,
like
that's the
Erica, I
question.
feel like you are.
You said
I
what?
feel like if we're having a conversation and you was my friend and I'd be like, nigga, you would probably say it back.
Okay, so you feel like it's a colloquial term that we gentrified, took the power out of, and now we use as a term of endearment?
Are we gonna keep going?
Just
All
answer
right,
the
yes. I guess we're gonna leave it
question.
alone because he's not
Yeah.
about to answer it straight.
I'm not
Then.
about to
Nah,
answer. I'm
this
not about
question
to
would have
answer it. I
gave
just told y'all
this
we could have
question would
moved
have
forward
landed
so
his
many
point.
times. Why are we still talking about it? Let's
I'm
move
saying
forward.
if you answer the question, that would have landed your point. The reason
It
you
don't.
use
It
it.
don't. I don't. But I
Wait,
didn't
listen,
need.
hey, bro,
I
can you
didn't.
stop?
But
Can you just
listen,
stop for
I
a second?
didn't.
I'm
Moses,
just
I
trying to,
didn't need to land
bro.
my
Can you just
point.
stop for a second, man? I'm just saying.
Moses,
When
I
I
didn't need
asked
to
you,
land my
when I
point with
asked you,
you.
what's the reason you use it,
I
and you
didn't
said,
need to land
wait,
my
hold.
point
All right,
with
bro.
you.
Okay. Oh my God. I
Once
see he doing it
again,
again. He doing it again. He know I'm explaining something that makes sense. He don't want
I
to.
don't care, bro. I
Wait,
don't
he doing
care.
it again. He doing it again.
I
Look,
don't
all I'm saying
care.
is
All
you
right,
said
listen.
that you said
Let me say
because
this
you
for you.
felt.
I don't care. How about
Okay,
that?
that's okay. We got it. You don't
All
care.
right.
All right, cool. Now that we got that, I'm gonna go ahead and say what I'm gonna say now. All right. You said that the reason you use it is because.
I'm so sorry. I had to cut you off because I don't know how the hell you ended up taking a turn when it's supposed to be.
I said I don't care
Amir, it's
15 million times.
Amir's been waiting to speak,
Talking.
and then cousin wants to talk. I know, but
I'm saying
somehow,
all us
some
was up
way,
here
you find
conversing.
a way
Like
to skip the line.
cousin done jumped in
I
too.
know, but damn.
All right, bro, man.
I know you're right. You're right. But Amir's been waiting to talk.
Maybe we need some bond pops and some timeouts and some high C.
Maybe
Maybe a
we need
little air for the children.
put the timer on, please.
The timer would be beautiful. Wow, but this ain't my life. Kev, no, he run this the way he run it. And he know I'm retired and I ain't got shit else to do. So I'm gonna sit here and wait my damn turn. If I wanted to be rude, I would have jumped in. But I just wanted to hear everybody's banter. I appreciate all of the different perspectives, y'all. That's the beauty of life.
Let me say this real quick
Go
though.
ahead,
Most
Kev.
hated. You gotta chill in them comments because you said
He
explain
on one,
once we do that. We can't do that. And I'm glad that you just said he said so real quick. I'm gonna let you go, Mirror though. But I
Go
gotta
ahead.
say
You
this
the
though.
host. Go ahead.
So most hated. That's one of the reasons why that we can't have this monolithic type thing or whatever, or that we're not the same though, because it's like, or why we can't unite though, because it's like, why can't we all converse with one another without throwing threats? And I seen what you was doing all in them comments and stuff, and I actually gonna give it to Moses because he ain't responding. I'm glad he didn't say anything though. That's actually a shocking.
The amount
That's
of times,
actually.
Kev, I wrote a comment back to him and then deleted it because I was like, no, I'm trying to be a better person.
I'm
The amount of
glad.
times
I'm
I just
proud. Man, I'm proud of you. I'm glad. I'm about to say, I know you seen it too. I was like, man, I hope he don't say nothing. This a good side. I ain't never seen this side.
I had some emojis for his ass and all that shit. Man, look, I ain't finna lie to you. It's finna get bad out here, but that's why I said, man, I'm gonna just chill because I feel like he crashing out for no reason. He feel like somebody was mad at him. All right, bro, we understand all that. I didn't say there's anything wrong with that, but then the part that we all recognize was projection when you try to tell me what my family was a product of and was not a product of and what we have done. And you were just completely way off base, and then you started to get offended. And I felt like the other man, he got offended at something that I felt like I was just trying to explain what Big Homie said, middle, which was very simple. And then your response, which would have been even simpler, you like when it came to the N-word.
I don't care to entertain it that much. That's
Once
why
again,
I
he's
told
back
you
to
I
not
was done
caring
with
again.
it.
We got you, bro. Why are you so afraid of me saying this? Why are
No,
you so
you can
afraid?
say what you want. I'm just saying you're
Okay, are you serious?
it's like wait,
All right, real
Kev.
quick. So we'll get back to it after we let them
Well,
two
let
go
me
real
just say
quick.
it then, Kev, since he said I can say it.
Go ahead, say
God.
what you gotta say.
Just say it real quick, man, so we can get to
All your answer was to Big Homie when he asked you why did you feel like you need to say this, because you said you felt like I'm a nigga. When you said to use that word, it was a colloquial term that you felt like we gentrified, took the power out of, and turned it into a term of endearment. I'm actually in agreement with you, which is why I'm gonna continue to use the word. But my point was he wasn't coming at you no disrespectful way. That's all I was saying. You got all up in your drawers, just like the nigga down there in the comment section.
You know the crazy part about it is I never got up in my drawers about anything, bro. I just after a certain point of talking to you, if you don't understand, why am I keeping talking?
No.
Why we keep
I
going?
think I gotta say this though, because this is the accountability thing, man. Because my thing is you did
even
not.
Rachel sitting there right now telling y'all I didn't take it as disrespect.
Even she even said it too. I think, but what it took me a minute to get what Middle was saying, because Middle was literally just saying, he was just basically saying, because all he did, and it was funny, because it's like you bit the bait. All he was saying is we are not NGs. But you said, well, if you don't like the word or something like that, he never said it. No, okay, if you disagree, then you. The thing
he
is,
asked that question, and then he made it, and then he said he made that statement, and then he asked the question. He said we are not NGs, and then he asked him, why did you feel like you needed to tell me that I'm gonna continue to use it?
Right, that's what I said. That's how you know. That's how you know you got triggered in a way, because he never said he didn't like the word.
He never said you couldn't
Kev,
use
you're
it.
doing it again.
He didn't say none of that, right? He didn't say none of that. He just said that we, from his perspective. Look.
Kev,
You
you're
just gotta
doing it
listen.
again.
You telling me what I'm doing? I'm just trying to give it a second, because I know you've been fighting this for a long time. I'm just saying, because I'm always against, majority of the time I'm against Middle, what he be saying though. So this time if I'm hearing him, you gotta hear something up. All I'm saying is that all he said was like, we are not NGAs. All you had to do was prove that we are or not. That's all you had to do. But you did not do that.
Kev, you know what you're doing? You're doing the same thing that we did a long time ago when you was like, you got triggered. And I said, I never got triggered. I never got bothered. I never got anything. You're doing it again.
So why did you answer?
Okay, all right. Then why if I say why you couldn't?
Why did you answer defensively?
I didn't get offended. I didn't get offended.
You said I'm gonna keep on using the word regardless and all that other stuff. You saying all that stuff. He never asked you if you was gonna not use it or not. That's the thing.
All right, you got it.
I didn't say you got offended.
Y'all got
I just asked why you answered defensively.
But I'm saying those are signs of getting.
I think y'all not listening.
Those are signs we did here.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption that you.
Oh my God! Here go that word again. My God,
that is
it's cool. Okay, we can say that then. I don't even care about how people feel about. Okay, I assume, and my assumption came with the three things that you did right after he said, even though he didn't ask or say or any of those things. I will make that assumption.
One of the things you said was I don't need to explain to you if you don't get it, as though somebody was too dense to understand your reasoning. That was one of the reasons we could tell you felt triggered. All right. The second reason was almost as a like your tone. And I'm not saying that I'm a tone police. I don't care how a black man say something. I ain't really care about hated saying what he was saying. That really didn't bother me that much. He felt that, and really, he don't even know that we both from the South. So I understand how he used the phrase "nigga" when he said it. I really wasn't even mad at him at that. But I'm just saying, like, we can recognize that you got triggered by it, and we not saying it's a bad thing, bro. Just recognize what's at and fix it. He just asked you a question, you ain't answer it, and you know what I mean, you want to move on, we can
All
Hey,
always
right.
move on.
say, bro.
So
Hey,
let's get a
look,
let's get a
before
mirror.
most hated go, yeah.
I
Before
just
most
want to
hated go, let
talk
me
like
jump back in.
on real niggas perspective. Check this
Hold
out.
on, man. I've been
Okay,
waiting a
okay.
goddamn hour, OG.
Say, look, man, look. I'm this type of nigga.
Hold on, man. An hour, dog. Hour, dog.
An
I don't mind.
hour.
Hour,
Yeah, he
homie.
been waiting
Hour.
for a long time.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
my
gotta let him talk.
Okay,
my
you got
guy
it.
though. I ain't got no problem. I'll wait another hour because he a good
Now
brother.
go
I
ahead,
appreciate
Mary. My
it.
bad, cause
No,
yeah,
let me say what I'm gonna
we done
say.
skipped over you 100 times. My bad.
No. Everything is relevant, and what I'm gonna say is relevant too. You know, we gotta be balanced in life. Kev is a really good brother. I don't mind waiting, and I appreciate y'all again. Everybody on here know me pretty much. So I appreciate I've gotten to know these people, and I appreciate everybody's angle. It's needed. That's how the world runs, y'all. As soon as we think, oh, well, my angle is a little more important than his, and I'm gonna just call him this and diss him and disrespect him, we lose and we playing right into their hand. We bigger than that. We computers. We got computers on our shoulders. Let's just use them a little more. So after the shout out to my nephew and his loved one, Rachel, and all my peeps, I just wanted to add on that I think we got a little off track, and I just wanted to throw this in here, and then we can go everywhere else y'all wanted to go. But I remember when Moses was first starting to talk, I wanted us not to forget what we was talking about when we was talking about expenditures. People, he mentioned it. People buy things because they want to feel better and they want to deal with these issues, you know, that we face here. So when we try to avoid talking about systematic racism, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's necessary to talk about it, but I get fatigued from it because, as we know, people keep talking about it and using it as an excuse. So I ain't got no problem with mentioning it, but when we start talking about solutions, then we got a little off track. When we was talking about solutions, we was talking about money. I think that was you, most hated, that mentioned. He's like, we spend our money too fast. Our money leave our community too fast. And then we start talking about individuals investing and doing their thing, and then collective monetary, advancements for the whole. So when we start talking about all these dynamics, we got to not convolute the individual with the group, because I'm sure it's a few people in here that know how to invest, know how to build their credit. What Moses said, despite what y'all feel about it, he wasn't wrong. Now, where he was wrong, where he would have been wrong is if he didn't pay his bill, or if the things he were buying weren't servicing him
True.
in a manner that was, efficiently. You know what I'm saying? That's all. So I think two things can be right at the same time. But
True.
my point was, let's talk, if we could, somebody could enlighten us a little bit more about why people spend the way they spend. And I'll just share my thing and I'll end. I remember growing up po, super po. So when I got paper, I went on a helicopter ride. I bought frivolous, dumb stuff until I learned to be, more economically stable. And then I start working with money managers and investors. And, I got my stuff together. So, we live, we learn. So you just look at where you at. I mean, is your credit score good? You know what I'm saying? Are you purchasing things that are going to be assets as opposed to liabilities? So it's an individual and then a collective thing. I can agree with everybody said on here, but and the last thing I'm gonna say is I agree, man. We gotta stop loking up on each other, bro. Let's stop crashing out on each other.
You right.
Bro.
Hey,
I feel y'all about the N word, but let's stop
look,
crashing out on each other, bro.
that my
I'm
bad.
done.
But get what? Look, I've been thrown. I don't know if I ain't gonna. My fault for judging your family, Moses. Like all that. Like, bro, look, I done been thrown away. Lock the door. Throw the key away. Like I done went into that system, and now I got sentenced to not 20 what 30 years, whatever. I've been sentenced to 30 years, and I reappealed it. I put in that paperwork. I read the law library. I beat the M1 charge. Like on God, like I done really got in my partner. But I'm saying.
Hey, what's your other page? I mean, what was your other name on there? I seen you before when you cammed up. I think I seen you before. I think I talked to you and
This my only page.
You had the same name?
Most hated, like this, yeah, on God. Since I started this page,
Yeah, because I thought I seen you on this girl named what's her name? What the frick, Fairy Trap? I thought I seen you in. I thought I've seen you in her live before.
this my only. Probably like I be in people live, like I really be on that Carmelo shit and all that shit like that.
Okay.
Like,
Never mind. I ain't want to throw you off. Huh?
Hey, say,
But my
dog,
fault.
I really, it really ain't bothering me that much. Like I said, man, like you really don't know where I'm from. Like that's why I was saying that you were completely wrong about it, man. Like I grew up on the borderline of Florida and Georgia. You went to the end of my street, you could see Georgia. So technically
Like
Florida,
that's
but I
my
also grew up in
fault.
Texas
That's what
too.
I'm
Wait, hold up.
saying. That's
Wait,
my
hold
fault.
on, man. Hold on real quick. So what I'm saying is when you even said that term, I really wasn't bothered by it. What I was bothered by was the misconception of what you thought I was and calling me a statistic. So that's what I responded to, and I usually don't respond the way I responded, bro. I was very measured. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. You know, I don't want to sit here and go back and forth with you about, you know, what man scared of what, zone 3, all that. I understand all that, bro, but we all bleed red. So I wouldn't,
Facts.
I don't come back and I don't, you know, I don't want violence with my brothers, especially. Like I'm more in the mode of trying to build us a strong cohesion, and that means we got to get along and learn how to talk to each other. I don't feel like we should communicate to each other like females, man. One thing I know that our women do mostly is they have two very big problems in their conversation. They name call and they label. All right, and understand two. One is, you know, an idiot, you're a dummy. These are names that you're calling somebody. But then label somebody is associating some type of verbiage that goes with how they behave. So they'll call us things like RAP3s or O-files or you know, essayers or predators. Those are labels. My point is if we want to talk about solutions, because Kev was talking about, that was really where the conversation actually started. But if you wanted to converse about solutions, then one way to stop, you know, one way for us to get to a better place as black folk would be learn just the phonics and how to talk to one another. You know, that's the reason Middle brought up the N word. It's because he was attempting to communicate that this word can be derogatory. And the reason I feel like Touche brought up how he felt about it, though, was also because there is a generational gap there. We gentrified that term. This is what Jay-Z explained to Oprah. Y'all remember that interview? So there's just a generational difference between that two. So I think a fair and common medium between those two things is just, all right, then as younger generation that prefer to use the term, let's just not use it around the big homies. And that goes for male and female, right? But we can still use it, just like Touche said. So when I get around him, I'm like, nigga, man, shut up, man. Go get that. And we really don't have no problem with it, and he don't see it as that type of verbiage. You feel what I'm saying?
Man,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like on some real shit. Like there was my whole point was like this. Like, right, I could wear a suit, I could dress up, I could own a business, everything. Get what? A white racist person, he's gonna always view you as a nigga, regardless of the fact. It doesn't matter what you got, how much money you this, that, and the third. Like at the end of the day, he gonna view you as this. So he might well view you as this as yourself. Like you being yourself, you gonna do this shit. Like I take accountability for everything I did. Like I said, I beat the M1 charge. I ain't beat it, but I appealed that bit. Get what? I came home.
Wait, hold on. I'll talk about your legal business on here, man. I don't want you to do that.
Well,
I'm saying for
like,
security reasons, bro. Like seriously.
so boom, so get what? So after that changed my life. That changed my whole outlook on everything. Cause I thought I was gone forever. So boom, like the way I look at this, and I got my first child at 29 years old. You know, I'm still in the hood and everything like that. I'm still in Atlanta. I'm still in the hood. Same place little baby came from. The South Side, like, bruh, I believe in myself though. I believe in myself as a grown ass man. I carry myself as a grown ass man. I walk through these streets. I raise my child. Like as a statistic, these black men ain't out here raising their children like that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, man, I rape them. Did my first child at 29 years old. She's
That's good
10
that you brought
months.
that up. Why do you think that? Why do you feel like that? Why do you feel like black men aren't raising their children?
Because it's a statistic. Like that was going on. Like most
Well,
either
the statistic is that we're the most present in our children's lives and our stepchildren's lives. That's the statistic.
well, they
Any
most of them on
fathers,
child support.
huh?
Most of them on child support.
But wait,
Most
hold
of
on.
us
That
on
doesn't mean
child
that we're
support.
not taking care of our children, though. Just because we're on child support. In fact, a man being on child support indicates that he actually is taking care of his children.
Or
I
the
would say
statistic as in a black man is gonna have his first child before high school.
that's possible, but that's not a statistic. Most black men don't have a child before high school. In fact, most black men don't even have children.
Yeah, I mean you could be right. I give you that. Like, but
Hey, brother, I'm just saying. Listen, go ahead, middle. My bad. Let's let the big homie talk real quick.
Yeah, just before I drop down, I just want to say one last thing. In these conversations, no matter what you walk away with, understand this if nothing else. Determine what you're trying to resolve. Right? I know we're having these spirited conversations and we kind of go every which way. But at the end of the day, why are you here? What are you trying to resolve? And no matter who you are, remember this. There's 4 points to problem solving. 4 points. Identify what you're trying to resolve. That's number one. Number two, give me the causes of the problem, right? If you're trying to talk about a problem. Number three, put together a plan for execute it, right?
Hey, say
That's
middle. Get what? Get what? I'm out here in Atlanta right now. Get what? Get what I'm trying to execute right here. When I say that black people spend an African dollar more than anybody else, get what? Look around, bro.
okay.
Just look around.
Let me
There
say
ain't
this.
get what? There's nothing but liquor stores in my hood. There's nothing but hotels in my hood. Guess who they owned by?
I'm gonna say that if we to graduate that though, that's a concept.
Guess who they owned by
Wait,
though?
hold on. Wait, Mo say that. Just listen what I'm saying. If we were to graduate from that concept, there's a reasoning behind that, and it's not just because blacks won't spend with blacks. That's the last reason that's the reason that those are the stores that occupy our neighborhoods. That's the last reason.
We out here unaliving ourselves because
Hey,
of the
man,
fact.
hold on,
Hey, that's how
man.
y'all know y'all cut him off so bad he had to refinger up again.
No, we out here.
Y'all just not interrupt. My God.
Out here.
All right, yeah, let Middle finish up, man, so he can drop.
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead, bro.
Let me say this here, and I think this is important for us to understand. It's not just the experience in your life that you have to deal with; it's what you take from it. Make no mistake. I'm going to say this very clearly. Everybody here knows I wrote a book, right? And in that book, I want you to understand something. My mother went to prison when I was 11 years of age. All right. From that, for the next 3 years, I basically worked in what you would call a smug den. Literally, that's where I worked. I went to school in the morning, there in the afternoon to evening for 3 years. It ain't just the experience, it's what you take from it. If I'm going to sit back and say, you know what, there's crime and poverty in my neighborhood, I see that. That does not mean I have to engage in it. I have a choice, right? When you start saying things like, hey, I understand why we do what we do, all right? It's important to understand why. But here's the catch. At the end of the day, you still have a choice. I don't want to hear about how bad things are when you know full well you can do better.
We got a choice, right?
But follow what I'm saying. You showed me how bad Atlanta is, right? I'm from New York City, born and raised, all right? Like I told you, my mama went to prison when I was 11. She was a smug dealer. That's what she was. In the discussion, right? It is what it is, all right? I know about all of that. I grew up with it. At the end of the day, I made a choice. You make a choice. Everyone else makes a choice. I see myself as part of a collective, all right? I don't look down upon her because I know she set the foundation for who and what I am today. It's not just the experience. It's what I do with it. That's my point. We can sit here and focus on what's bad in the world for the next 40 years and have this next conversation for the next 60 years because we're still focusing on what's wrong in the world. But here's the catch for you. At the end of the day, there are 100 acts of kindness that we see on a daily basis. We pay no attention to it because that is the norm. But let one individual say you no good mofo, suddenly it's everybody on deck for some reason. Here's the reality. We see what's negative and we fixate on it as if somehow nothing else matters. Even in these conversations, we will look past our own selves and say, you know what? Even though I am not doing what I'm complaining about, somehow I'm going to say, you know what? It's all around me. Are you an anomaly? Are you the only one? You really believe that? Are you going to deny your own eyesight? Therein lies the catch. I'm not saying crazy crap doesn't take place. What are you focusing on? I don't mind you recognizing it for what it is. The question becomes, as Moses was saying, Kevin was saying, everyone else was saying before, why do you do what you do? When you understand why you do what you do, you can then make a different decision. All right. But more importantly, even if you don't understand, tomorrow is yours to choose. Choose differently. And with that, it's about midnight here. So you guys have a great evening. But again, I like the conversation where it's going. But again, at the end of the day, whoever you are in any of these conversations, ask yourself, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to resolve? If you can't determine what that is, it's best to just sit back and be quiet.
Hey, remember this, Middle. You always be my ninja. So no, stop. Let me stop messing with you. But yeah, I feel you though. I appreciate you, man.
Say middle. Get what? Did what y'all left us with though.
Okay.
You were born when? When was you born?
Okay.
Did what y'all left us with though.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's what I'm going to tell you. And another day, you and I can have a one-on-one conversation. Because I think that to really get through to you what I'm trying to convey, this is not the place or time for that. So I will publicly
But your generation fell as
I will
victim to
publicly
CRACK.
I will publicly extend to you an invitation for you and I to have a one-on-one. Because clearly, like I said before,
Let's have a one-on-one now though. You know what
No,
I'm
no,
saying?
that ain't about to
What
happen.
y'all
Y'all,
fell a
This is
victim
this is
to in the
not the
80s
place for
though.
that.
Oh
This is
no.
not
Y'all
this is
fell a
not the
victim to something in the 80s though. Y'all ain't beat that shit. Just because you doing good in life don't mean to get what your brother and them ain't.
but what the
What
heck?
y'all fell a
Hey,
victim to?
Most hated, man. You gotta chill, bro. Like he ain't like
I,
he can't. You come on, bro, man.
Y'all
Like,
fell a victim to this shit.
here's the
Y'all
thing.
fell a
all right,
victim to the
all
system.
right,
Was
bro.
hey, hold on, let me
You
ask this. Most, was you drinking, bro?
Man, fuck all that, man. He fell a
Yeah,
victim.
that's what it is, though. I can't even do it. Hold on. I can't even do it. Hold
Okay,
on.
so
man,
you
why
gotta
you
see
do
what
that, man?
you see
Why
what
why
time
you
it
do
is,
that,
right?
man?
It got to
So
be Saturday, so I ain't about to do that because there's no way he randomly doing that. That's crazy.
but therein
But
lies my point.
He
Therein lies
need
my
a
point.
listening section. He needs somebody to listen to him, bro. And that's what he was trying to get at with Middle. He trying to have a conversation. I understand.
No,
But
no. Here's the
There's
thing.
too many people up here just for them to have a one v one.
No, but here's the catch.
trust me, I know that's why I kind of hate getting in the box with 8 people. But I mean, what I'm saying is, I can tell that's what it was. You know,
But Kev,
but we got you, Middle.
like I said, this is not the time or place for that. I recognize that the way he was speaking in the slurred speech, right? So this is not time or place. Plus, this is Kev's live. So again, like I said, for anybody, doesn't matter who it is, let us be clear about what you heard come out of his mouth because liquor is a truth serum. You have no inhibitions. You say what you really feel. He feels let down by somebody. It ain't me who did it to him, right? So once he understands it's not me, he can then get to a certain foundation and we can have a conversation that moves above from there. But as long as he feels he's been let down by somebody who's projecting, we're not going to fix that tonight. So with that being said, you guys have a great evening. Like I said, it's midnight here. You guys have a good night. That's all.
For sure, man.
All right, now we got to wait until Rachel can tell us which one of us can talk now.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to help keep the decorum because adults.
I know we can't. Y'all know we can't talk like men used to. We got to wait. So go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, cousin had his hands raised about 2 hours ago, but Moses likes to interject anytime he can and skip the line. But I digress.
Nah, you can't digress after you say
Listen,
that.
the way he's trying to make it, he's trying to skip the line right now. That's just a tactic that he uses to skip the line and start talking about random stuff. Cousin, how you doing?
All right. Yeah, this is, hey, sometimes we just got to listen. I think, going back to the prompt about that unity part, this is part of it. And I'm not saying necessarily here,
That's
but
why I messed with cousin. He went right back to the top. I love it.
I see it a lot of times, right, where we get so caught up in trying to prove we're right or trying to prove somebody else is wrong that we will sit here for 3 hours on one point because I'm not going to let that go. I got to prove myself right. We see
Pride.
that, and I'm not just saying that for now. I'm just saying in general, like on this app, that it seems to be the temperature or that's the game plan on most of these panels. And if you don't get a hold of it, that's what will happen. And then people will get butthurt. They get in their feelings about something. They hear one thing, and then all of a sudden it's, now you got to coddle that person and try to get him out of his feelings or her out of her feelings or whatever the case is. And we just get, a lot of us just for me, I am not that person. You know what I mean? Like I don't have debates. I have conversations. And at some point when you say something and it starts to get to the point of tick for tack or prove me, I'm gonna sit back and listen because I ain't got time for that shit. Like that's just not because I don't feel like that is productive, right?
True.
And a lot of times, I think that we just like I think Moses said it earlier. We're talking past people. We're talking past each other. Like even when I came in first, I'm not gonna argue his point because he was correct, right? I'm gonna add something to the conversation. And then he even said it. Now you adding content or you adding this. Yeah, I was trying to move it on. You get what I'm saying? Into something else because I don't think that he was wrong. So why am I gonna keep on harping on the same shit? I'm not gonna keep, you know what I mean? So I'm okay. Let's move on. Let's go deeper, or let's go into this other area. And so that's what I was trying to do. And then if that don't work and it goes back, I'm just gonna shut up because I just don't see that being helpful. You know what I mean? I guess the only other part I would say is I feel like the another reason why we don't move forward, I think, is because we always try to rationalize shit. We don't keep it 100. And I believe that if we are keeping it a buck, There's bad habits that we do, and that's it. It ain't no like I know y'all might get on me. I just honestly I don't believe we use the N word for some we took power back or something. No, it's a bad habit.
Mm.
We know that people been using it. We now use it. That's when I use it. It's because it come out. Because I grew up in the hood. Everybody said it, and that's why I say it. That's it. It ain't no me being noble and no taking. Nah, none of that. This is a bad habit, and I say the shit, and it is what it is. I
I
think if
agree.
more people can just admit that and stop trying to be like the same thing, why you sag your jeans? Because it's a bad habit. Because everybody do it. You just trying to be a part of the crowd. Say that. Don't sit up here with no, it's the, nah, we all try to
It's the
justify shit.
empowerment.
Yeah, we try to justify, and women do the same thing. If you want to dress revealing, just say you want to be, you feeling yourself. Just say that. Don't give me the
Mm.
empowerment. Don't give me all the extra shit. No, it is what it is. We all got bad habits. Sometimes we do things and we are stupid, and we just got to say that. Stand on it, live on it, be that. I
Mm-hmm.
think if we all did that more often, we would probably get further. Because then it's like, okay, we out here looking stupid. What are we gonna do to change it? And now that becomes an honest conversation. But as long as we keep trying to justify shit and add noble reasons why and all this other extra, that's when we are now lying to ourselves and we still caught in this perpetual cycle. Because we've been talking about this same bullshit since 1920, and it ain't no different. People sit up here like this shit is new. No, it ain't. All of these problems that we have, men and women, this, that, and the third, this been happening since the suffrage movement. And like I said, that's over 100 years ago. So what are we talking about? This shit ain't nothing new. It's the same thing. And the reason why it's the same is because it's always somebody trying to justify why their reasoning is correct. And the reality is, it's because we are all flawed and fucking up. Admit this shit and figure out how to fix it.
Mm.
Cousins, can
And
I
I'm gonna
say
jump
something
off
to
the
you?
soapbox. I'm sorry.
Can I,
I had to
can I say
Man,
something?
I had to
cuz
get it out.
came in hot. I like that. There you go.
Cousin, let me say I agree with you. Because sometimes certain stuff don't need an explanation. There's no in-depth meaning. It's none of like I just that's why I got to the point where I'll be like, y'all got it. Because I'm not about to go through explaining. I mean, it's just I don't think everything needs an explanation, a deep
Yeah.
explanation or reasoning.
Yeah, let me all right. Cool. So let's get Lola in, Michael, then Event, then we go right back to the open panel.
Hi guys, how you doing?
What's up? Welcome to the panel.
Welcome, Laugh to Learn. I've been on the panel with Cousin before. I was trying to see if I recognize anybody else. Not off the top of my head, I didn't, but I want to say hello to everyone. And so let's see here the prompt. Who should we connect with and who should we avoid?
Mhm.
First and foremost, I think you should connect with like-minded people.
Mhm.
Because when I say like-minded, I mean people who have some of your same core values. A lot of times people say opposites attract, but one thing about me, the reason why I can get along with a lot of people of different walks, races, spirituality, religion, or whatever in life, because I don't really bring up politics, race, or religion. So I can get along with the Vietnamese, the Asians, the Latinas, the people that are Arabic. Now, if I want to bring it up, I can. But I think the first thing, and when you approach anybody, it's the 3C rule, which is communicate, compromise, and commit. Everything can't be my way. Everything can't be laugh way. Everything can't be event way. Everything can't be cousin way. You know, you have to communicate, compromise, and commit. And a lot of times people communicate, they say they're going to compromise, but they don't execute with that last commit. Committing is the most important part. And it starts with as little as your word. When you can't keep your word, you are not trustworthy. So I'm definitely not going to be around you. You're going to be a person I'm going to avoid because I've had people, I just recently got over a major illness, and I've had people contact me do you need anything? Do you need anything? So one time I said to the person after they contacted me 2 times, yeah, do you mind if you stop and get a laundry basket for me? And I needed 1 towel and 2 washcloths. That might have been $20. And I was going to give the person the money if they needed it. When I finally said I needed something after they called me 2 times, I never heard from them again. That is beyond crazy to me. It's like cousin said, it's foolishness, it's fakery. Just say what it is. I could deal with that. Period. Way better. And some people just, I don't know why people are fake or not authentic or and ingenuous. I don't want to begin to understand hoes. So we definitely, to me, should avoid people who can't communicate, compromise, or commit. Also, you want to avoid a person that's not respectful, unappreciative, and dishonest. And they kind of fall in line with communicate, compromise, and commit. Because if you're disrespectful, like if I try to come at you in front of this whole panel instead of pulling you to the side, like the other man was saying, and having a one-on-one, is disrespectful to me. You'll get a lot of respect by just pulling a person to the side and letting them know, host, you might need to do such and such it is, or the person might have a body odor. Anything can be said almost if you're respectful. And a lot of people don't want to give respect. So point 2, is race unity necessary?
Oh no,
I
okay. We just doing the first one. No, we just doing the first one.
Okay, yeah. So
Yep,
if we're
yep,
just
yep.
on the first one, then yeah, I'm gonna land with the fact that if people could be respectful, appreciative, and honest, and they could communicate, compromise, and commit, then I think that the world would just be way better because it wouldn't be a pride thing. I know we're just doing the first one, but I have went all the way to the last one. The real universal fight is over power, and power is from pride. So if everybody just recognized that we could all eat, not be jealous of each other, genuinely try to help each other instead of calling and being fake like the person I told you about, then we could get to a better place. But it cannot be just one person. It has to be everyone. And if you don't want to be down with it, that's fine. But then stay over there on your island or your planet or wherever you come from, because you're hindering the rest of us. Because what does do very good up here is a bunch of if you spread foolery and violence and illegal motion and all that, oh, your ratings are soar. But when you try to spread wisdom and you try to help people grow, it's like it's a hard climb to the top. I land with that.
All right. I guess there's one more person because I don't know up to the other person. So Michael, and then we got open panel.
All right, what's going on, host, and how's
What's
the
up,
rest
man?
of the panel? I be ear hustling, you know what I'm saying? I pretty much just seen a lot of things, and I see how they go. My thing is to read the room, and once you read the room, trust people to be who they are. You know when you meet somebody, pretty much what type of person they are. So trust them to be them. So, and you just can't trust, you can't just look at somebody and say, well, they got, they look like they can be a loyal person, because you just can't do that, you know. So, in the starting of trying to find someone that's loyal, trust them to be who they are. You know what I'm saying? And they'll let you know without even asking who they are, by the words they use, the respect they show or don't show. So, I'm just, but that's all I got to say. But, if anything else come up, I'll step in.
Okay. All right, open panel, I guess, guys. Y'all keep on tapping, get some shares, and get some more people in here. If y'all want to hop up in the box, y'all can come up in there. If it ain't, everybody ain't fall asleep. But it's open panel. What did y'all? What's anything y'all wanted to address? Hold on, let this person up.
What y'all think about Trump
Oh man, we ain't
knocking
talking
off
about that.
all them
It's not
Hispanics?
that type of open
See,
panel.
you
Nah,
see what
not
I'm
that type.
saying? See, now, let me go ahead and go
Wait a
off,
minute.
boss. I can talk now. Hold on. Look. But see, that's no. Hold on, bro. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. See, this is this method of communication. This is why I said I don't like it. You're not even talking about the same thing anymore because people are just bringing up anything because nobody's talking to one another. This is why I don't like going. And Kev, I'm not talking about you, Rachel. This is me and you was having this conversation in the comment section. This is why I think this is an effective form of communication, though. Just everybody say what they think on a topic, and then we all have an open round table. That's not how we communicate typically. So if you have conversation or you have responses to something that somebody said, you got to wait for damn near 6 other people to talk, say what they're gonna say. You either lost it or you can't actually have it back and forth. I feel like black people communicate more effectively than that. We do it in person. I feel like we could do it virtually. I don't feel like we can't keep control. You know which people don't know how to have a conversation and remain in manner and decorum, and we get rid of those people. But what I am suggesting is this is an inefficient way of communicating. Just a whole bunch of people at one after another just monologuing for 3 minutes. So that's what I was just saying.
I could put a timer on though.
Well, the host or what?
Yeah, the reason I think that would
Hold on. Whoa, what the heck?
Open mic, right?
Hold up. So let me. No, I want to see what Moses' response was to. What did you say, Moses?
I think that would be ineffective too because it would tell people still that you're still.
So okay, since you said, dang, what the heck? So since you said that, Moses, right? Because you got to realize, some people can dominate the whole panel, right? So would that be fair to not let everybody? Because some people don't know how to step in. Some people don't know how to. So the thing is, I think it's only fair to let everybody speak first before people may dominate. Because I can do that sometimes on some people panels. That's why I had to realize that. All right, I got to set back a little bit. Because I know I can't. I mean, I know a lot of things I stand on. I might can take over and all that stuff. But I think to be fair, just because of how TikTok is designed or made up, we have to give a chance to at least let people say one word, before everybody do this, 1v1s or whatever.
I don't think that, Kevin. No, I disagree. I don't think that people dominate. I think people dominate when they're allowed to. But I think that if we're being honest, most of the time, for example, when you said that people don't necessarily, may not have a strong enough voice, or they're kind of more docile in their speech, that they might not get a word in edgewise. I think that's just us communicating once again, like we do typically. Hey, y'all know she kind of soft spoken, so y'all know when she about to say something, just kind of yield to her. And I feel like men do that on a regular basis on this app. I feel like when it comes to men dominating, even when it comes to conversation, all right, you let two men go back and forth, bump their heads for a second. All right, what's the hurt in that? But I feel like we communicate much better than that. Now, and letting them say something, fine. But like I said, when it comes to the monologuing, what typically happens is they say something, and then we start talking about things that have nothing to do with what the last person said or what the topic is. By the time everybody's done speaking, there's so much to respond to that you have what just happened here, where he just brought up Trump. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what he said, but he did that because there were so many people that spoke that who the hell knows what we're talking about anymore.
That's not true. That is no. Hold on. No. That was not the reason.
Yeah, he did that because he was
that was not.
That's what that was.
That I was about to say that was. I was about to say no. Moses. I believe Moses threw his own narrative in that one though. But I was about to say no. My man's literally led. No, the reason why I'm saying that because you must have had your own little conversation though. Yeah. What he did was different though. He literally answered the topic and then made up his own topic right after. That is not. We cannot say that he drifted from it. He drifted from his own thing.
Nah, Kev. What happened was everybody spoke, then you spoke, and you said, all right, so what y'all think? What y'all want to talk about now? And then he brought up Trump.
That's not what he said.
No, Michael, the last one that talked. Michael, the last one that talked. And then I said open panel.
Right, you said open panel. What y'all want to talk about?
No, open mic. All right, open mic. So what you want to talk about?
Right, and then he brought up Trump, and I'm saying the reason he did that is because.
And you talking about dominating the conversation? You jumped through me and started dominating the conversation.
Like I'm answering Kev though. I'm just responding to Kev, bro. I don't know.
Well, he didn't answer the question. I did.
No, he just. All right, go ahead, bro. You got
no, it. I asked the question. Then that's when you dominated the whole situation.
What question did you ask, Michael? What question did you ask, Mike? What question did you ask, Michael?
You forgot?
No, answer the question.
I asked the question.
What question did you ask?
Answer a question. I asked the question.
That's what I just said. What question did you ask?
I asked, what do you guys think about Trump, and when
I told you.
before
I
I
told
got
you.
any positive net, before I got any positive
What I told
net,
you.
that's
The
when you
reason
took
you
off,
asked that question is
start
because
clapping
Kev
your
asked
heels
you.
like it's no place
Yeah,
like
the
home.
reason you asked that question is because Kev asked what y'all want to talk about.
Yeah, okay, it was a
Exactly.
miss. Okay, I
Man,
would
y'all
say
can't be serious. You
okay,
can't be serious, bro.
so
You can't be serious,
to
bro.
put
Nah,
that, I can agree on that part, right?
nah,
I
serious.
wasn't specific when I said open panel because he didn't know how my open panels work. So that I would say that would be my fault on that end, though. But it wasn't your reason, Moses. You can't say that. You
What
just
wasn't my
closed
reason?
that one
What
in.
wasn't my reason for what?
Cause you said that he was doing it because we drifted off and he was talking too long, but he was the only one
Yeah,
talking.
you all listen. No, I didn't say he was the only one talking. I'm saying he was the last one talking before you did.
Yeah.
Then after he finished talking, you asked, "So what y'all want to talk about?" After you said, "Okay, yeah, well,
Yeah.
that was
Okay.
And the reason I
Okay. If
said
you
he,
saying that,
and the
Hey,
reason I said he started. Hold up, wait,
I
hold
just
up, man. See
listened.
now, look, now
Michael,
you
what
can't
the
control
heck?
yourself. Now he can't control himself. Look, now he can't control.
No,
Look,
I just
the
listened.
reason
Y'all
he
go
did.
ahead.
See, people don't want me to talk when I start getting on it, Kev. I'm trying to tell you
You
that
just
shit,
said
man.
you
You better
wanted,
pay attention
you
when I'm
was
talking.
tired of people
When I
dominating the
start getting out, they don't
conversation.
want me
That's
to
all
talk
you
no more,
doing
bro.
is dominating the conversation.
Look, that's not dominating. I'm responding to what Kev asked.
Dang, I
And
messed
I
up
said
saying
the
that
reason
word.
well, Kev, that's the reason I said that.
Hey,
I said
Kev,
that
what did you
because,
ask us, Kev? Because
oh
I
my
don't
God, I
remember
said
you
this 3
asking
times already,
anything.
man. Now
You
you
asked
tripping.
me a question,
He
Kev,
don't
but
want
I
me to
don't
talk. He
remember
don't
you
want me to talk
asking
about.
us
He don't want me to
anything.
talk no more because he know I got a point. Bro. I had Kev. You need to stop, man. All right, bro. All right, bro. All right, Kev. I see what you're doing up
What
here.
was your
I see
question,
what you're letting
Kev?
up here, Kev. I see what's going on, bro.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
What's your
I
Hey,
question,
I
said the
get
Kev?
reason.
surprised on this app
I
every
said
day, man.
I was talking. I
So,
even said it. I even said it, Kev. I said I was responding to Rachel because her and I were having a conversation back and forth.
okay, you did say that. I'm glad you
What
at
I was
least
talking about
squoze
was
that
I
on
said,
there.
and why I said why it was not an efficient form of communication is because a whole bunch of people talked, and then he talked. Then you said, all right, after they finished all that, which I want to talk about, and he brought up something completely different. And the reason is because he couldn't respond to nobody else, and I'm not mad at him for that. It's too many people to try to respond to. That's why I suggest let's just talk to one
I
another.
responded to
Okay.
the question that was up there, and then I gave my point of view
Yes, you
about it.
did. Yes, you did.
And
I agree.
after
I
that,
agree.
he
I agree.
asked, okay, open mic. So
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
prepared
So,
for anything to start a
so
conversation.
let me say this
Now, if
though,
you
real
didn't want
quick
to say
though.
anything,
Right. I guess.
you know,
Michael, it's
brother.
all right,
I
man.
guess,
You ain't
brother.
gotta take it. You ain't gotta take it personal. It's all right. All
Yeah,
right. So I'm gonna
oh
say
no, I
this.
ain't taking
So
it
let
personal.
me
Can I
explain
just
this
say
to
this,
Moses
Kev?
real quick. Let me explain
Can I
this
just
to
say
though,
this, Kev?
because you
Can I just
said.
say this, please,
Go
bro?
ahead, Moses. Go ahead.
I'm just suggesting, Mike, that the suggestion you gave for a topic was way off a base of what we were originally talking about. Not that I have a problem with it, because Kev did say which I want to talk about. So you just brought up something that you thought that came to your head, which ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm
Which
just
is current,
suggesting.
something that's
Oh,
current.
I got you, bro. I agree with you. I'm saying I don't have no problem with what you brought up. What I was drawing attention to was the fact that the format of conversation is so inefficient by letting everybody talk about the topic that people have a tendency to monologue for a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And then once everybody has done that, and then you say open panel, nobody knows who to respond to or can even remember what the last person said. Somebody suggested write it
Doesn't
down.
that mean
I
turn
wish.
the page, next
Oh, you
chapter?
don't know because
That's what I'm
Yeah, right. So
telling
don't
man.
don't be coming
attention
on me
span is
now, right?
You
very
know, I'm telling
short.
man, let's turn
The
the
whole
page, let's
time
do
someone
another
is
chapter.
talking, the whole time someone
We
is
was off of
talking,
that chapter.
the whole time someone is
All right,
talking,
yeah, I got
Moses, I can guarantee
you.
you are in the background rolling your eyes, swaying your head,
No, I really
not
wasn't.
paying
I really wasn't. I
attention,
put y'all in the
just
pocket.
waiting to
That's what
speak.
happened. I put the phone in the pocket. I muted and put it in the pocket because I knew that was gonna happen. After I was done talking to you, I muted up and I just put my phone in the pocket.
So, can I ask you a question, Moses?
Yes, sir.
Because I understand your point, right? In which if we're having a conversation, I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking with each other, that is not the effective way to have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But if now just using this particular format, Kev's format, it's not just talking to. I'm not just talking to you. We're actually talking to whoever's watching as
Oh,
well.
sure. No, I understand that.
So
I
then
understand that.
it becomes now
We're
partially
kind
a
of talking about
conversation and partially trying to teach or get out a message. Do you think
Sure.
makes a difference? You get what I'm saying?
Sure. I understand that.
Yeah.
So all I would say to that, Cousin B, is if we are going to allow each and every person be an individual teacher when they get on this mic, then I think it is an incumbent on us that we make sure that everything that comes out of their mouth is scrutinized before we move on, because teaching us bad behaviors and bad advice and bad ideologies, we have seen proven that it can lead us down a terrible and detrimental, destructive direction. So if we're gonna allow everybody to be a teacher, because I understand a lot of people want to be teachers. They love to get up here and just start saying stuff because they love to hear people snap to their shit. And I
Everybody
understand
ain't
that.
a teacher
No,
though.
no, I'm not saying that, Kev. I'm saying people love to be. I get what you're saying. I agree with you. I'm saying people love to be. But I'm saying if we're gonna go about that way, because I understand what Cousin B is saying. He's saying a lot of time people want to get up here and teach. They want to get up here and show what they know.
Or
That's how
say their perspective.
there you go. Or that. That's
Yeah,
how
I
social media
mean,
is,
but
and
you haven't taught us anything but
that's how a
just keep on
platform is.
yapping.
That what you said, Mike?
This is open mic. That means everybody can say anything they want to say.
Yeah, Mike, we've already
They're
agreed
not,
on that,
waiting
Michael.
on you to scrutinize
Yeah,
what
Michael,
somebody
we've already
say.
agreed on that, Michael.
Mike, if
So
Michael,
why you keep
hold
on
on,
just
Michael, if
change
you'll
the
be
subject?
quiet,
What you want to talk about, G?
Mike, if you'll be quiet, Moses can finish, and then maybe I can talk. So why don't you shut the fuck up?
Why don't you shut the fuck up, goofball?
Yeah, listen, man. Like I don't know.
Birds of a feather flock together, you silly motherfucker.
All right, bro. Why all that, man?
Ah, dang, he had to go.
You see what I'm saying? Kev, nah, it's you, bro. I blame you, man. Hey, bro, I blame you. Man. You the problem. You the problem. I'm not saying that I'm more educated or less educated than somebody, but what I am saying is the ability to converse surpasses some people in some instances. So, listen, I think it's a lot easier if they're like, if he were able to get that little story that he wanted to tell us out and off his chest. You remember when Most Hated came up here? He wanted to tell us his life story. If we had just let him, I really feel like he would have been able to actually get to some topic.
No, I want to get to my topic.
I'm saying that's what I'm talking about. That's the one I'm talking about. Your topic, bro.
I don't be doing that little venting stuff all day. That jump be too much,
I'm
man.
with you too, bro. I'm with you too, because he was about to go in deep too, bro. He was finna give you his whole life story, man. From 3 niggas, I was in the hood.
Right, exactly.
He was finna smoke everybody game here. That's why I said, but I'm saying it's not always the case. A lot of times people like to incorporate anecdote into their conversation. I'm okay with that just as long as it's brief. But I think we do the best at conversing like men. And what I mean by that is men, when we converse and we're around each other, we don't monologue to each other. And I think the reason we do that is because we understand, number one, everybody wants to talk. Number two, everybody has something to contribute to the conversation. And number three, it's about respect. Now, and that's no in particular order, because in my estimation, number three probably is first. But you understand what I'm saying. And I'm saying if we all talk like this, men and women, men have the most, I'm sorry, we just have the most effective form of communication. Effective, efficient, in other words, quickest and done the best. Because when you have to speak shorter and in shorter bursts, you have to say exactly what you mean and mean exactly what you say. Otherwise, it's left up to interpretation. When you can monologue, you can say things a whole bunch of different ways, which is 9 times out of 10 what somebody doing. Monologue, you can say things a whole bunch of different ways, which is 9 times out of 10 what somebody doing when they monologue anyway. They saying the same point over and over and over again. When you do it that way, it's harder for people to have a conversation with you. And I think, like, I like talking to you, bro. I love talking to you. But when I first met you, and that's why I said I still come around you. You're probably one of the very few, joints I go around on a continual basis. And that's because when I first met you, you conversed. You'll say, hey, all right, Moses, let me ask you this question then. And then I might answer it, and you'd be like, all right, I hear that, but this is how I feel about it. And I'd be like, oh, for real? All right, bet. Well, let me ask you this question then. And we would converse like men do. You know what I'm saying? That's efficient. But we don't, I feel like we adopt this. I feel like a lot of lives do this. And I'm thinking this is just a social media thing.
Moses, though, the thing is, right? I understand that's how you do your lives and all that stuff or whatever, which is very entertaining. That's why everybody follow you, right? That's why you got a big following and stuff, because people love to see you. I gotta say the word. You dominate. I ain't gonna lie. You will go back and forth with this person for a very long time, but
I just converse, bro.
Yeah, that's cool, right? Converse, right? But what I'm saying is, I don't think that's the only thing that people, because some people do want to tell their so-called truth, or they want to say their perspectives. Some people do want to join or add to.
Yeah, let me just get in here real quick. I'm sorry, Ken. Want to finish your thought first?
Go ahead, go, Bert.
Yeah. What's going on, man? I'm doing good. So, I mean, I'm listening to you guys talk, man. It's painful because, like, no one's exploring the happy medium here. right? Like Kev can't like it's not cool for like Kev. You can't think that your way is perfect, right? I know you don't think that.
No.
And Moses shouldn't be thinking that his way is perfect. Certainly not for another platform, right? But all you need is moderation, right? Like you really can't do it Moses' way, and then a moderator ensures that people don't go too long, and that everyone gets in. But like, yeah, allow people to talk if they want to talk, and a moderator make sure it flows. That's all you do.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of point I was good. Kind of what I was about to get to though. That yes, because it got to be a balance though. But like I
You
say,
got,
but
yeah,
I'm
it's
also
kind
mentioning where his stuff like works too, because I see his stuff
Wait, hold
work
on.
too. Huh?
What do you mean by between a balance, though? A balance of what? What types of conversations are we talking about? I just want to make sure I understand. Bert, what were you saying?
like check this out. So there are some people to what Kevin was saying. There are some people who are unable to like cut through and get their voice heard. The moderator or Kev can be like, all right, Moses has been talking for a minute. Hey Moses, hold on, let me get Cousins in here and just keep the flow going and make sure that whoever's speaking is the most interesting person to speak at that time. That's what I do.
Oh wait, but I'm saying, what two conversation styles or techniques were you referring to that you can't do? You can do a combination of both. And you can find a balance. Which two were you referring to?
So like,
I don't
loosely
feel like.
speaking.
Go ahead. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. Let me answer you. So you have Kev. This loosely speaking, right? Just as I'm listening. You have what Kev has, which is everyone gets their turn. They speak as long as they want. It's in a certain order, right? That's it. As you come up, you speak, sort of a thing. Then you have, at least the way he's describing the way you would do it, which is more of a free for all. I'm saying there's a middle ground on that, where you have a moderator.
Okay, well, let me clarify, Bert, because no, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that I recognize that a lot of times in most lives, what people are doing is what we would call, or what you just described, is his method first, and then after that, you would do an open panel. That's what you refer to as a free for all. But I'm saying,
I like to call it. I like to call
sure,
it.
whatever you call it, it's fine. I'm just.
I'm glad you did it that way. I like to call it a guided open panel, like because that's the moderator.
Sure, I get you. But what I'm saying is even in regards to that, I still feel like it's inefficient to start off with the first point. I'm trying to figure out what the purpose of the first part is. Is it just to allow people to say something on a panel, or is it for them to add substance? Like, what is the purpose? And if it's for them, I'm just saying, if it's for them to add substance, then add substance to what? Because the next 6 people are going to do that behind them, and then you're not going to be talking about the same thing after everybody's done. And if it's just to let them have a voice, then okay, then I would suggest that those people that just need to have a voice and don't want to converse, just open up a live of your own. But I always thought panels were for conversation. And I don't see how in any way that first portion of just allowing everybody to give their view on a topic is suitable or even or is even beneficial, socially to how we're going to speak. There have been plenty of times, and I know I'm not the only one.
I tend to agree with you. No, I tend to agree with you. I mean, maybe all you need is what we're terming now, just like definitions are loose, but maybe all you need from beginning to end is more of a guided open panel, which is what we're talking about.
Yeah, because I was about to say the reason why I can't believe that, I think Moses, you gotta be. I think it's a bias that you have. I mean, I'm gonna explain it too before you say that, because it's like this is how you kind of run your platform. Because it's like I said, you have an interesting thing, and people come for the 1v1s or the converse, right? Let's say
let's be honest,
right?
Kev. My topics is bomb. They top tier.
Yeah, we know that. I know that. It gets people right, exactly. But I'm just saying, people come for that. But then again, the reason why I say it's a bias, right, is because you saying that this is what you believe panels are for. That ain't no way you could truly believe it, because it's 8 boxes. It's no way you could converse with 8 people at the same time without trying to. That'll be cross talking.
That's not why they come to Moses.
Yeah, that's
my point, right?
No, the reason they come. I want to be clear on this. So
I said I thought.
Be clear on this.
I said
Hold
I
on, Moses.
thought. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
Real quick, I want to be clear on this, because I think that's important. As we do social media, it's important to understand, what is the attraction? Moses is a personality. It doesn't matter where he goes. Doesn't matter what he's saying. People come to see him. He's an attraction. It's not because he's not. It's not because of how he speaks to people. It's because he's Moses. He's an attraction. It's fucking Walt Disney. So that's how you have to look at this. Is that everyone has a different draw. I'm not Moses. You're not Moses. Moses is Moses, and that's why people are coming to him.
Yeah, I was
But
just
you know, I
saying
can
why
hear
his
you.
why
You
he why yeah.
know,
No, that's what I was saying. No, I was just
just
saying
call
why he
me a
said that.
Disneyland ride or something, bro. Yeah, this nigga's an attraction. Yeah, like yeah,
But I
bro.
just thought about that, right? This is and
I
that's why I be
have
like,
I
let
have
me get
feelings,
I gotta
but
get
I don't think that.
Nizai in.
But wait, hold on. I don't think that's why they come only though, Bert. Because even if you're an attraction, you still have to have some type of substance to keep people engaged. And I don't think I failed at that. And I think that
I think primarily, but not only.
sure, sure. I mean, even if we say primarily, and if you lose engagement, I don't care how much of an attraction you are, likely you're gonna fail. You know what I'm saying? Who has that much energy unless you're like a fucking 18-year-old and eating you doing mukbangs or something like? But let's, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to conversation, especially at our age and era and generation, man, we're well past just venting to each other. Like even Kev said, he was like, man, that shit get on my nerves when somebody come at me. That boy finna go into his whole life. So if we'd have let Most Hated continue talking, he'd still be talking right now. Nigga from the hood, nigga. Like zone 3. He'd have been telling us his whole
But
life
we
story.
wouldn't.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why we try to not let you keep talking.
But I don't do that though. I don't come up here telling my
You
whole life
do,
story
Moses.
about
You
nothing.
don't know when to stop. Damn, you don't know when to acknowledge other people on the panel.
It's not, you keep saying I don't know when to acknowledge other people.
Like,
No, it's just I would rather converse with them.
yes, you can, but
No, we can't. This style of
the
communication
thing is,
doesn't
you
permit
take
that.
up the whole space. Like, people who don't know when to like
I'm
make
gonna
their
cut them off.
point, be done,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
let
yeah.
other people speak. I'm sorry, you're just
So,
self-centered,
so
Moses.
no,
I'm
no.
sorry.
Let me say this. I was about to say, and I was about to say, I was about to get to that too, though. I was about to say, it got to get to a point because I had to do that with myself too, also when I'm in other panels, right? Because I know I got the ability to take over my dang on self, right? Because I used to do that in certain rooms, though. But some of them do allow me to do it anyways, though. But I also have to realize that's why I wanted to ask you, like, do you ever realize that you maybe, uh talking longer than like most of the panel, right? Have you ever noticed that? Because like, or that you seem like the host, and you're not. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Because
I
I
don't
don't have no
realize that.
problem with it. Because
I
I
realize
love what you talk about. I don't have a problem with it. But I'm just saying that.
to
Have
answer
you
to
ever
answer
noticed
you.
it? Go ahead.
No, yeah, I don't realize it. What I realize is that I have a stronger voice than most people, but I'm also talking to one another as opposed to just giving anecdote or what I experience something to be on a topic and then allowing somebody else to go. I'm doing
I
something
feel you on
different.
that.
It's not. No, it's not that I feel like I'm dominating no conversation. I don't do, bro. I've yielded to you plenty of times just right now. I
I'm
yielded to
not saying
Moses.
that part.
I yielded to Most Hated. I yielded to like damn near everybody in here that was talking. The only difference is I'm talking to them and y'all have a problem with that.
No, the thing, no, not even that. It's just like
Yeah.
it's just like okay, like being what's the word? What's the word? So basically, it's a different act you have
Big Woe
when
said
you
it's like Big Woe said it's like trying to talk to Kanye West, man. That's just funny.
what the heck?
Big Woe
What?
said it's like trying to talk to Kanye West. That's just funny as hell.
That is funny. I was, but no, I was about to say like, but I know most probably already used to this though because like different panels they just let them rock out because everybody be want to hear what Moses want to talk about, right, for the most part. But I was just saying like it's like a self-awareness thing, right? Sometimes it's like, dang, have you ever just thought to yourself like, dang, all right, dang, I have been the one that's talking the longest out of here. Like, dang, I do want to hear other perspectives and see what they might want to say or something like that. Like, have you ever just did that out of nowhere, like thought about that though?
Hey, Kev, like you said that and Rachel said that. I don't really want to hear everybody's fucking perspective. Maybe that's where we're different. I want to hear the most interesting person in the room. And I want to hear everyone else react to that. But I actually don't want to hear the idiot speak.
Yeah, I don't have
But
to.
how do we know unless we let her speak? Just like I don't even think Nisa said a piece of a
I can
word.
spot an idiot a mile away. I don't need to hear
Ah,
that.
come on, bro. What the heck? What the freak? Oh my
It's not
gosh.
that we have to hear everybody, but we don't have to just hear one or two
I
people.
just want to give Lisa a piece of chance. That's all it is.
And
A
it's a
piece.
self-awareness thing too, though. Like, I don't know. I learned this in leadership training or whatever, that in order to get different perspectives, you have to allow the space and the opportunity for other people to actually enter.
Tell me why do we want different perspectives?
Because
To
it
learn.
expands our mind and
Right.
challenges the way that we
I'm
think.
listening.
Yeah, it challenges the way that we think. I
And
like to be
sometimes
challenged.
aren't perspectives harmful sometimes?
Yes. Then we challenge that.
Yeah. The
Okay,
person that's talking all the damn time, their perspective is very
it's very what?
no, anybody's perspective can be bad. Okay, go ahead, Bert.
No, I mean that's fair. So like it, but that kind of goes to Moses' point, right? So if a person has a perspective that's quote unquote bad for whatever reason, right? Quote unquote bad. What Moses is saying is that should be addressed in the moment versus waiting in 9 turns to address it.
Yeah, but you can still address it. Literally, you can write it
Not in
down.
some formats you can't. Oh, you can write it down.
You can literally write it down if you're not able to like remember certain points. Some people, like Cousin, he be sitting here just listening and he's
Yeah.
able to remember a
Right.
point that somebody made that was off, that he wanted
Cousins
to
does that.
challenge. If you
Cousins,
have a short attention span and you're not able to remember
Rachel,
that, write
that's
it
not
down.
addressing it. I mean, I get what you're saying, but that is not addressing it. Is
It
not
is,
writing it
you
down.
will eventually address it. What you're saying is it needs to be addressed right then and there.
Are there some things that need to be addressed right then and there?
It will be addressed, and that
No,
is
well,
for
you
the
and
host.
Kevin are disagreeing.
No, but
He
that
just
but
said the
that is for
opposite.
the host. That is for the host, though.
I was about to say
If
the host,
there's
maybe. Yeah.
if there is something that is like he feels that is detrimental to the way that he would like to his vision and his
Fair
goal
enough.
for his
Fair enough.
platform, then he's supposed to point it out. But to have one person continuously go back and forth with another person, continuously ask them a question, and it's just it. Most of the time when I see Moses, it literally turns into a dialogue, just two people talking and everybody else just waiting.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that either. I just want to make that clear.
I know you're not suggesting it, but the thing is, if you lack self-awareness, that's what ends up happening because you don't know when to stop talking.
Well, does he lack self-awareness or self-control?
Both.
You know what? I
Both.
don't know, man. I kind of think that that's just his strong suit. I don't know if it's necessarily a lack of self-awareness. I think it's more of that's what he does well. It's almost like, I'll give this analogy. If you were on a basketball court and you're a shooter and you know your shot is dropping, sometimes when you feel like you get out there, you start shooting. And then you realize, why am I taking all the shots? And everybody else is looking at you like, yo, but you making them, but damn, can we shoot? And then sometimes that just happens when that's what you're good at. And I think that's just his strong suit. My thing is, I make my panels for everybody else to talk. So my thing is navigating, that's my strong suit, right? We all have different ways and styles that we do it. I don't think that it's just he don't have control. I just think that's what he's good at. So that's
Even that though,
admitted to it.
even that though, but I think we still have to learn how to adapt to where we at, right? Because if we do get in the panel that we realize that other people may want to have a perspective, we got to realize that, because like I said, I'm no different. Like if I know, I can be a host and talk for a long time, right? But then I know it depends on, I guess, intentions, right? Because sometimes I do want to hear different people and see if they want to challenge what I'm saying. So I maybe want to change my perspective, because I don't teach in pride. That's my thing. I know a lot of people do. They do that or whatever. They teach in pride or whatever. But I teach with an open mind because I might learn something different. That's the reason why I'm willing to say I'm wrong sometimes. Why I'm willing to I even change my perspective. I admit that I'm wrong. I would just I would do that though, because I do come with the intentions of teaching and learning at the same exact time. So I can't sit there and do this long thing. Then somebody try to, and I'm stopping somebody from cutting me off. No, wait, let me finish. No, it's the reason why somebody's trying to stop me for the most part, and I try to hear what they're saying to see if we're on the same point. That way I don't have to repeat myself, and then we can then we can get somewhere. Then I go to the next person. So why do you think this way? Because my reason is to help people. I don't want to just sit there and talk, and then we got a bunch of people that's just confused and don't even know what I'm talking about. I want everybody to be like, all right, do you get it? Do you get it? We got 8 boxes up here. I want to make sure all these people may get it, and why don't they get it? Then we talk about that. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. That's just kind of how I
Hey,
look at many different ways of platforms can be used.
did I hear about someone doing a 1v1? I mean, was Middle Road talking about that, or what was going on?
That was
I don't.
a middle road that was talking to the dude that was earlier, the drinking
Oh,
dude. It sounded like he was
oh yeah.
drinking.
All right, nobody. Okay.
Yeah, nobody in here. But let me let Nisa been in here forever. I ain't said nothing. You see what I'm saying? We was all talking and never let this
God
person
damn.
talk at all. Yeah, so is Nisa there? Did they fall asleep? Nisa, you there?
Rachel, can you stop?
Wait, what?
Can you? Nah. Like like, come on, man.
And then
Like,
Big Woe.
nah.
Address me in the comments. We trying to get Nisa to speak. Address me in the comments.
No. I'll just wait.
He said no. The way he just said that. No. Hey, Nisa done fell asleep.
All right. Yeah, you think?
I know you ain't talking to me, so you think you the longest, you the player, you ain't fell asleep.
That kind of proves the point, though.
I'm trying to prove my point, Kev.
Right, but so you wasn't saying something interesting enough. That's why they fell asleep. So that went against what Bert just said earlier. When he said maybe let somebody talk for it that's interesting. So it wasn't interesting enough for Nisa.
Kev, I'm not saying what you were saying. I think what you were saying was interesting. I just think that nobody could respond to it because of your format of speech. That's all. What I'm talking about is not topic.
No. I think my point got proven. I think my point, me and Richard point just got proven because y'all was talking the longest, right? And Nisa been sitting here for the longest and I probably sleep.
Nah, Kev, not at all. I'm sorry, bro. I just that's not what happened at all.
Still trying to talk. Big Woe, is Nisa gonna go or Big Woe?
Damn, Rachel, why we always gotta be two men can't talk? Damn, me and Kev ain't never had a problem talking till you came about. Leave me alone.
Hey, what?
Your little YNs.
Oh, my fight about to come on real quick, so go ahead, do y'all thing. Do y'all thing. Well, let Big Ball go real quick, and then y'all can do y'all thing. I'm about to watch this fight.
Nah, I'm just saying, man.
You see how he didn't even listen? Did you hear what he
said? He was gonna go watch a fight.
No, you missed the part where he said, "I'ma let Big Woe go, and then y'all could do your thing."
Who? I'm sorry. Was that Kev that said that? I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be
Kev did
listening
say
to guest dictate the panel. Now, my bad. My fault.
Oh,
What was I
dictate the panel. Wow. Go ahead, Big Woe.
Nah, man. I was gonna say I agree with y'all saying. I don't think it's like lack of awareness or anything like that. I think it's more like not personally Moses. I'm just saying in general, but like when I said the Kanye West thing, I don't think people really fully understood what I was saying. Like it's some people that are so knowledgeable and they like to do due diligence when it comes to research and all that. They got a complex where, you feel me? Not that I don't care what you saying, but you gonna let me finish
Oh,
what
Big
I'm
Woe,
saying.
man. I know exactly what you're saying right now, and I totally 100% concur and agree. You're feeling my pain right now, bro. You get it. All right, cool. And oh, by the way, that's not me trying to down nobody either. But thank you, Big Woe. You get what I'm saying.
The only reason I said that because I've been around Moses before plenty of times, and I ain't gonna lie, he's a very intelligent brother. And if you come to the conversation and he knows what you're saying is either incorrect or it's gonna steer the conversation in direction that's away from the focal point, I ain't gonna lie, he ain't let you gonna say a damn thing. Cause 9 out of 10 what he's saying is correct. You feel me? So that's my little 2 cent right there. But you right about the basketball analogy thing also too though. Because when Kobe was only taking shots and going crazy by himself, majority of the teams that he was on, they labeled him as a ball hog. So eventually he learned how to be more of a team player and use people as like assets that was an extension of him. So y'all both low key right. What's up, cousin?
Thank you, Big Woe. It's open panel, y'all.
Is it though?
Hey, appreciate it, Big Woe, man. I appreciate that. Kev, you understand. I'm talking about format of conversation. I'm not talking about topics. I don't care what we talk. We can talk about crayons. But can we all be engaged in the conversation of crayons as opposed to us all giving our opinion on crayons? I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. But if that's the case, then, if you're going to use a timer, then, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, a little too. How about 20 seconds? You tell us how you feel about crayons, and after that, maybe it's more reasonable. If y'all gonna use timers, I heard you, try to give me a solution to that. Just use timers. Fine. Then all right.
I used the 1 minute timer. And you was like,
Yeah, 1 minute is
just
a
a
long
big baby,
time.
Moses.
I just said that.
Moses, you're just a big baby.
Rachel,
It's
you're not
okay.
listening.
You're
Rachel, you're not
spoiled.
listening to me. I
It's
just
okay.
said 1 minute is a long time. I just said that, Rachel. And then you said I use the 1 minute time. You was like, yeah, I was like that.
That's the shortest time we can do on
You think
TikTok.
so? I know. I get it. But look, all right, everybody mute up and let's just see how long 1 minute really is for somebody to be talking. Let's go. Everybody mute up. I'll be quiet. I don't have no problem with that. A whole minute.
That's not the point.
No, that said that. Not because it's a long
What you
ass
want,
time.
30
That's
seconds?
why you know
What
it's a
you want,
long
30
ass time.
seconds, Moses?
Dang, that fight over quick. My
If you're
goodness.
asking, if you're asking me what I want, I don't want anything.
Wait, how long was it?
That fight ain't even last 2 minutes. He already knocked out already. My goodness, dang.
Yo, a
Whoa.
2 minute timer.
Please. I might as well go to a speech for that.
Well, I guess I'm back, guys.
Damn, that fight over already?
Yeah.
Hey, look, but Rachel, you remember you asked me
Just know Illy Tapori ain't no joke.
I have not been to a panel, Rachel, before. Like, I guess when you were asking me that in the comments, you was like, are you talking about like an open panel where people be on the stage and shit? And
Yeah.
At a conference? I've never been to one of those before. I don't think I would ever want to go to one, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
participated
you
in
like the
one.
experience. Tell me about it. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying that's generally how it is. Like, I mean, there's like an introduction
You
and
might as well give up. I ain't gonna
followed by
lie.
questions. But most of is there an echo? Oh. But most of the time, one person is talking and then they wait, like other people wait to talk.
I got how it works. I'm just wondering, like, what is your infatuation with it? Why do you like it?
Infatuation? No.
Oh my God! Don't hyper focus on one
No,
guy.
I'm just saying
I mean,
it
just
is
like,
what
why
it
do you
is. This
enjoy
is
it?
the
Why do you like
format.
that? Do you like those?
I'm just saying it. Do I like it?
Yeah. Do you like going to those? Like, do you like to? Because you said
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. So maybe that's why. Why do you like it?
No, but I can be in any space. That's a thing.
I'm not challenging your versatility. I'm just asking you about this one. Why do you like doing that?
Why do I like it? It's not a matter of liking it. It's a matter of adapting.
You said you liked it. All right. You know what?
Yeah, I like this panel. I like one-on-one conversations. I like them all. I
Yes,
like
ma'am.
to converse,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
can adapt.
Yes, ma'am.
So Rachel, because I've been on one, and I've seen a couple of them, and maybe this will answer. I think the difference is, like, let's say for this example that's up here right now, Kev's panel. If we were all on the panel, we would all only talk about one of those items, so everybody isn't repeating themselves. I think that's one of the differences. Like when you have a panel like that, everybody it flows a little bit better because everybody has one individual stance, and then they converse after about those stances, right? And I think maybe on these panels it gets confusing because everybody just be talking all kind of shit at all times, and then it just gets convoluted. Do you notice that difference?
Yeah, I get that, which is why I think Kev does one question at a time, so that we can focus on one thing at a time. I don't think I've seen other panels where like one person reads off and answers all the questions. I think that is ineffective. But when we discuss one question at a time and just allowing somebody the opportunity to give their perspective on that topic. And the thing is, there's a lot of people that literally they just give their perspective and they just sit on the panel. And that's fine. But to give people an opportunity to express their perspective, I think is important.
I find it kind of funny how there's actual topics on the board where we're talking about how to communicate each other when we're having a topic, when there's actual topics right there. So we just not gonna talk about the topics on the board, or
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we started off talking about the topics on the board.
how did it end here?
Somebody named Moses.
Why you gonna mess with the man? That's crazy.
I mean, he has redirected every conversation, but
My boy Moses is a master conversationist.
yep, that's. I mean, that's. Look, Moses. What, Moses? Why you stop talking?
Huh? I'm sorry. Like I said, I put y'all on mute, and I went back in to put my glass on the bar so I can walk out.
Oh,
Listen, you told me to facilitate myself and somebody else. This how they want to do it, then you supposed to, all right, fine. This is what I do when I accommodate. I just shut up and then I pay attention to something else.
okay. Well, I don't know. Hey, the host can direct this conversation where he wants it to go. You're the one that brought up whatchamacallit? What would you call it? A problem you might have solved?
No, just a format of conversation. Or you talking about beforehand, like when we was talking about credit and stuff?
No, a problem with the format, like you were addressing.
No, I wasn't. I don't have an issue with that. If Kev wants to do that, that's Kev. Like I said, I agree with y'all on the stance that let people do what they want to do. If that's how y'all want to do, fine. Let people live how they live. It's just that's why I go very subtle. You know, if I go into a lot of times when I go into lives, that'd be the reason I get into it. It's because we can't even converse. You know, if somebody gonna say 3 minutes worth of shit, then the next motherfucker gonna say 3 minutes worth of shit, and they be like, write it down. Who the fuck is getting on TikTok with a notepad? Nobody.
I
And if
actually
you
have. Yes.
okay,
Especially
My cousin
no,
does.
all
especially
right,
during no
all right,
during
so
the
two people.
no, during the conversations about women dressing a certain way, I literally had to get my notebook because I know they asses was about to try to gaslight.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then that would further solidify my point that makes no sense to have conversation that way. If you have to pull a notepad out in order to keep your thoughts in line because somebody is talking so long or about, wait, hold up, you just
Oh my god.
go ahead. You right now. Go ahead. You right. Go ahead.
No, go
That was our
ahead.
thing.
Go ahead, Moses. Oh wow. Just cause I
Why,
excuse
Yeah, no, I'm saying you
why do
see
you
what
have
I'm
to
saying.
interrupt him?
See, this is what I'm
Rachel,
saying
why do you
though.
have to
It's
interrupt him?
not
Why
that I'm
can't you just
talking.
write it down?
It's not that I'm talking
yeah, but do
loud.
you
It's
see
not
how
that
but do you see how I stopped myself? Right? I realized I was interrupting
you
and
stopped
I
yourself
stopped
after I
myself.
stopped myself.
Nobody had to mute me.
You stopped you
Go ahead,
after
Moses.
you stopped you after I stopped. But all I'm saying is yeah, that's just well, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm tripping. Like I said, that's why I said it's hard for me to go live a lot. If I do go live, I'll be live. You know, and I'll be writing stuff like I'll be writing it right on the screen, like 1 in the box, 2 in the box, 3 max 4. But this is why, just because we don't never really get to converse. We get to sit here and listen to what somebody said
And that makes
about somebody else, probably.
you make a valid point. I mean, I have nothing really against the way you would like to run the format or whatever. It's just that I know how to adapt. I'm just saying for me, because the host is going to direct the room how they want to direct the room. I don't have no need to control how the host does it. You get what I'm saying? I can only go by the rules of the room. So even on my lives, right? So I've actually started vetting a lot more. So I only allow friends, moderators, and subscribers up. Like, and for you to even become a friend, I gotta see you multiple.
Moderators and subscribers.
I gotta see you
So
multiple.
people that you
So
follow
these
that
are
follow you back, that's friends. Moderators, people that moderate your life, and then subscribers, people that subscribe to. Okay, well then, listen,
people
I'm not
that
mad
I
at you,
know, people that I know that I have had a conversation with that can hold a conversation and who know how to stop themselves when they're long-winded, or who know how to fall back if they have interjected too much. I'm not saying it's 100% not going to happen, but you have to have a level of self-awareness to like, oh shoot, oh, I'm doing it again.
What do you mean by interjected too much? And oh shoot, I'm doing it again. I don't. What are those? What do you mean?
Like people who are long-winded, that grinds my gears. They just don't know when to
You
just
must
make.
don't fuck with me. That's
Yeah,
why I can
because
fuck.
no, people will reiterate a point over and over again, and
But
it's
that's
not even necessary.
but that's kind of what the format that I'm talking about promotes. That's why I said I don't like it.
But that's what I'm saying. That's not for me to control someone else's how someone else does it.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's
So
I agree with you on that. That's
yeah,
what I'm saying. We agree there. We
yeah.
agree there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like Kev asked, like, because you were saying, like, even Jordan learned to pass the ball and all this other stuff. Like, I understand what you're saying about that. You were saying that I was domineering. No, it's not that. It's just I'm conversing in a different form and fashion than people on the panel are conversing. They're used to just everybody saying what they want to say about a topic one at a time, and that goes on for 20 minutes. Because if everybody get 3 minutes and 8 people up here, that's pretty close. And then after that, then open panel, and now we don't know where to start, or we start talking and everybody's, discombobulated. You're all cross-contaminating conversation because nobody started out talking to each other. I'm not saying Kev can't do it that way. Yeah, Kev, do what the hell you want to do, bro. I don't mind. It's just, I was just saying that's why a lot of times, so when people say I'm domineering, that's why it kind of bothers me when people say that. It'd be like acting like I'm going in and bullying people. No, I'm just having a conversation a different way than most people are conversing. And that's because I'm conversing the way we would converse in real life. You all are conversing based upon how you've seen somebody else tell us we should converse on TikTok. Who even came up with, let's let everybody tell everybody what they feel about the topic, and then after that, let's have an open panel. Who came up with that? I bet you don't even nobody know. Hell, I don't even know. And
Yeah,
why is that efficient? Did we not even
That's
think
like
about why
TikTok etiquette. Everybody been doing that.
that's etiquette? I think what
That's
will
what
be
I've
more
heard it's
etiquette
called.
is let's get on the topic, and then let's make sure we recognize who's up here. So let's say, hypothetically speaking, you know what I'm saying? And Big Wall, I'm just gonna use you as an example. Let's say you a soft-spoken brother, right? Like your voice ain't just loud and vibrant like that. Then as the moderator or the host, we would say, okay, y'all know when Big Wall's speaking, man, he's kind of soft-spoken, so let's not trample him. Let's let him get out what he gonna say. But at the same time, you have the same rules of communication we all do, which is, bro, you can't speak for 3 hours. And when you finish talking, bro, you gotta let somebody respond to you. And then engage in conversation. If you don't want to engage in conversation, then all right, we don't want you up here because we want people to talk to one another, not talk at one another. Does that make any sense?
Yep, it makes perfect sense.
My only thing is, how would that work
bro?
on
Like I
TikTok?
But you do, but you do dominate though. Like
saying that.
She on your ass about this dominating shit, bro.
yeah, I mean, but Moses, it's okay.
You
I
all say
mean,
he dominates, though. I mean, I think it's just that is how he navigates the conversation, right?
You know what?
That's
You know
what
what?
he
I
does,
also
and that's
said
what he's
cousin
good at.
dude.
Like, I don't know if that's domination. I think it is like
It's like you have a different presence.
it's a
Within
different.
I told hold on,
Yeah,
because
it's
I know it.
I said this to her in the comment section. I also said that men and women, we speak differently.
All right,
no.
so let me say this
We'll
then.
talk about
I want to say let me go and help. Let
Yeah,
me help
men and
her.
women, we do speak differently. I'm not
I'm
mad at
gonna
what you
say this
said.
though.
I
I'm gonna
dominate
explain.
also. Kev can also dominate. It's
Right.
a choice that you make.
Nah, I don't think
Right.
so.
So this
I
this the
mean,
reason why I'm gonna say that you do dominate, right? From my observation, and this the only way you can figure it out is if you stay quiet for a minute because you gotta vet people, right? So the reason why I say that, and that's why I say it's nothing wrong. It's just to bring awareness, right? But say the reason why it's domination, even though we trying to say it's a style, is that even when it's a bunch of people on the panel talking, right, and then say after you just talk for your good while, right, and then somebody else talk, You okay? Then as soon as somebody different talk, then you got to be one of the first ones to come back. Like, well, no, that's not. That's technically that's not true, or something like that. Whatever. Then you go back to you. It'd be you and that other person next. Next minute, there's a new person trying. Then it's you and the next person. It's like you don't get another person chance to challenge it. It's just you, for the most part. So that I would say that's a form of domination because you don't think about that. Maybe somebody else might want to challenge you. You like, no, let me push what I know. Because I feel like I know more than other people. Oh, I'm not trying to say this with you, but this what could come off because you don't give other people a chance to really challenge you. Like you want to be the one to challenge everybody for the most part.
That might be just him being eager though. Not I mean like I'm eager like oh this
But that
flow
is a
going so
form of
well.
domination.
I
That will
wouldn't
be a
just
form of domination though because he will rather than I mean he gotta be able to take basically. If it goes against his point, he got to be the one to address it, no matter whoever it is. Like if it's 5 people in the panel, he can be like, "Oh no, that's not right. That's not right. I don't know. I'm not saying that
Listen to what
you're
you just
wrong for
said. If
doing it,
it
but that
goes
would be a
against,
form." Go ahead.
listen to what you just said. If it goes against his point, yeah, shouldn't I be the one to address?
No, not your point though. But some of
No,
the
what you
times,
just said.
some of the times it can be just something against you, what you stand on, and don't be directly you.
All right,
You
man.
know. I mean, because what I'm saying, because I could do that too sometimes, but I have to be like, you know what? I'll tell
nah
somebody else
yeah,
that
you
they
be
can have
more
it.
funny with it though. You be
Huh?
more funny with it. It's different. It's like when Moses do it, it's like a lion stomping his paw on the ground and all the animals just freeze like, hold on, what's about to go down? When you do it, it's more like entertaining, more funny, like, oh shit, we about to get a couple of laughs in this bitch. Moses, like it's like I don't know how to describe it. It's more like he shake the room when he talk. You feel me? Like, hold on, like we think we gonna jump him with knowledge. He be like backed up in the corner ready to knock everybody out. He ready to go. And a lot of people not used to that. They're used to individuals that quick to respond. They be like those type of people usually don't be knowing what they're saying, or they have to ask what the response should be. So they come across as, oh, you quick to you're not quick to listen. You're quicker to speak. Boss is not one of those people. When 5 people jump him, what he says be like ready to go. It'd be like actual shit. It'd be like
Hey,
answer this
look. The
person,
funny
answer
thing you
that
said
person.
that. The funny thing you said though, it's not 5 people jumping him. He be jumping 5 people. That's the funny
So,
part about that.
I,
All right,
I,
never mind.
so
He be like, hey, hold up, no, you're not right either. You're not right. He makes sure he get on. That's the funny
I
stuff.
just,
Moses don't get jumped. He jump
I
people. I
just,
don't know how that's possible.
I'll just say this. I'll just say this. I'm still not sold on the idea that everyone's perspective is worth listening to.
Well, at least somebody allowed you to speak. That way they know. Glad everybody ain't got Bert mentality because you wouldn't even had a chance to speak then if that was the case. Because how would somebody figured out you was Bert until you spoke? But as I say, overall though, that mean that, and the messed up part about that mean in order for us to figure out, somebody would have to be able to because too many people are afraid to don't know when to jump in. I could get that, but I feel like to be fair to let
I'm so glad
people
that you said that right there, bro. I'm so glad you said that right. Please
yeah,
let me
that's cool though. But I'm
let me
saying,
say something right there,
go
because
ahead,
I know.
go ahead.
Listen, when you said some people are so afraid to jump in, listen, it's this thing that black folk got called the spirit. All right. I know, yeah, like people believe in it differently how they want to believe in it. Let me understand. Let me understand how it really go when it comes to the spirit, bro. You ever been in a room with a number of black folk, and it's made by 6, 7 of y'all, 4 or 5 of y'all even, right? And everybody's talking, and it might be some conversation that's not necessarily in agreement, but everybody recognizes the spirit, that underlying threat that says, hey, hold up, let's not ruin what we got going on here, because we like, as black folk, being around each other. So if we're going to communicate with each other, let's do that, but let's do it in a way that's respectful, mannerable, etc., etc. I feel like most black people had that, bro. Like, I really don't think that we don't have that. I think that we don't have that in the environments there in which the format of communication It's not conducive to who we are. And that's all I'm saying, bro. I get what you're saying. I'm not mad at your you know, if you want to do that, that's fine. I just, you know, maybe it's just me. I just kind of sat back and thought because I started to see a lot of people on TikTok do that. Okay, we're gonna do the everybody give their opinion portion, then we're gonna do open format, right? I've seen a lot of people do that, and they fill the box up first. That I guess usually that's their intention. And maybe and like I said, I'm just maybe a little bit different in that regard because
Do
that's
you
not.
fill your box up?
Nah, I try not to. I try not to.
Okay, that's the difference. I get you
Yeah,
then. Yeah, I get you
I
then.
start out trying to have like I literally write on the screen one in the box.
Okay,
Like,
that makes sense. That's why I say that makes
but
sense.
also,
Yeah.
but wait, hold up. When I do open the box, even the moderators know, like, yeah, no more than 4. Like, we try not to go no more than 4 because if it's 2 men and 2 women up there plus me, all right, you got one moderator and you got 2 men and women that can converse, and then we moderate that conversation. In other words, if let's say the 2 diagonals, right, are getting it, like me and Rachel are chopping it up, we'll let them 2 go back and forth and try to understand their conversation. And then the other 2, let's say Naisha and let's say that request box up there, they talking, we'll let them go, and we'll let them even do that in the midst of each other. So all right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. So Nisha, what was you saying, Rachel, or Moses? What was you saying to Rachel? And then and then it might cross over. You know, Rachel might say something to Nisha. What you understand what I'm saying? But I'm not down. Like I said, I don't want to insult no black folk when I say that, man. Like I'm not trying to be, contentious or whatever. That's why I kind of hate what Rachel's doing right now. I love Rachel to death. By the way, Miss Jean Pierre, love your ass. Crazy as y'all are. We still going to the damn amusement park too. By the way, I want to go to the water park where they got that big lazy river that go around the water park.
Oh,
Y'all, you little young ass go get on the rides. I'm gonna be right over there. You cool?
uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? I'm bringing you a Slurpee. Bring y'all a Slurpee. But I want us to be able to converse. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I understand what
You say
Rachel's
I don't
saying.
like what Rachel's doing. Wait, what am I
What
doing?
you said, what you were doing in the comment section, where you was essentially communicating that I'm domineering. I don't feel like I'm domineering. Like I said, I feel like there's the distinction between intentionally trying to be domineering and just conversing in a different format. And I think that's what's happening. I don't think it's a domineering thing. I'm not trying to domineer over nobody. I especially wouldn't try to do that if I was trying to have conversations on my lives, just typically one-on-one. If you disrespect me, that's about the only time I mute your mic. Don't call me no names. Don't label me. Those types of things. We know what disrespect is. But
I
outside of
think if
that,
you talk longer than the host, that's an issue.
you said what?
If you talk longer than the host, then you got to question yourself on that one.
I don't even have a problem with talking longer than the host, just so long as you're getting to a point that way the host can respond. I don't even have a problem with that because, like I said,
I'm not gonna lie, Moses. They'll take offense to that. Most hosts on
I
here,
know, they
they'll
definitely
be
will.
like, "Oh, you think you running my life? Who you think you are?"
Right,
They'll take
no.
offense to that.
But that's what I'm saying. See, that's because they're trying to function from a seat of power. When they get on live, what makes most people feel good when they get on live is that's an environment that they can control. They love that. That's a great feeling. It's addictive even. They love that shit. I can tell people what to do in here. I can make sure I can elect people to silence other individuals that I don't want to hear talking. How much power is that? That's a lot of power.
I ain't gonna lie, he's right. I like that a little bit.
You understand what I'm saying? So with that regard, of course they do that to each other. But what I'm saying is I don't. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear your worldview on this. I want to hear what you're talking about. But you can't come here and disrespect me. And also, you can't talk for 3 hours. You and I are going to go back and forth. We're going to talk to each other, not past one another. In other words, I'm not going to give my theory about this thing. You're not going to just give your theory about this thing. You're going to give me a little piece of your theory on this thing, and you're going to allow me to respond to that. And then I'm going to do the same, and then I'm going to allow you to respond to that. And that's efficient conversation is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So would you think though? Okay, because I think I see it. It's not necessarily domineering, but it may come off as domineering in another format.
Yes,
So if
sir.
you are,
Yes, sir.
so
I totally
maybe that's
understand
what
that.
it is.
And that's why I said Kev was right.
Yeah,
Yes,
maybe
sir.
that's what
I
it
do
is.
understand
So
that.
it's not necessarily because when you
That's
have
what,
a conversation,
that's what I wanted to say. The other portion, big homie, because I always look at. That's why I want to say I agree with Rachel and why she would see it that way. I understand why she would see it that way. I'm not saying I agree with her in terms of why or in terms that she does, but I'm saying I understand why she would see it that way because that is how it would look. More than likely, that's how it would look. He's just trying to just beat up on everybody when that's not the case at all.
I'm
I'm
not gonna
not.
lie, you did just dominate my brother cousin though. He let her finish the 3 words, and you hugged him.
If I was ever in a conversation like
Me too.
wait, hold up. But look, Cousin has been in my live before where he done the same thing as the host. He done the same thing to me, and I ain't had no problem with it. Like, I'm just saying, man, like,
And he was agreeing with you. That would make it
look,
worse.
it's certain voices on here that I know, like, it's certain voices on here. Like, if Kev ever came, when Kev come to my, I said ever came, like he ain't hadn't before. But if Kev comes to my live, he know he just got an open box. Like, it's certain voices on here.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. And
Nah,
I ain't
it
gonna
sounded
silence
like you was like bomb rushing him though. He was agreeing with you. He didn't get to finish the full sentence. Like, look, I got a big bro. Pause. I got a big bro. Just want to hear you. Damn.
All right, bro. I just had a difference. All right, go ahead. You right.
I'm not even trying to laugh, but the way Big Mo just gonna
Perhaps
call it
that was
like
the
that.
self-awareness Miss Rachel was talking about. I ain't
That's all right. I like that Moses actually just did that,
yeah,
dog.
hey,
What the
Kev,
heck?
ain't nobody asked you to gay it up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. My bad. Okay, let me not mess it up. All right, you right.
Now, interject real quick.
Let me just at least do this real quick. Hold on. Give me a chance. Right here. Hold up. I had to do that. Oh, I think my baby was trying to go. What you got?
Yeah, that's what I noticed also is
Okay.
that once he started talking about how many people he allows on his panel, it made sense that it's not going to come off as dominating because he's only talking about until 2 or 3 other people, but because the panel is full of a whole bunch of other people and not to be aware of the other people or to acknowledge their presence, it comes off as very dominating in this format. You get what I'm saying? So I understand his intention may not be to dominate, but in this format it is because you're not giving space for other people to talk. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Can we agree
Pull
on
your
that?
ass up, boy. Huh?
This dude, what the heck, dog? What the? I think we all, but I think we all, we come into an understanding, and that's the whole point of. But so I think it is an understanding on that though, for the most part though, because it do make sense. That's why I say I do agree. I get why. That's why I asked him that question earlier, like how many people he'd be having on this. It makes sense though, because it's just.
That's why I also said, Kev, you typically like every time I get into a live, I get into it for some reason. It ain't because of the format half the time, or at least 80% of the time, and then the other 20% is because somebody be disrespectful. But they be disrespectful based upon that format. So I ain't mad at it, bro. Like I'll work on it, but I'm lying like a motherfucker. I really just don't be coming around too often no more.
I think you are working though, just
I'm
like you
working on my
show,
disrespectful.
just like I show, you showed earlier. I was like,
Yeah, no,
wow,
I'm saying I'm
okay,
working
my
on my
boy
disrespectful
Moses.
response.
Okay, I
Now,
like that
I'm not working on.
Hold on. How long you had
because
this
we
take
are
for?
men of God. I'm gonna keep on saying that every time. We are
So
men of
hold on,
God.
Psalm 55. Hey, the King David prayed for the death of his enemies. Hold on, man. We was
Oh
also
my
the
gosh,
Lord
that
is a
don't mean
man
it
of
was
war.
right. That
The
don't
Lord
mean
is
it
a
was
man of
right.
war too. So yeah, I'm
Nah,
saying.
the man, no, but he do it for us. He ain't never told us to do anything though. He
Lies,
said, "Leave."
lies. Hold on.
No,
So he
oh,
ain't
you
telling us.
trying to go
Here we
scripture? I
go.
ain't trying to do the scripture thing with you, man.
Oh, let me
I
say
just
one.
I know he told us to be humble, and he said he'll handle these things. I
Okay.
don't think he said men should handle anything.
He turned the camera off.
Yeah,
Actually, I'm gonna
Yo,
do a
we
post on
fucked
that
up.
too, though.
Yeah,
I think
you wanna go?
no, I don't even feel like this is gonna be a whole 4 hours. Because I would literally do this all day, especially dealing with
I promise you.
Shine.
Yeah, I promise you it wouldn't take that long, bro. I promise
Nah,
you.
it will. It most definitely will. Because I'm not about to give in, just like you probably not gonna give in,
You
bro.
ain't gonna be talking to me. You gonna be talking to God. You ain't nothing to get. Not getting into me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
I got
All
you.
right.
But I will say,
Word.
Moses,
I ain't gonna lie, that was a good one.
Moses, I do respect you in the fact that I was throwing a bunch of jabs, my brother.
You was. You
But
you
but
a
I
woman,
would
but
say
because you a woman and you a woman
no.
that my boy mess with, I would never
Well, I
disrespect.
mean,
I want you.
they were respectful. Shoot, they weren't that bad.
Nah. They was a little If any other woman had said that to me, that like one Kev girl, I'd be like,
Oh
hold on,
my gosh.
what the fuck
Wah,
you mean?
wah,
What the fuck you
wah.
mean? What the fuck you mean? I be domineering? You know me, man. Come on,
Oh
man.
my gosh.
You know me.
No, but I
But I would
mean,
never
to
do that.
me
But I would
though,
say you probably saying it because you know her,
That's
right? Oh,
that,
but
and also
okay.
because I know you. I would never. Yeah, like
Oh
I
yeah,
said,
because I was about to say other girls you don't know really know, and you gotta make sure you make clarity because you know a lot of them be hating and all that stuff if they say
yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah,
So you
yeah.
want to challenge it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would
yeah.
challenge it otherwise, but I I just kind of
So
you saw I wrote I in the comment section. I wasn't trying to.
yeah, no, I no, yeah, respects to you though that because how I operate is that just being able to point out something that I'm observing and you being able to have a conversation about it and take a look at it, you may not accept it. And you know what? I may be wrong also. But the fact that you're open to the conversation and didn't just shut it down, I respect that a lot.
Hmm.
Because I believe that truth is love. Truth
I
truth
think
is
he
care. You know
spared
what I'm
you
saying?
for real.
So
That's
if
what it
I
really is.
huh?
I think he spared you because you kept lady friend, and that's why you get special treatment right now. Because I ain't
My
never seen Moses do
Yeah,
goodness.
that.
yeah. Well, no, what I'm saying that's
Fair.
exactly what
Oh my
happened, and that's
gosh.
Mm-hmm.
of course, that's exactly what, and that's what I was
That nigga
explaining. But
Moses got
also,
more bodies than the
because
Undertaker.
no, and I don't mean sparing
Wait.
like that. I just mean I wouldn't, I'm not going to disrespect Kev, in this regard, and also not going to disrespect her because I've known her to be of good character. She, just we talking about disagreement over something minimal right now. This is this is not going to be a blip on anybody's radar in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is yeah, no, absolutely. I would never disrespect one of my brother's women, unless that woman or he disrespect. Now, I've done it before. I've done it. I've done that. Yeah, nah,
I
don't
could
forget
feel
it.
you on that because I'd be like, man, you gotta
Yeah.
check your girl, man.
It's
You
been a
ain't about
chick.
to let
It's been
her.
a chick that talked to me reckless on here. Started calling me all them p words. Oh, okay, all right, bitch, your mama. And then I start talking about their kids and all that, and I will. And I'm trying to even get away from that. I'm trying to
Damn
get away from that.
kids.
Oh yeah, fuck them
Damn.
kids. So, like, listen, after you call me certain names, everything, all gloves come off. Yeah, I'm straight like that with that, man. Don't disrespect, and I'm that way with other men too. So no person can come into my life and call Big Woe or Cousin B or Bert or Kev that neither. I will allow them to disrespect you until the ends of time while you stay on mute or get dropped from my life. And I would do that same thing for women. If a man come in there tripping, and like I said, I'm more about sequence of events. If Rachel disrespects me first, I got a right to defend myself verbally. If I disrespect Rachel first, she got a right to defend herself verbally. And I think everybody should pay attention to that because that's the thing that started the altercation.
Never defend myself against a man.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying however you choose to defend yourself, which means in some cases, in more than likely cases, as a woman, you would probably go get another man. And that's fine. I agree with that in that regard. This man disrespected you first? Nah, I ain't finna do nothing.
I wouldn't even entertain it, huh?
Kev, go get behind Kev. He talking to me reckless. And then, oh, by the way, when
No.
Kev do
I
that,
don't think she like that because I
Listen
don't.
what I'm saying. Hold on, listen what I'm saying. Kev, come get me, and I'm finna go get Cousin B, and we all finna crash out on this nigga. Who's you talking to,
Nah,
bro?
I'm a type that try to avoid confrontation.
No,
I'm not
we
like
don't
that.
squabble.
Kev,
We don't
Kev,
squabble.
Kev and Rachel, hear what I'm saying. I agree with both of you. You understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying
But I
is,
get you. I ain't gonna. Yeah, okay, I
whoever
get
in
you
the
then.
wrong first, that's the person that needs to come to the table first for reconciliation. That's what
Yeah,
you feel what I'm
I
saying?
get you. Yeah.
You disrespect me first, then you can't be mad if I, punch you in the face after you pinched me. You can't tell me how to respond. And oh, by the way, you
Yeah,
started.
you said you got your choice how you respond. I get you though. That's what you getting.
So
Yeah.
This is why I say, even though he might be quote unquote domineering,
He
at
got to
least
keep going back to that.
I'd
Dang.
rather have somebody that does that actually comes with 80% of the time it comes with the right answer than a nonsense idiot that want to get the expression off because they hurt. At least majority of the time I'm listening, the shit that y'all about to say, he just beat y'all to the punch. I'm saying it. So I'd rather have a nigga like that on my team than a nigga that just shit out nonsense.
And you know what the crazy part about this is too? I'm not even trying to beat y'all out like I'm anybody out. I really just want to understand my folks' worldview about things. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I have elders too. I talk to them on a continual basis. One of my elders stresses, man, when you talk to somebody, man, you need to sit down and understand how they feel and what they think first. And this will do a lot of things for you. Number one, it'll keep you out of conflict. You'll find out real quick whether or not this person is even smart enough to deal with conversationally. After that, what they believe in and whether or not you feel like it's something that You could maybe open up their eyes to a different path of doing something or not. You'll find out whether or not they'll be staunchly opposed to you expressing how you feel about whatever the top. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll get to learn all of these things. So I'm totally open with that. Even when I let people, y'all will see. If I let when I go live and I let people into the box, I usually let them speak first. Oh, okay. How you feel about this? How you feel about the topic? No, you go ahead and talk to me. I'm listening.
And then you speak.
I don't know,
Then you
bro. I
speak
think like
second, third, fourth, fifth, and
no,
sixth. Like, no,
Kev,
stop. Let me stop.
Kev, this is my whole entire ass, Kev. I'm sick of you. Hey,
I had to. I
Kev, you
was like, let
wrong.
me.
I know you was waiting on it, bro. I saw you over there, bro,
Hey,
roasting
you
your
lucky
socks.
altar and
Yeah, you was over there. I said, Kev finna come in here hardcore. He finna, boy, he ain't shit, boy. Hey, but
I ain't gonna lie to you though. When I see you, it seems like you like to give out verbal ass whoopings. Like that's something that you enjoy. I ain't gonna front. That's what it looked like to me. That's
I
what it
try
looked
not
like.
to be that way though, big homie. Like
I know, but
I
no,
don't think
hey,
I'm
no, ain't
trying
nothing
not.
wrong with that. What you mean?
No, it is because people don't take verbal ass whoopings well, and all it does is build up anger and enemies
That's
towards me.
bro.
Wait, hold up,
Nah, that's your talent. Your talent is verbal
Your
lashing.
talent can be a curse, and I'm
But
saying
that's
no.
true.
I don't.
Okay, I
I
give
don't.
you
I
that.
don't. No,
You're
no, I
right.
want you to understand what I'm saying. That very talent has brought people to send me death threats, call me names that they can't prove and stand on. All of that type of stuff.
Well, that's because
People,
maybe you cut too deep, but maybe that's the thing, right? So, if you got hands, you ain't supposed to beat somebody to a coma. Maybe you just got to put hands on them and then let them up.
well,
Then
no,
you know
but
what I
also
mean?
if you got hands, then what you also aren't supposed to do is engage with people that you know ain't got hands.
Now
And
that's
I
true too.
that a
Yep,
lot of
yep.
times that's something I struggle with because I'm under the impression that they just want to converse. But then when I
Right.
start talking to them, I realize, oh shit, not only do they not want to just converse, but they also feel inferior to me, which makes them defensive.
Right.
You
But
understand?
I will say this though, because I know that our reputation precedes us, especially in this TikTok world, and you get prejudged a lot by little videos or maybe clips or whatever. And I think you probably get into a lot of shit because of that, because they are automatically assuming something, so they don't, you know what I mean? So they come in with the fist balled, and it causes the altercation when it shouldn't have been one in the first place.
Arthur.
But I gotta give it to you, bro. I've seen you trying to get better. Like I see the work, and I just
Yep.
want to give you that comment. I gotta tell you, man to man, I'm proud of you for doing that. I
Man, I
see it,
appreciate it.
and I know people might not say it, but I'm gonna tell you, bro. I see it.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I appreciate it, man. Like I ain't gonna lie, I ate myself up for 3 days. Well, at least it was two. Okay, it was a better portion of about an
That's what
hour.
she said.
All right, man, shut up, man. It was a better portion. It was a better portion of about 30 minutes that I ate myself up after I cursed this woman out just about last weekend or 2 weekends ago when I got my hair done. It made me feel bad. And the reason it made me feel bad is because also on that very same day, I cut a woman off in traffic, not on purpose. A black woman, she got the cuss and the anger. And I thought to myself, I could go back and forth with her, blah. And I was like, you know what, man? If she's this upset, life is eating her up. So why do I need to go back and forth with it? And it bothered me that I felt like I could. It bothered me, but I hate the goddamn that sound effects kill. But I'll take it. It's cool.
I had to, man. That was a good one.
Hey, like I don't want Rachel getting on me, bro. You run your life how you run your life. You feel me? You feel me? I don't, hey, leave it right there. I don't want to see
You
nothing.
just as petty as Kev. Kev, let him go. My God.
This why you love us. This why
Run
you
them
love
sound
us.
effects how you want to run them, man.
So I understand that, but I don't want to. I'm trying to change the image a little bit, man. I started off in the scriptures. TikTok let me know real quick, man. You can't just keep talking about being an Israelite and being all right, god damn, man. So all right, let me come to the music. I can mess around all these things, but I do want to converse with my people, and that's my biggest thing. I don't use social media like most people do. I don't care if there's 80 million people in there or if there's 12 people in there. I just want to converse with my people and see if we can come to a common understanding and agreement about why we believe what we believe. We've lived in a country that has told us forever that we are not supposed to question certain things to any individual. That's their politics and their spiritual beliefs. I think that's bullshit. And
Hmm.
if we as black people ain't acting like we had no confines up until now, why are we gonna stop at conversation on politics and what you believe spiritually? Why? Why would we stop there? Now let's get into it, because maybe that might be the solution to our problem, and maybe that's the reason why they told us we should leave those topics alone. Nah, why do you believe what you believe? And it don't have to be spiritually, by the way. It could be just something as simple as you believe that a man is supposed to take the trash out. Okay, baby, I'm listening to you. Why? And if I hear a woman tell me, well, I feel like he should take the trash out because it's outside, which means I'm going to be in the elements. I'm a softer being. I have more feminine skin. I have less dense bones. I have less oxygenated blood, all of those things. And those are the reasons why I feel like my man should do that for me. I'll be like, you know what? Bet. And nigga, go take the trash out. Because she explained it that way, that's your job. And also, baby, why do you feel like she should take care of the things inside the house? And you understand the argument behind that. So I just want to get to why we believe what we believe, and let's see if we always talk about how we're supposed to all come together. We don't know how to do that. Well, the way we do that is discuss and address why we believe what we believe. And I bet you 9 times out of 10, it's going to come down to that shit makes us feel good, not what's most beneficial for us.
Yeah, I agree with what you're
But they
saying.
don't do
I
it.
agree with what you're
Nobody
saying.
can understand it.
I always try to include variables. Like you just gave an example about a woman giving you an explanation, right? And I would say, well, I believe if I was listening to the example and she gave that example, like, you know what, that's a valid point. Now I would ask you now, is the trash can in your yard close by where you're more protected, like literally, or is it like outside the defense of your perimeter?
Fine, would it
And so,
even matter?
why? Because it would matter. Because like we're we're in 2025, and being in 2025, this is about balancing self. And so
Wait,
like,
hold on. We talking about the trash can now, like
yeah,
instead
the
of
trash can. Yeah,
okay.
it's about balance. It's about balancing self. So if
So is it
if she's in
closer
a
or further away from you?
yeah, so if it's in a place where she's accessible and someone could hurt her, yeah, for sure, I agree. You know what I'm saying? I agree totally. And
Isn't
so I'm
that
like,
always a possibility if she go outside though?
well,
That's what I'm asking. Doesn't that always increase the possibility if our woman go outside that she could be hurt?
it does increase the possibility. That's why I'm asking about the parameter of the place.
So I'm saying so the perimeter is the threshold, the door
Yes.
threshold. That
Yes.
part that you walk over and it's no longer your house, but it's outside. I'm saying that's the threshold, that's the parameter right there.
Yeah.
If a woman can communicate to me why she feels like I need to do that, then yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'm saying that's the threshold, and men know that. So we have just accepted the trash out.
Yeah, for sure. Me, I wouldn't have no problem with that answer and taking the trash out. But like now, if you talk to another woman, she's saying the same thing. And so let's say they have 3 dogs, and the dogs roll with her everywhere and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, so what are you really tripping about? So I look at more like the variables, not just an answer.
No, it's still variables. You take 3 dogs out, you're still exposing her to an environment there of which you're more prepared for as a man. Even with 3 dogs, it don't matter. That's my point. My point is it don't even matter even then.
Wouldn't you say that?
You're more even then.
Wouldn't you say that?
You're more equipped. You're still more equipped to handle that outside than she is. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh no, my bad. I was just saying, wouldn't the variable be it's easier for you to pick up the garbage can, grab it out with one hand, go outside,
Yet
throw
another
the
one.
thing, and throw it in the trash. That's it. It's easy for you
to
to do. It's difficult for her. That should be your variable. Period.
Right. There's
Don't matter
another
the
one.
year, don't
I'm
matter
stronger.
the day, don't matter the circumstance. That should
Here
be
go
the variable.
another one. I want my woman to smell good. I've heard women listen. I'm not gonna say this for all women. Rachel, don't you? But I've heard women say that they're attracted to a man to come home after a hard day of work. Now, you can't make me believe that not at least a percentage of that is attracted to the working smell. This man came home and he smelled like he did some work. Y'all can't make me believe that ain't part of what y'all attracted to. So I'm just saying, yeah, like all of these reasons would go to it. That's all I'm saying.
No, I hear you.
Rachel, you so nasty.
Yeah, I'm just about variables, and I hear you though.
You say smell like outside. Is that what you just said?
No, that's crazy because I I would say the same thing for women. You know, there are things that we like in our women universally. I think if we stop trying to make everybody an individual and start to see everybody more as a collective, but of a certain population, we would get further. Negro men have mostly the same things in common when it comes to, or as it pertains to, those things that we are attracted to in a woman. Those things that we are attracted to in a woman, especially a black woman. I think most black men that are heterosexual, assertive, and masculine agree that we don't like our women to have fake hair, nails, and eyelashes. We don't mind a dab of makeup, very light. You know what I'm saying? Something to maybe, you know, because that's what makeup is used for, to get away from the blemishes, you know, to spot out the blemishes. But we don't want a woman that looks like a completely different person when we see them in public. That's the look we're most attracted to. We're most attracted to them not having plastic on their bodies, right? We don't want them to have, you know, injections in certain places. We would like them to have, you know, just their natural bodies. We like them to smile. We would like them to be, you know, relatively understanding of how we deal with our male friends. And that means that in some cases, you know, well, in damn near all cases, if my male friends happen to come over for, you know, a second or two, if we can't separate ourselves, then you separate yourself. I understand, baby, that, you know, you don't, we live in this 1-bedroom apartment. But if my boys come over, then, you know, you go into the bedroom, you know, and vice versa, too. You know, if your girls come over and we having a look, all right, now y'all keep it down, and also let's tailor it to a certain period. And let's not make it often if we live in a 1-bedroom. But if we live in a, you know, 4-bedroom house, then y'all know y'all got this room that y'all kick it and hang out in, but y'all don't be making all that noise. You know, I think black people, I don't believe in my head that black folk can't do things, you know, like converse and be good to one another. I don't believe that we can't do those things minus white folk. And I don't believe that we can't do those things, or we're not prone to do those things just because of some circumstance or situation. But I think it just needs to be taught. You know, one thing I do admire about Kev is Kev coming here, and when he put a lot up on the that's one thing I do like about your live, Kev. I wish you'd write it a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wish you'd write it a little. Sometimes you come here, I feel like I put reading glasses on to read a novel. But you put numerous things up there for black folk to talk about. You know, you got a couple topics, maybe 3 or 4 sometimes. I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing communicatively. Because now if you fall off of this, well, I might have something to say about this. And then it sections off the panel too. Because most of the panel, they're not gonna want to talk about all 4 things at one time. They might want to talk about one thing at one time, you know, that bottom one, that bonus one. You know, and then it'd probably only be about 2 or 3 other people that want to talk about that. So now you got a little conversation going right there. Let them have that. And then everybody listen, you add your 2 cents if you want to add it, and then, you know, and then some other people want to talk about something else. See, I like that part. I do like that part. You know, maybe I should have led with that, huh, Rachel? You know.
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm just wondering what you thought about, because you said something about we know that there are certain things that's in the culture that we all kind of gravitate to, which I would agree. But I also think that as time is going, there seems to be like a divide. Like I almost want to say it's like it's almost 2 cultures. You know what I mean? Like we have, and I use this because I can't think of a better word at the moment, but there's the hood culture and then there's the black culture. Those are 2 different things. You know what I'm saying? At one point, maybe it was the same, or maybe it was, you know, but it seems like it's 2 different. For example, we talk about the weave, we talk about the makeup. Yeah, in the hood, they like that.
Well, I agree with
Like,
you.
you know what I'm
But
saying?
I think they
But like,
overlap sometimes.
you get what I mean? Like, what do you think?
I think they overlap sometimes. I do think I agree with you. What you're saying is black culture is that, you know, that Tulsa, that Black Wall Street culture. You know how we could build something out of nothing and then make it beautiful. We could wreck shop. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. And then the other culture is we're not doing that. We take something and we make it flashy, but it's not beautiful. The spirit of it is not beneficial to anybody, including ourselves, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, I understand exactly what you're talking about. I think those 2 cultures overlap sometimes, and more often than not.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I think they overlap a lot. You know, Michael Jordan. You know, and if you don't, I think the risk that we run There's only so like if I were to name celebrities, because I'm right where you in the pocket where you at. If I were to name celebrities that got the crossbreed of both of those correct, let's see. And they're very few. Chris Tucker.
Okay.
Why? Chris
Okay.
Tucker. Like he can go from the hood dude in Money Talks to a police officer in the Eddie Murphy. You know, it took damn near our elites to display what you're talking about in terms of an entertainment wise.
Right.
Right? We have businessmen that have done that before too, right? And we have electricians and all of every that would be the model. How do you put our flavor on their thing right now? And the only reason I'm saying that is because we live in a kingdom, and unless we're planning to go to war, we're not going to get
Right.
meet they boot. I don't know why black people. Well, I'm not gonna say that. Black people should, in my estimation, the Most High told us no man is going to redeem us out of this captivity until Shiloh return. So our only job is to make sure that we treat each other well inside of this. Why? Because when we get back into rulership, if we don't treat each other well, we're going to be right back down in degradation again. That's why. And he's not even going to give us his chance anymore. So that's why it's our job now. The most simple thing that we could do with and to and for one another, he's tasking us to do, but he's giving us that task in the most hard and treacherous environment where everything is against you to treat your brother and sister well. Treat the woman that you with well. Treat the man that you with well. That's what he's tasking us to do right now. This is what I believe in. I understand. This is just what I believe in.
When you say tasking us, like who's tasking us? What do you mean?
Most High. I believe in the Most High. A black God, God of the Bible. He had a son named Christ. Yahushua is what we call him in the scriptures by Hebrew, right? He had 12 tribes of young sons and young daughters, young adolescents and elders and children. And Abraham was the father of our generation. And that wasn't the beginning necessarily of our people, but it was a portion there in which he started to classify us as his chosen. And that's what I mean by that.
Now, how do you think how do you think we should treat our brothers and sisters better that we know, for lack of a better word, are out here fucking up? So let's say, for instance, we tell them, right? We tell them, but then they still don't listen. So now we have that tendency to really smash on them. But what do you think? Is that do we need more grace, or like what is your opinion on that?
I think that also depends. Right? There was a time in which he washed one of his disciples' feet, right? There was also a time in where he went to a temple and tore that bitch up. That's what I mean by the spirit. Right? There have been times where I can recognize Kev's spirit. There's been times when Kev can recognize my spirit. Right? And we understand what we mean by the spirit. It can't be explained, can't be put into words. That's
right.
God moving, right? So like we recognized just a while ago with Most Hated. He came in here, you know what I'm saying? He was off the rip. And we could tell, first of all, number one, he was faded. But number two, he wanted to tell us about something. He wanted to get some shit off his chest. So what did Big Elder Middle do? He said, hey, man, listen, I feel like you have more to say and you want to get this. So let me give you a position to say that, but let's just do it one-on-one. Why did he do that? And that's why I was quiet right when he did that. Because, yeah, that makes sense. He needs to talk to somebody one-on-one. And you get that shit off his chest before he can actually engage in conversation with the rest of us. Something going on in brother life. And we could all recognize that was a spirit. You know? So we recognize that. How are you functioning right now? And can you get to where we at? You know what I'm saying? That's, you don't care. It take the spirit, bro.
Can I add to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Malcolm X said, "Don't judge somebody for not knowing what you don't know, because it was once a time you didn't know what you know now." So yes, I think you should give people grace.
That's very true. He didn't call us the sheep of Israel. What did he call us? The lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Now, would you also say this, because this is just like as a point? Do you think that, because we saw that he was inebriated, we saw that there was a little bit of that going on, which meant he's out here kind of showing out a little bit and probably embarrassing himself a little bit. If we would allow him to keep going, it probably would have got worse.
Well,
Do
I
you
don't
think
think
that
that's
grace, though,
handle that.
was to cut him off? Does that make sense?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It depends on what you want to get accomplished. Do you want to reach them?
Well, I
And if you
mean,
want
because
to
after
reach,
you did, right? You talked to him, you reached him. I think we
no,
got
I don't think.
understanding.
I don't think I got a chance to. I don't think none of us got a chance to really get into discussions with. No, but I'm saying conversationally, it depends on what we want. Kev
Right.
wants to keep his panel going. So in this case,
So
no, he made the right decision. Drop him down and let him take a deep breath and let him chill for a little bit. Likely he gonna be he wherever he at right now. He gonna take a deep breath. He gonna chill. He gonna lay it down. He might or may not come back. All right. But that's what Kev wanted for them. Now, if the aim is to reach that brother, then I think that we probably should have shrunk the live down. And when I say shrunk the live down, I mean even change the entire visual format. You know how you got two big boxes up at the top and then you got two boxes at the bottom? And let some brothers just converse. Him being one of them. Maybe Kev and Bert, and then, you and me, or whatever. And then have Rachel, do the moderating, and we just let these brothers talk and not try to control or coach it. You know what I'm saying? In order to talk to a brother like that, you got to get into his world. I mean, we only doing it socially. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Rachel. I think you can teach him when he fades. In his world. I've seen plenty of brothers only doing it a lesson even when they faded. I've seen it before. I've seen it a lot of times. You can do it. But it takes men, and it probably takes the absence of women. No offense intended. But women have a tendency to add a certain level of vibrato to an environment because, y'all look a certain way, man. We want to impress y'all. So even if a man is being corrected, if he's doing it, if he's being corrected by other brothers, but it's in front of women, he's going to act a different way. This is why the Most High told us to take each other aside and allow discrepancy. So you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that we should have spent too much time on it either. I think between me, Cuz, Bert, and Kev, we could tell if we had sat down and talked to him while he was up here and he had gone through his situation and we had tried to talk, and I think all of us could have gotten to a point to where we said, yeah, nah, he can't hear us right now. And then we'd have all been like, yeah, it's time to drop him. I think we could all do that.
yeah, I think your analysis may have been corrected. I wasn't here for that. But what I do like when I prepare or have a conversation is, like, regardless of, like, whether the person took it in or they didn't take it in, this is a vibrational frequency that regardless, they can tonally hear this. And so they get a chance in their life where, let's say, death happens and you get a bunch of images of when you got a chance to reflect to get to the next level. I think this is one of the reasons why we're here. And as we gain information and we pass information, while people could say, like, I'm alone, I'm doing this by myself, coming on social media is one of the ways where you're actually not alone and you're getting the information now. It's like you looking in the mirror. Do you want to become that? Are you reflecting on that? Are you reflecting on self? Because yes, I believe we're a collective, but first we're self. Because I can't have a conversation with you unless I reflect on myself. And so, like, I think any conversation.
Master? I think the Most High, the God I believe in, wants us to believe quite the opposite. I think you should think of yourself first as a collective, and then as self. And I'm not trying to use little white boy president, but you ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. He was trying to aspire the people inside themselves to believe in thinking of themselves of what you can do for the collective. If everybody's in the mode of service, then everybody feels good. Just think about it, bro. I understand you can think about yourself, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Finish.
But if let's just say, I'm gonna just use this hypothetical. Let's say on your side of the panel right now, it was four dudes, right? And then on my side, with cousin being all that, it was 4 women, right? We could all think about ourselves individually, about what we want, and let's say that we were sexually attracted to each other, but we couldn't figure out the mix up, right? I'm just using this as an example. 4 men on your side, 4 women on mine, right? Let's say we use this as an example. If we were just thinking about what we want out of relationships, I doubt most of us would get together. But if I was thinking what I could do for that woman that I like, and she was thinking about what she could do for me, I feel like we would have a very strong, healthy community, and it would happen very quickly too. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I feel what you're saying.
Go ahead, come back there. I'll be quiet.
I don't think that's a wrong thought, because it's just a different type of thought. Because me, I'm thinking about myself as in what I can do And so now if I approach them and say, this is what I can do, this is my strengths, and these are my weaknesses. What about you? And I would like someone to be able to articulate their strengths and weaknesses, so now we can find out if we can work together.
Okay, now wait, hold on, Master. What if they don't have that ability? You know, like if you have well, you know, like Rachel, she kind of set me straight just a minute ago. She was like self-awareness. She feels like that might be a weakness of mine. I don't agree, but I am taking her statement under heavy advisement, and I will do some exploring to figure out. But if that's the case, and they don't know how to do that, then what do we have to put them in an environment, right? To I swear, anytime this nigga can get to get
Yeah, and I like that.
Oh, yeah, that was you, wasn't it, Rachel?
Because the conversation of the environment is so they can reflect that they actually don't
It
know.
was me, but nah, let Moses finish real quick. I had to get this.
No, I'm with you. Go ahead, man. Like I said, I'm with you.
So that environment where they don't, or they can identify because they're around and we're having a conversation like, oh, now they can look at themselves eventually. Like, I actually don't know. I don't know what I want. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. That's still a reflection of self in the conversation, because you have to know self to be able to move forward with other people. Literally.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna think on that one, man. Master, I'm not necessarily sure I agree with it. Like, you have to know other individuals.
I know it kind of seems like.
And honestly, I feel like I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying, like, if you know yourself, it's easier to find out like people because you know what to look for. You know what you know what I mean, what to avoid. But it seems like a lot of times we get in these conversations, we have to ask everybody, so what do you bring to the table? What do you do? What do you do? It's simply because we don't know what we want. And we're searching subconsciously to try to find something that we like that we can grab onto. Instead of understanding who we are, I think it becomes easier, and then you don't have to necessarily ask those questions. You can be around and observe and get those answers. You get what I mean? What do you mean?
Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think it's because we don't know what we want. I think it's because we know too much about what everybody else wants.
Or we know what we don't want. You don't have to know yourself.
No, wait, hold on, wait, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, Ms. Williams, I think that what we're having right now is a culture and a population of people that have listened to what everybody else wants, and they have formulated their wants around those wants.
Right, that's what I mean. And okay, so basically,
is that what you mean? Okay, go ahead.
So for an example, right, I can sit up here and say, I want a woman that's, you know, fit, friendly, and whatever the hell the saying is, right? Because I keep hearing it over and over and over again. But in reality, I like my woman fluffy. I'm just using this as an example, right? But I won't say that because I know that that's not popular to say. And then I go out here looking for a woman that is, you know, whatever, fit, friendly, whatever the thing is, and my needs, in my perspective, in my life, aren't that. But I won't look for that because that's not the popular thing or the stereotype thing that everyone tells me as a man, this is what I should want. I think women fall into that too. You get what I mean? Like you're talking about, you want this 1% of men, and most women really don't want that, but they say they do because that's the popular thing. And then we start getting out here and passing up what we really need and what we really want because we're looking for that fantasy. Because that fantasy has been dealt to us, and now we believe that. And so I think we're just saying the same thing in different words.
Do I have to get a fedora to hang with you, man? Like, we're going to...
Yo, so look, see, and this is why, I think this is why...
Listen, I'm not wearing slacks now, okay?
So, like, this is why I say...
Hold on, Master, hold on. Let me hear a joke real quick for a second. Hey, because I'm not wearing no damn slacks now. I'm, you know...
I'll get you one made out of denim. We can make it happen.
Hey, put the feather in there to me, man. I need the feather. You know, the feather that's slick back in the back. And on the other side, I want one of them like an ace of spades or something. You know how y'all do it.
Yeah.
Hey, look, cousin B, who you gonna kick it when we in your silver fox era? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm talking about. Look.
Yeah, so like I hear what brother's saying, and like about the situation of like not being able to admit what let's say I like fluffy women, and since the popular culture is they're looking for a woman that's looking a certain way, and that's why I still go back to self, because if I like something, I actually don't care if you think and what you think about what I like. If I like fluffy women, you're like, oh, you're crazy, but that's what I like. So so it doesn't matter who it is, man, woman, child. You know, a child though is the most honest person ever. Like, oh, yo, that girl's this size, da da da. It don't matter. If that's what I like, that's what I like, and I'm gonna stand on it. Not only am I gonna stand on it, I'm gonna stand on it with her beside me, whether she's away, far away, and to the point where if you stand on it when she's there, opposed to when she's not there, how she feels. Because women are first emotional. They are logical too, but first emotional, what they feel. And so I'm gonna let my woman know, like, no, I fucking love you the way you are. And if I don't, we can change that. But I'll never disrespect that, because this is what I like. And the whole world could know this. And that's why I say I know myself. It's about knowing self. And so I feel like when someone doesn't really know self, they won't stand up against the crowd, and they'll bend really quick because they feel a certain way, because they don't want to go against a quote unquote what the crowd says. Fuck what the crowd says.
That's majority of people.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine if that's where they're at. And I can understand if that's where they're at. But this is about climbing the stairs, whether you want to call it the Jacob's ladder, whether you want to call it spiritual ascension, jumping up through your chakras away from the material of the root chakra and going to like up towards the heart and sacral. And yeah, everything is about really like letting go and knowing this is what I am. And who's going to be around me? I'm going to speak about who I am, what I like. And if I was to talk to any man or woman and they're like, yeah, fuck that, da, 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 I'm like, okay, cool. I can still talk to you, but I don't know how close we could be in friends. And I would say that in my mind. I don't need to say it to them. Okay, we're acquaintances, cool. That's not a bad thing. So I can catalog everybody by my truth.
A lot of people be saying stuff and they don't really live it.
Trees, really?
I
No,
was
she's right. No, she's right. She's right though, and I think that's the majority of people. Like that's majority of people though. Like
No, wait, hold on. No, I wasn't saying that, Master. I was talking about trees. Trees been trying to get in for a minute, and this is what I was talking about the spirit. Like Trees acting like she don't know how to talk around black folks no more, especially black men before. I done been around Trees plenty of times. She with everybody. Like everybody didn't shut up when Trees started talking. You can talk, woman.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Hey guys.
Yeah, all right.
Hey,
So, hey. So, I love this topic, and I've been doing a lot of little light thinking lately. So I'm gonna kind of revert us back, but I apologize in advance. So hear me out. I'm about to say something completely crazy, but I want y'all to hear me out. So I want to answer to, is race unity necessary? It is necessary. However, here's the thing. We are the chosen people. And that is why in history, we have just been repeating the same cycle over and over again. And anytime we get a strong leader to try to unite us, what do? They take that leader out. But who do they use? They use us. We are our biggest enemies. We are our biggest champions as well as the enemy. Why? Because they know as long as they can plant somebody in to get close enough to us, they can infiltrate us every single time. This is happening time and time and time again. So I was listening to like Marcus Garvey's story and then Fred Hampton's story. Like I've heard their stories and things before, you know, when I was younger in school, but I never had the pleasure of just sitting through it and really living in that moment, right? But history has again repeated itself, and here's why I think it has. Because somewhere in the good book, it speaks of when the Most High is coming back, right? And typically when his people wake up, because he's going to come to make the new covenant. They know that. And if you know what I mean, you know what I mean by they. They know that. So if we unite and we come together, it's over for not just them, it's over for everybody.
Over.
So,
yeah, so like,
It just felt right. Say over again, Trace, real quick.
Okay, I like what you said. I like what you said.
Hold on, Master. Hold on, Master. Y'all gotta let the moments go, man. What's wrong with y'all, man? Black folk, why we act like Master? Where you from, man? How old are you?
Me, I'm 41.
You 41?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Her voice definitely not giving 41, but
Yeah. Master feel like he in his 20s.
What? I'm 41, bro.
Yeah, all right, man. You got a young soul. That's not all right.
Well, like do you watch anime?
Nah, Dave East, I don't. Tell me about anime.
Okay, so if you watch anime, like I grew up like I love the Dragon Ball Z.
Is there any black anime?
Yeah, like there's like Afro Samurai. You know, they put a couple characters in there.
All right, man. But I'm saying, is that good? Is that Afro Samurai good shit, man? Like,
oh yeah, Afro Samurai is good shit. Man. It's good shit. It's good shit.
It's good shit. All right. Well, I watched that one. That's on Netflix or something. Shit, better be.
Yeah. You can watch it on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if it's on Netflix still, but it might be on Netflix. So, like the reason I even brought up anime is like I like what the sister's saying, and I'm gonna complete that based on what she was saying. But like, you can see that they're messing with the food for a reason because like us as individuals, literally.
Oh, wait, hold on. I don't want you to veer too far off the topic. We're gonna get to that, but I don't want you to.
You know, we're gonna get. I'm gonna revere back to us. Like.
You know, your kisses ain't worth enough if we can't hear the sound.
That's weird. Let him finish.
Hear me? Why don't y'all shut up, women? Can't stand y'all. Like, so it's weird because we want to hear the sound of kisses. Like, what are we supposed to like about y'all, man? All right, fine. You know what, bro? We gonna this why we don't like nothing about y'all now. Everything that we like is a problem. So
you acting up because your hair done?
Huh?
I say you acting up because your hair done.
Kev, you think I act like this? You think I act like this? Otherwise,
nah, I'm just playing with you. But I was saying, let him finish.
Yeah, so like Trice brought a good point up, and in my 41 years, I can see that the only thing that's stopping us is us. It has nothing to do with anybody else. It really doesn't.
I disagree. That's why I disagree. I'm with you.
No, but I hear you. But you're allowed to disagree too. So, but that's in my time alive. I'm like, yeah, this is just us. This is not anybody else. They did what they did, and it seems like they had the control. But I realized as I go through history, I'm like, yeah, I think this is us. This is purely us. Nobody else. Just like she said, they found someone to take all our leaders down that looked like us. That's us. That's literally us.
Wait. Us having our leaders taken down by them is us?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna have to ask you to explain this, bro.
Okay, so I couldn't be close to a quote unquote prophet or someone bringing intel information for us to be amicable and move forward. And I don't care what threat you give me.
Wait, why? Why not?
Why? I don't care what threat the colonizer brings to me, whether it's death, whether it's death.
But what I'm suggesting is what if what's being brought to you is not because the colonizer brought it to you, but based upon something that was brought to you by your God? I'm just suggesting that.
Well, my God would be energy, and energy is how you treat me. So there's
a commandment that displays exactly what you're talking about right there. You said energy. We call it the spirit. Right,
okay,
and you said how you treat me. We call that treat other. That's one of the first committee. Love your brother or your sister, right? Right. So
yeah.
It's the same thing. Like literally, all you're doing is changing vernacular. But obviously, the principle still derives from exactly what your God told you to do. So if you and I got a problem, or you and cousin B got a problem, or you and Bert got a problem, you and Kel got a problem, you don't handle that out in the middle of everybody. You go in, and he gave us that as a commandment. It's written down on paper. It's something that we can actually go to actively. And this is how we solve discrepancies amongst me and our brother. So it don't turn to violence. So it don't turn to anything else. He actually gave us a rule for that, a law, a commandment for that. Anything else? Even when it comes to our women, how are we supposed to treat them? He told us we're not supposed to make whores of them. Even when it comes to the women. So how are we supposed to treat them? That means that you're not supposed to just sit there and lay down with them. You're supposed to just sit there and have sex with them. But at the same time, if you do, then you are supposed to put yourself on a pathway to marriage. That's what it said. That's Exodus 22 and 16. Anything, I have not seen that book fail once, is what I'm saying. As it pertains to the things that we are supposed to get right with us as a people, I ain't seen it fail once. And it's talking about not the big things, how we build. See, we talking about shit we want to talk about. How you make how we gonna build an empire, build a business, generational wealth, all that's bullshit. How can you do any of that if you can't even get yourself together phonically? You over here trying to fly and you can't even walk yet. And the reason you can't walk yet is because you're still trying to run in their system as opposed to walk in your own. And I'm saying everything in that book tell us how to deal with one another, even how to deal with our elders, our youngsters, our teenagers. It teaches how to do everything. It has a moral law, a sacrificial law, a ceremonial law, a civil law, a dietary law. It has everything. But we don't want to open that book because we've been tainted by it and been made upset because somebody told us while we was growing up, based upon religion, this is how you're supposed to treat it. And not one of us here, we sit there and talk about bullshit, but who done sat down and actually read and opened the book?
Also,
I get that, bro. Okay, go ahead. What you're saying?
I was gonna say also.
Can you let that man? I mean, he should probably respond to something. I want him to be able to. I don't want to, I don't want to bulldoze. I don't want,
So like, I look at it like this. Like,
I'm listening.
You got people on an island. They don't want nobody on the island. They've been there for I don't even know how long they've been there, and they're surviving. They don't have the book, but they know they have a system of how they treat each other and how they move. And it's probably more functional than anything, and probably it might be even similar to what's happening in the book. Energy is just energy. The book is just one way to describe it. These different religions, if you just actually break it down, it's just how to be a good person. And if I want to be a good person, if I don't want to cheat on, say, Trice, because I don't want her Trice, I don't want her cheating on me, so I'm not going to cheat on her.
We'll meet you where you at. That's what you feel like.
It's literally energy, and it's simple.
Hold on. You say
the simplicity of people not having a book. It's cool. They didn't read the book. Cool, but
no, wait, hold on, because you said it's just teaching you how to be a good person. I'm saying no, that's not it. That's like the foundation. That's like we're talking about like you getting out the blocks and the distinction between you running the race. That's just the beginning. No, it's teaching us how, in the event of people being bad people, how do you deal with that? It's teaching us what signs to look for when we can watch an entire place collectively destroy itself. There's so many. It's not just how to be a good person. Some people say right now, being a good person means. Some people say right now, being a good man means you defend women. That's a narrative that's put out right now. The agenda that's put out: defend women. And people call that being a good person. The scripture says you're supposed to provide and protect for your wife. So every man doesn't crash out for every woman if she's in distress or whatever the case may be. You don't lose your life over no prostitute, no whore. No, you don't go over there and crash out. Oh, she's being attacked. I got to go over there and defend her. No, that's not what you do. That's not being a good person. Being a good person is following his commandment. He said you do it for your wife. So you make sure you obligate yourself to her and she obligates herself to you first. And then you make sure to the best of your abilities you take care of her family and your family and all those things in between. And that's how we make sure our women are protected. Not by every man being Superman, but by every man being Superman to the women that he obligates himself to, etc., etc. But if you say good person, there are men that are walking around this earth right now, and I mean the majority of men are walking around this earth right now thinking, yeah, a good man, he intervenes whenever a woman is being attacked or something is happening. No, that don't make you good. It makes you gullible. It makes you self-sacrificial and makes you, it means that you haven't assessed yourself for. I'm sorry, go ahead, Trace.
So I was going to also say, people think, when we talk about good person, people think, oh, because I give to charity, right? I got all this money, I give back to charity, I'm going to make it into heaven because I'm a good person, right? And this may be respectfully right or wrong, but God don't care nothing about you being a good person. He want to know that you kept his word and you heard him and did what he told you to do. So you can be a good person. Oh, I love this person, and that's all that matters. But did you keep his commandments? Did you do what he told you to do? And yeah, doing those things, the world may say like, oh, you're a good person because you're loving one to the other. You're loving your neighbor as you love yourself, right? So yeah, you're a good person. But I can two things can be true at the same time. Like I can be a terrible wife, but my business donates to the children foundation, to this, to that. So the world will see me as a good person. However, my heart is not right. My posture is not right. So, well, give me 1 second. I'm done. This is the last thing I want to say. It reminds me of the story that the man, he gave, let's say he gave $200, right? But the lady, all she had was like them 2 little copper pennies. And then the question goes, who gave the most? The lady who gave the 2 copper pennies or the man who gave the $200?
Percentage versus raw numbers. Right. If I only have $1,000, I give 999 of that. You have $999,000, and you give $100 of and you give $100 of that. The question is who gave more. Now you can look at the word more as being 2 different things: a percentage or a number. Based upon percentage, the person that gave the most money gave more.
Right.
But based upon the value, based upon the sheer number, I'm sorry, that was backwards. Based upon the number, the person that gave more money gave more, but based upon the percentage, the person that gave more of what they had gave more. So,
can I ask Master something? Did you ever follow a religion?
Did I ever follow a religion? Well, I grew up with my mom was Pentecostal, so we're under Pentecostal.
what's an umbrella?
I seen the dysfunction. I seen people just phony in that sense. So I'm like kind of like, yeah, I don't know about
Hey,
that.
Master, can I ask you a question, bro? Because I'm
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I asked that because I think you say you was 41. So for the young, like when you're younger, like you've experienced a good portion of life already. So you probably have some wisdom, but for like a younger person with no direction, it's probably in their best interest to follow some religion. I'm not saying you got to be a Christian and follow the Bible. I'm just saying like for somebody else, they probably follow behind some type of book or some laws or whatever the case is, because without that, like you saying, you operate off of energy, right? A younger person could read energy wrong. They got grown people who read energy wrong. But all I'm saying is basically like, I don't think it's bad for people to follow a religion, because without it, some people are just totally, they just lost. Like they don't know good from bad. Some of us do because we come from like decent families and decent parents, and even then, like sometimes we look at some of the opinions of our parents and we're like, damn, that wasn't right to me. But if you have something that you can stand on, it's not matter. You don't get to put your opinion into it. You don't put your logic into it. You're just following kind of like what your religion says. And in most cases, the religion is probably the better choice.
Well, no, I ain't gonna say that. No, I ain't gonna say that. You can put.
I said in most cases. I ain't say all the time.
I'm saying even in most cases, I disagree. You can put your faith up to your religion, but what the book will have you, the doctrine behind every religion will have you do, is press what you feel like you believe in based upon your feelings up against what is actually written and what is actually said.
Well,
right?
see,
so Master, what I'm saying, for example, you said you were a Pentecostal, right?
Well, yeah, my mom was Pentecostal, so I would have been inundated into Pentecostal pretty much, but it is what it is.
Sure. That's under the umbrella of Christianity, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Now, with that being said, that means that you were introduced with a Bible. Not a very accurate verbiage or language of et cetera, but you were introduced to that.
Yep.
What I've noticed about most religions is I don't care what religion you're talking about, most religions have a tendency in terms of the people that follow or claim to follow that religion don't read the actual book, the doctrine,
Mhm.
right? The Pentecostal, Baptist, Methodist, African Methodist, Episcopal, whatever. We all went to church. We all had somebody preach to us. We all couldn't ask no questions, and we all went the fuck home after we gave some money.
Mhm.
That's generic. I don't give a damn what you. So when we hear religion, that's what I recognize religion to be: a place that takes everything from you and gives nothing back. That's religion. The scripture told us not to practice any heathen doctrine. If you would actually read the book, the book said we are not to practice any heathen doctrines. Customs is what it called it. So once you get out of doing the custom, right? Once you get out of going to church, that's where our people get stuck right now. That's where we are right now. I don't consider myself religious. I consider myself spiritual. What do they mean by that? They believe, I believe in a God, but that God, 9 times out of 10, is a God of their feelings. That's what they mean now, right now. The Most High is going to plead with our flesh in a minute. We got but a little time left. When people start saying, I believe in myself and I feel like I believe in the God that makes me feel good, guess what comes next? The God who's actually God. He going to come down here and bring mad blood to this earth. But until then, what's called a grace period. We're supposed to understand what he wants us to do. So now you out of that church, you out of that first bondage, metaphorically and physically speaking. That's the first bond. You in the bondage of religion. You got out of that, but now you're in something that's even deeper than that because now you don't know where to belong. You got out of Pentecostal, you got out of atheists, Baptists, Methodists, and all that, and now you said, I don't want to do that no more. Now you don't know where to belong. So I believe I'm spiritual. Well, most people believe that it just fits my feelings. And then after that, guess what happens? You say, you know what? I resent the fact that I didn't learn the right way, and I'm comfortable where I am now. What I'm suggesting is that there's one more stage right after that, just like the 3 stages of repentance. You recognize that you committed a foul. You ask for forgiveness, but the 3rd stage is making sure that you what? Don't do it no more, yeah? So, the same thing. Let's push past this one once again. Let's push past it again. Now, we recognize that we were brought up in religion. We recognize that religion ain't for us. That's why we serving ourselves. Now, it's one more push. Scripture said, in due season ye shall reap if ye faint not. And I suggest that there's one more push that most of us are not going towards because we're fainting. We're tired, angry, or frustrated, or somebody misled us. Can't seem to fight, but push past through that. Okay, so what's the real truth? Real truth is that there is a principle or doctrine that we're supposed to follow. And most of it is written in our heart already. Yeah? You know how to talk to trees. You don't never have to be taught how to talk to trees. If you and Trees met in the jungle right now, you wouldn't see her as a threat, number 1. You see her as somebody that's pretty cute in the motherfucker in the face, number 2. You probably want to kiss all over the mouth, number 3. And I'm not saying that in any type of disrespectful way. I'm using that as a metaphor. You know how to we know how to deal with us. Most of us is written on our heart. But you might not know how to deal with her in the moment of conflict, right? She got mad one day of some irrational shit because that's what women do. How you deal with that? You don't know. None of us do. All right, Trace, none of us know how to deal with that. You feel what I'm saying?
See, that's the thing. Like, I look at everything like, so I have to go through just history, let's say. So I'll just say simple history. My mother and my father.
Sure.
Okay, so simple history. So I can see my mother, how she was treated by her whole family. So,
Was your father a Negro man?
yeah, totally.
And your mother too?
Totally, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I can see that my mother, she only could give me what she knew how to give me. And I'm like, I always wondered about that. So I started researching the brain. And so Aristotle, show me a child at 7, I'll show you the man. So we're talking about neural connections that span deep past childhood after that. So I can now look at my mother and I'm like, okay, and I can look at her family and how her family treats her. And I'm like, okay, So you're literally still in survival mode because mother, and I'm like, okay. And I can look at her family and how her family treats her, and I'm like, okay. So you're literally still in survival mode because what other than that, that's what you are. And so now I have understanding for people. So when I hear people, so they're speaking on what they say they know, what the information they took in, so that they can give me data. And I can't say you're wrong because I said stuff and you were able to piece it to something that you know. So clearly it's similar information, but I'm saying it different without even reading the book. And so that's why I don't really have judgment. I just know who to keep in my life and who not. And like, and I'll just,
Your new nickname is Black C3PO. You little computer. All right? I ain't mad at you for that. Yeah, you all right with that. You all right with that. I understand what you're saying. But life I understand what you're saying. Life is possibly or potentially a series of zeros and ones.
yeah. And like the only way for us as individuals is to learn more about ourselves, is to keep getting information. As soon as you stop getting information, then you literally cap yourself from understanding things outside your spectrum.
Okay. I ain't mad at that.
That's our generation right now. We're
Go
trying to
ahead, Ms. Williams. I ain't mad at
Go
that.
ahead.
Or Treese.
He can finish talking. I just said facts. Most people do cap off from information. Like they stop learning and they stop what it is. But go ahead, Master. You can finish.
No, it's pretty much it, man. I don't really have to go far too much more, but it's just like
Hey, Master, go half a step further and check on Bert and see if his ass still awake right now. You got to check on the big homie. Sometimes they fall asleep on live.
Oh, that's all good.
Yeah, nah, Bert sleep. Hey, you sleep? Look, he sleep. Hey, Cub B. Hey, Cub B. Hey, Cub. He
You want to
sleep.
go night-night? You want to go night-night?
Everybody go night-night, nigga. Bert sleep. Kev, hey, really, real talk though, Kev sleep too, and so is Rachel. All of them sleep.
Yeah,
Everybody
been sleep.
Kev been sleep.
Been out. This live might just turn off on us. If I
At any time, bro, I'm waiting on it. I'm gonna get out here and go to another one, really. Hey, Master, Master, I'm gonna follow you, man. Trees, I already follow your little waterhead. Miss Williams, I'm gonna follow you.
I think I follow you.
You got your joint on private, so
I just switched that like last week.
Hey, Kev talking about I'm here. That's only because he heard it after he woke up after he snoring for a minute. He said, "Oh, this is my life, ain't it?" He gonna type I'm here. You sleep, nigga. Don't lie to us.
But Master, you got any religions that you respect or take anything from?
Damn, Miss Williams, I wish you hadn't asked that. What I want to know is, do you have any principles that you respect and take from? But go ahead, answer her question. Answer her question. Do you have any? Yeah, you.
I think all religions have a basis of how to treat other people. So like for people that just can't feel like, oh, I shouldn't treat you like that. Let's say I can feel like I wouldn't treat you like that unless you come at me. Like some people can't.
Outside of treating people though, like in different religions. See, Moses was saying denominations. When I had said religions, I was talking like Islam, Buddhist, Confucianism, the major religions, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm saying that each of those ones, they all have a piece where someone can learn how to treat someone respectfully, like literally. So I think all of them have like a basis, but a lot of people like they overdo it. Like that's the King Kong. Like that's what I should be. I should be.
What else do they also have in common? I can name some other things.
Well, like you can get indoctrinated. So like it's like this.
Okay,
everything.
so I agree. Hold on.
There's three things, right? You can either
do me a favor. Just list them. You say you can get indoctrinated. That is one other thing that they have in common. Give me some other things they got in common. What else?
So I would just say like this: you can get indoctrinated, you can find balance in yourself, or you can not know enough.
Okay, so you could be misinformed, uninformed, or Or that sound damn near not like what we hear from our own political systems and media stations. That aside, here's another thing I realize about all these other religions. Everybody can belong regardless of who you are. Everybody. That's what I've recognized about religions. They all have that in common. Anybody can be a Buddhist.
Wait, say that again.
Anybody can belong regardless of what the religion is. Anybody can be a Buddhist. Anybody can be a Muslim. Anybody can be a Christian. Anybody can be almost any of these things.
Right.
That's what I've noticed.
You got to have
But
a
I also
degree
noticed,
of
but I also
assimilation,
hold
though,
up,
right?
Cousin B, let me say this. But I also noticed when it came to the scriptures, it didn't say that.
You say what?
When it came to the scriptures, it didn't say that.
Mm.
Yeah, I look at religion as that is the organization. It's the rules. In the beginning, I mean, the religion part of it, it's based on maybe some spirituality. It's based on, whatever it is. But in the back of the day, it was for control. This was a way, a method. That's why the rules were the way they were, to control the masses. And the way to enforce those rules was to have the spiritual consequence. That is pretty much every religion at its core. But then, time goes, it evolves, or whatever the case is. So my thing is, I think that if you look at the Ten Commandments as an example, that's pretty much in every religion, right? Those if you look at any religion in one way or another, those Ten Commandments are in there. So I look at it like, okay, maybe those things are something that I can roll with, right? Then they start talking about, well, you got to kneel 3 times to the east on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Okay, now I'm like, okay, I ain't mess with that. Now we start to get into like these little, things that they put in there to be different. I'm a disregard those little things. I'm just using these as an example. I'm not saying anything actually says that, but the point is, I think there are certain things that we can say are universal truths, and if you look at those universal truths, they're in pretty much every religion. The things that are different, I don't know. I think that's where we start embellishing, and that's where I don't roll with. So I think I'm more on the level of I respect every religion for what it is. If it makes someone else better, then I'm all for it for you. So if being a Buddhist, it works for you and you are a great person because of it, guess what? Go do that. You know what I mean? It might not be for me, but I'm not going to disrespect it for you. And I think that way, at least in my opinion, I would say that I'm more spiritual, kind of like what Moses was saying. And I understand, I take it for what it is, and I believe whatever it is that you believe. If it's religion, if it's not religion, whatever, if you do it with integrity, I think that is the difference between a good person and not. When you do it when nobody's looking, when you're doing good deeds just because you're trying to look good for people, that's not a good person. Doesn't matter what it is, right? But when you do things with no intention other than just to do it because that's what you want to do because it's good, that I think is more of a good person, if that makes sense. And I think that can apply to whatever you do. So that was just my little take.
Yeah, it could be like it's a 2-part situation. So like, yeah, for sure, that I think what you're saying can be correct, and so that's like for the individual basis of judging a person, right? But I look at it like energy's energy. So whether he or she wants to put it on camera that they're doing something good, energetically they're doing something good. If you want to act that you're doing something good, I can see you're acting. I actually don't care. You're still doing something good. Fuck it. Shit's getting done. It's getting done.
Do you trust yourself with reading energy? Because I feel like that's where another thing with like belief systems and religion comes into play. It doesn't give you a chance to use your own, like you lean on your own understanding type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just say me and you were in the same room. You felt like I was a good person because that's the energy you felt like I gave. However, I
Yep.
could have had bad intentions. Now, some sort of religion probably would have told you not even to get close to me. I feel like that's what like religion comes into play. It protect you from the unknown sometimes.
Right.
Yeah,
But bad,
and I
bad
can't
people
say
do bad
I
people
can't
do good things sometimes. So
I can't say
yeah.
you're incorrect, and I think that's where the communication comes in, because communication always shows the barrier of someone's intent. It really does,
Shit,
especially
we
when
lie. When we lie, that's a form of communication.
but you can tell though, because like if you've been around people enough, body language, you can't hide that. You can't hide that. Like the precipice of body language is what law enforcement, they look at you when they're talking to you. They've already analyzed that. They see your microaggressions, your body language, how you hold yourself. You can't hide that.
I
So
guess
so
you would have to be an expert on it.
so this is the thing. This is the thing. Yes, to a degree, can someone read micro expressions and make certain assumptions about someone's honesty, someone's sincerity, someone telling the truth, or someone lying? Sure. Well, we don't take in consideration maybe someone has a health issue, or maybe there's something about that person. Maybe they have issues with nerves. Like, what I'm saying is this: there's people. We've seen situations where I've seen videos where a cop didn't know it, but he stopped someone that was deaf, right? And he's like,
Mm-hmm.
well, the person's ignoring them, and there's certain actions get taken because it's like, well, this person isn't listening to my commands. No, that person can't hear you. And I
Mm-hmm.
simply use that as an analogy to say this. I think to try to read someone's intentions, or even by conversation to suggest that we can know that someone is telling the truth, there's some people that are really great liars. Unfortunately, there's people that they have mastered the art of being deceptive, so to the point of that they're convincing, and so they deceive many people because they're very convincing. And I'll use a key, Master. If we're talking about, and I'll land my plane. If we're talking about politicians, if we're talking about politicians, many politicians, what people don't realize, they get trained. They get
Mm-hmm.
trained to speak. They get trained to talk. They get trained delivery. I've
Mm-hmm.
studied communication for over 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
Effective communication. Okay, they learn an effective way to express different thoughts, ideas. They get taught, okay, what their body language should be, how they should convey a message to be as believable as possible, and while saying all these things that sound good, mean none of it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Okay, so I agree with what you're saying, and so like yes, for sure, like you can be duped, but like in the introspective, if I see I'll use the mage a glitch. I'm gonna use conversation like, oh, why this, why that, because I'm not gonna say, oh, yo, you did this and this is what it is. My brain is saying, yo, there's something wrong here. So I'm not gonna say you're this. I'm gonna ask questions. In my time, 41 years, exposure, 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 exposure. You ain't getting past me.
Have you been
So
cheated on before
no, I've never been cheated on.
or scammed
No, I haven't been
or
scammed.
lied to? Because there's a lot of that in this day and age. Like, and then that
Not.
also, like with that, you're also either you've experienced a lot of bad in your life
Mm-hmm.
to recognize it, or you don't have any you don't have any innocence left. Like it's sometimes you just won't know. Like if I take you into, like, I travel a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just came back. The last place I left from my trip was Bali. When I first got there, they would do with foreigners, they would do something like say they don't have the change. Well, it's not a lot of money to us, but it's a lot of money to them. So we're not really tripping off of 10,000 rupees or whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Um, me not never being there, like I believe it for what it was at first until I see, well, this is a pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm realizing it's a lie.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like innocence and exposure, sometimes you just won't be able to read that type of energy.
Yeah, so I have to go when I experience it. I'll speak on it. So I don't know. I'm pretty guarded, man. Pretty guarded. So with myself, anyway. So I hear you though.
Now, what I can agree to, Masters, what you said is that I do believe with the more engagement with a person, it's I look at it like a chess game. Okay, as you engage in conversation with someone over time, unless they're really skilled at being deceptive, eventually, I think many people will do something that exposes their true nature, but it does take an engaging conversation that's challenging, where it's not an agreeable conversation where it's a yes, 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 I agree, but it's an engaging back and forth, and it's touching on different topics, on different perspectives, to where it sort of gets the individual out of their normal comfort zone and forces them to adjust.
Pain points, triggers, whatever you want to call it.
You in America, right, Master?
No, I'm in Canada.
Okay, so you might have a little bit more leverage with that, but like we couldn't. I feel like as Americans, it would be a brave statement to kind of say what you're saying, even though a lot of people do. But like when you really think about it, like our food don't even allow us to think on a higher level. And I think you had mentioned food, but Moses started talking or something like that. Like our food doesn't even allow us to think on a higher level. Like we don't even have a clear. We're not at. I'm saying our mind is not clear. We may think it's clear, but it's not as clear as it should be. You know what I'm saying? Like to be really like catching on to stuff or having a extreme higher conscious or level of thinking type of thing. Like I wouldn't trust it. I'm not saying no one can't. I'm just saying that with so much stuff that goes on in our world here in America, like it's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with. I just feel like some type of principles or belief system does help with the confusion at times.
Yeah, I can see that a barometer or a guiding system. I can see that. And see, okay. So like you said, the food situation. Like I'm like when I see an issue, I'm like my brain always goes to like, well, what's the solution? Well, how can I solve this? I'm in Canada, so like they can't. They may not allow certain chemicals in the foods over here, but they must be messing with the food here. So what I do, I bought 6.5 acres. I'm gonna build my shit. I'm gonna grow my shit because I'm like, well, I have to go to solution. If you guys are fucking with me, if I continue to live the life and quote unquote white picket fence and all that stuff, then I'm gonna subject myself to your fuckery. Okay, so my solution would be not to fuck with you in that direction. So I'm gonna build outside of you. That's fine. I'm allowed to do that. So if there's an issue, every time there's an issue, whether you're with a partner and they're not communicating with you, you have a conversation. Okay, 3, 4, 5. Okay, clearly their communication's down. Do I want to stay? Do I want to go? That's the choice now. Same thing, food. Well, it's probably I don't want to be living next to a neighbor.
Very interesting.
So anytime our brain has an issue, you're supposed to go to the solution. What's going to be the solution for you, and therefore what's going to benefit your family. And when you go to solution based, you're not stuck in the trauma anymore. You're like, okay, you threw the trauma at me, fine. But if I stay thinking about the trauma, they're doing this is happening. Oh my God. Well, then I basically didn't even respect my human brain. So what I do is I respect my human brain. Like, okay, you gave me a problem. Just like math, I got a problem. Well, what's my equal sign so I can get out of this problem? And that's where I go all the time. Solution.
I can feel that.
It seems like you're
I thought that was Childish Gambino when I came back. I'm like, what the boy you doing? I made it. This is America.
Are you taking into account though that trauma it directs what you believe is the solution? So
yeah, for sure.
So one thing that like you can't avoid that particular part. Like what you're talking about is the perspective from somebody who is pretty much healed, right? Which I totally agree.
Healing.
But for someone who isn't, right? For somebody who's trying to figure it out,
yeah,
I think this is where I would agree what she was saying before is someone, most people don't have the capacity to figure it out themselves. That's just the reality. Most people they're not leaders in their mind. Most people are followers. Let's just be real, right? Most people are average. Most people are just trying to figure it out. So I think that we need something to guide us, whatever that may be. And for a lot of people, it is the unknown. So that comes in the form of spirituality, right? Something that we can grab on that when we don't know it makes sense, we can use something cosmic to give us something to make it make sense, so to speak, right? And so I think religion has a place for that. You know what I mean? And for those of us like yourself who can actually think outside the box, thinks critically, who does not have a lot of traumas or something that's controlling, then yeah, we can think outside that box. But for most people, I don't think that's an option, if I'm being honest. You know what I mean? So I think there is a place for it. I hope that makes sense.
No, religion is for the safety of us, for the people that don't think like you, Master. For the people that don't like I probably could be in your space and be pretty safe because that's your way of thinking. But but somebody's religion is protecting me from the things that they could possibly do to me because they're not even on your level of thinking. You feel what I'm saying? Like they're going by some type of belief system. It's sad that they have to have a belief system to tell them right from wrong, but it's honestly protecting a lot of people because if people left it up to themselves, they probably would think that they're right.
So can we agree that most people create a type of structure, right? So there's systems. Most individuals have a type of structure or systems in their life. So one, first, and I'm gonna say for me, it's a relationship with a living God. I'm gonna say that. So because I think that I make the clarification because I'm not, and not to disrespect anyone else's religious beliefs or what they might believe, but I don't worship a statue with a very large belly and or anything like that. Like who I communicate with is a living God who is very aware of my existence as I'm aware of his existence. But in the day, for many, it's a system. It's an operating system that they go by that helps them regulate how they interact, how they move, and how they live their life. I think many people, regardless of them having a different belief than me, these people operate in the world a certain way, and for many, it's a very good way. It's a very positive way. It's a way they give back to society. It's a way they operate and they show up, and they're not selfish. They're not hateful. They're not cruel. They're not destructive. They don't try to torture people and bully people, but they try to show up and they try to make society a better place as a whole. But you can do that without it. Me being a Christian, though, I still have the autonomy of thinking and having the ability to analyze and be a problem solver. At the end of the day, I think based off what you said, Master, that's what it's going to take. We have to be able to be problem solvers and see, okay, what are the problems, issues in society? Okay, what can we do to improve and make these situations and these environments and these problems no longer a problem in our society? And how can we do that? Well, by working together with common, like-minded individuals that are willing to work together to make society a better place.
Okay. All right. Kim. All right. Go ahead.
You know that people go through.
Rise and shine.
How'd you know I was asleep, man?
Because you was on mute for a long time.
Yeah.
Damn near 45 minutes.
Yeah, I caught myself, man, because I woke up and I woke up to motivation talking. I want to just go in, and I'm like, wait a minute, he's probably saying something good. I just caught the tail end of it, so I'm sorry for I wake up grumpy. I'm like, what is that bullshit? But I'm like, wait a minute, it's probably all good. So my bad. T. Williams. I'm trying to shake it off. Don't respond.
All right.
Go ahead, T.
But
Williams. What's on your mind?
damn, if I can remember what I said.
Oh, see, now I'm the bad guy.
But no, I believe I was saying that. Hell, I really can't remember. You messed up my whole train of thought.
I'm the bad guy.
You gave a whole entry level speech on why you was waking up.
I guess I want to hear what Master Blaster had to say, man, because I heard his name called, so maybe that'll help me understand what's going on. So, Master Blaster, what's on your mind?
Okay.
Oh, hold on, T. Williams, do you remember?
Yeah, we was talking about religion, but I was about to say something. Motivation, what you said last, I probably could remember. Motivation, are you still there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. So last day I pretty much said, I think I ended with something along the lines of it's going to come down to individuals that, first of all, like Master was saying, you have to be solution oriented. Yes, and I do agree with what Cousin B said. It does come down to, if you're a person that's full of trauma, that's been through a lot of hard, difficult, or traumatizing things, or hey, you have to seek out help, get healing, see a professional, and then so get the mental health healing, physical health healing, and spiritual health healing, and then once you get that, then you have
On a healing journey.
then right, and once you have that, then you can shift to the mindset of being solution oriented and solving problems instead of just talking about the problems and stopping at that point. I think most people, what happens in our society, most individuals don't realize it, but they just talk about the problems in society, but they never move to the next point of actually being a solution-oriented individual, finding the answers.
Let's see what T. Williams has to say about that, because that was, you need a short recap. Go ahead, T. Williams.
So what I was saying was that we've seen in the last 15 years, I mean, there's always movements of people start being spiritual, not religious. They become atheists. Like, you'll always see a movement of people stop believing in God, right? And I feel like those people, a lot of those people, are gravitating back to religion. For the simple fact, like, when people get low on money, they ain't talking all that spirituality bullshit, because they run out of ways to deal with their problems. They may go back to the foundation of what, like, how they was raised or whatever, whatever their first religion is. I'm really starting to see that more and more. Like, I remember having a discussion with my mother, like, more than 5 years ago. She was like, the younger people don't really go to church. I was like, Ma, you don't really have to worry about that. I said, because with the economy changing, I said, you'll find when people fall on hard times, they always fall back on religion, one way or the other. I think people use spirituality a lot of the times from a place of comfort.
Oh, I thought y'all said wake up because the ancestors is here again, and then they said that we did this already. Like, don't y'all remember? Like, remember? Like,
Ain't nobody saying that.
Oh, that's what I thought y'all said. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So ancestor stuff is bullshit. Go ahead, Master Blaster.
Yeah,
You got
so
ancestors. We all got ancestors. What you mean?
I could relate to what
I wonder which ones are talking to you. It's not just the good ones that are talking to you. Some of those guys
you
are
on point. I'm gonna be real with you, but I had to tell them they gotta chill. That's how they gotta do it.
So we need to stop. This isn't attack. I'm probably not attacking you. I'm just kind of talking, but people need to be conscious of the ancestors that are talking to them, because I can almost promise you those are not people you'd want to deal with.
Well, it's true. It's true. I'm gonna be real to you. It's true. But when you know that they're your family and that's your lineage, I mean, you gotta deal with them.
No. So let me tell you about how I perceive heaven, right? I think heaven is a closeness to God, and I think hell is being far away from God. So you tell me about those ancestors that would rather talk to you than be with God.
Well, they both in between, but some of them got caught because
you got some demons talking to you. That's what you got.
They got caught in a bad situation.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the ones that we just give attention to, but we set boundaries. Like,
Yeah, let me tell
listen,
you
I'm
something.
alive and you're not, so you
If
gotta
I'm
actually
dead,
relax. But I'm here for you.
if I'm dead and gone, if I'm, we hate the sound effects. If I'm dead and gone, and my spirit is resting easy, and I'm with the Lord Jesus Himself, I can promise you this: you people on the earth will not hear from me. Master Blaster, go.
And be jamming and jamming.
Your spirits, I don't believe your spirits are
That was
always
Stevie
fully at
Wonder.
rest though, Bert.
Oh, I know that. Well, I really.
I feel like
Yeah,
most of them just become a
yeah,
part of the
like
heavenly host.
yes, like things that I'm sure you probably do, Bert. Like if I use somebody else. Let's say somebody else's parents are not here. If you're doing what they're doing, their spirit still lives within you.
Yeah, that's not Christian. That's not my religion. So I don't know what that is. That must be that spirituality
Nah,
stuff. That's okay.
scientifically, that's called epigenetics. That means
Yeah,
that you carry the DNA of everybody that came before you, so you feel their joy and their trauma even now. That's
yeah,
real.
I don't know about
yeah.
that
That's a
one though.
bunch of
But what do
BS,
y'all wait?
bro.
What do you believe in? If
Oh,
it
me?
now, if you talking about the Bible, all that
No,
stuff
not the
don't happen.
Bible. A
Oh, okay. I
belief
was about to
system
say.
None of this is the Bible,
The
Kev.
Bible said to be
I was
absent
about
with
to
the
say
body is
because
to
I
be
just
present with the
really
Lord.
I
That means
recently
that.
looked at what happens to us. Basically, well, yeah. Well, basically, we're just gonna be unaware and unconscious. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, the Bible said to be absent in
And
the body is to be present.
until Jesus come back, basically. So that's what's gonna
I don't
happen.
think you could look that one up because you would have to be gone to answer that question and then come back.
Yeah, that's
What
true. But the
what
Bible,
happened?
how it say, the Bible break it down to be absent in the body is to be present with the Lord.
Yeah, that's what it
That's
is.
not what that means.
Even the same thing happened to me. I got woken up on some stuff I heard.
Yeah, but
Even in the comments.
I think when I looked at it, it did specify we just gonna be at rest for and unconscious.
I ain't trying to find out no time soon.
It seemed like if you up in heaven, you're supposed to be busy doing heavenly shit.
That's
And
kind of
And
where
then
I
I
am,
and it,
Tucker.
if you down low, I don't want to hear from you.
right,
So
right.
I
You're
don't
not about to
know.
be saying, "Hey, let me go ahead and mess with these
I'm
people."
kind of
Like, what the heck?
yeah, I'm kind of with Bert
Hey,
on this one.
And
I'm
then
kind of with
also,
Bert
you
on
don't
this
yeah.
one.
turn into an angel either. People be thinking you can turn into angels.
Oh,
Oh, he got his wings,
The
and
angels
no,
was created in the beginning.
Me and Kev,
angels are angels.
Custer are on point, man. Listen, if you dead and got time in your hands to mess with me, I don't want to hear from you.
what
It's
about
your
gang?
spirit.
What?
It's your spirit, not you.
I
What?
don't want to hear from nothing associated with you. You should be next to God.
But what
Do you
about?
believe in a devil, Bert?
The devil probably gonna have you up here doing work, but the
Nah,
God
I'm
gonna
saying,
have you with
do
him.
you believe in a devil though?
Hell yeah, he walks with us and talks to us and says he's our ancestor.
Nah. He took at me.
That was
With
funny.
me,
No, a lot of
I
Hey,
like
people
the
really don't.
well-rested bird.
Touche.
That's a concept that a lot of people cannot grasp. Like
But T
God
Williams,
being
you
a
know why
devil.
though? But people always want to think of the good and the positive, but it's like they never want to think of the negative. This is the problem with that, right? If my heavenly Father is a good and just Father, then that means yeah, he can be loving and he can be loving to me, but also he can punish me, but he can punish me out of love because him whooping me is better than what happens if he doesn't whoop me. And I keep on
Mm.
going down a certain path. And this is the thing. The devil knew what it was. But see, he became egotistical. He wanted his throne to be above God's. He rebelled against God. He took
But
one third.
Pride.
He took one third of the stars of heaven with him, one third of the angels. They saw what God could do. They saw how powerful he was. And to speak of what you said, it's what you said, Ken. The angels was created in the beginning. So there's no way that we're gonna pass from this earth, pass from this body, and become an angel.
we above
See,
the angels.
we have a different position,
God
and
said we above the
that's
angels.
not to be an angel.
See, I'm with Master on that. I think that that's energy. Like the devil comes in energy form by far.
When he didn't have a, you got to understand,
get that
when,
from though.
when the angels fell, they did not have a physical body. That's when possession. That's when possession started. You understand that? That's men, and they
So
possess
what's
animals.
so what's the Nephilim then?
Possess
What's
animals.
so what's the Nephilim then?
think y'all read too much.
My brother asked me, if God is good, why do bad stuff happen to good people?
This is the thing, because it's not bad things happening isn't about God not being God. Because bad things happen because men have free will. And because men have free will, God is not going to enslave us and make us to follow him, to make us to be in a relationship with him. We choose to be in a relationship with him.
But what about the
Or
innocent?
the relationship wouldn't be real. Think about this, T. Williams. If someone made you be in a relationship with them, would that be a real relationship, or would that be slavery?
That would be slavery if they made me. But this I explained it to him along the energy lines, because I was in a different space then, right? When he was like, how do good things happen to bad people? I was like, well, it's energy and how energy travels. I was like, a good person could be driving on a bridge, right? A bad person could be driving on a bridge. Or a good person, another good person. But let's say you got into an argument, you get on the road, you start driving crazy, you switching lanes, and boom, from that bad energy, you hit that innocent person. That's how the devil travels. That's how that energy travels.
Where did you get this from, though?
It's an example. It's
No.
real life.
Hold on. Where did you learn this?
I learned it on my own, I guess you could say,
No,
in
where?
conversations
Tell
and
me
reading
where you learned it. Give me an idea of where you learned this, bro.
of how energy travels.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know, just knowing how energy travels.
Okay. Well, damn.
Like
Well,
seeing it, like seriously, seeing it in real time, experiencing
what?
it in real time. If I
Explain
can,
it to me.
like,
Then.
if I get on here, right, I'm coming as a person with evil in my heart. If I can piss you off, I'm doing the devil's work. That's how the energy travels.
Here's my
I
point.
just took you off of like your mindset. You telling me you a man of God, and I just piss you off and put you in a
Who,
whole
me?
different form of energy.
Well, here's the point. Here's the point I was making. I don't know if they were referencing me when you said that. But being a man of God, never been considered that, but I'm aware of the concepts. So, do you think? It seems to me that your brother asked you a question that's age old, right? People have been asking that question forever, right? And do you think your answer? Do you feel qualified to answer the question?
Shit, he accepted the answer.
And there we go. So because he accepted, never mind.
Do I feel qualified? I just gave my opinion.
Like, listen, when it comes to energy, when it comes to energy, like, all she can do
There
is
we
give.
go with the energy.
Yeah, all she can do is give her live life experience.
Right.
And technically, if you're sporadically changing on the road, that'd be a yang energy. That it's kind of destructive because you can possibly hurt somebody. So she's
Right.
not.
When you could have nipped it in the bud right then and there. If I get in an argument with somebody, when people tell you to let stuff go and you don't, and you take that negative energy with you, somebody innocent in that instance is going to get hurt because you didn't let it go. You didn't take a positive mindset and started moving forward. That negative energy that you had affected somebody that had nothing to do with it. And that's how I told them how innocent people end up getting hurt.
Would you say that maybe innocent people, or bad things happen to good people because life ain't fair? I think that would be like the pretty much answer.
That's right. That's the basic answer. I was just trying to give them like an example behind it of when he asked about.
But I also think it's about balance. Let's think of it like this. When we say, why would God make a little baby that is innocent, unalive from leukemia, right? And you would say to yourself, well, that is terrible. Why would you do that to this innocent child? That is obviously that's an innocent child. Why would something so terrible happen to that innocent child? Maybe if we look at the grand scheme of life, if we don't have, if that happened to that child, it pulls on the heartstrings of maybe somebody who could find a cure to leukemia, as an example. Maybe those things need to happen to make other things happen that are good for the masses. So maybe it is all about balance. Maybe it is, you know, everything can't be roses, right? And sometimes bad things have to happen to good people to make other people start handling their business, if that makes sense. What do y'all think?
Yeah,
So
that.
that's a great way to put that, cousin B. And I would put it another way. Sometimes there's some things you just don't understand. I think that's the thing with human nature. It's not bad to want to understand everything. The reality is we will not understand everything.
I
I
think
think
everything can be
w- w-
understood.
I think when we can accept that and say, hey, I'm not saying don't stop searching for the answers for everything, the questions of the universe. But I am simply saying if you don't find all the questions of the universe, be okay with that. The other thing is, gosh darn it, it just that
While you're
quick.
thinking of that, I don't want you to lose track of what Free Vibes just said. He just said to you that I think everything can be understood. Now, who says that? Other than
Somebody that
Satan,
thinks everything can be understood.
other than Satan himself. Go ahead, motivation.
No, I think that's the thing, bro. It's all about perspective. When I say perspective, I'm a solution. I believe in finding solutions, but as an individual that believes in finding solutions, I understand that I will not understand everything. I think first of all, okay. The bigger picture is this: you gotta look at your age. You gotta look at
It isn't even your place to understand everything.
yeah, and I would agree with that. And being a human being, there's only certain things you're going to understand. I'm not saying don't seek out the answers. But to expect to understand everything is, I would say, unrealistic.
It might be unrealistic, but at the same time, he hasn't closed his perception. As soon, this one thing, like if you start to close your perception and your allowance to possibly get infused with information, whether you see it on a show and you're like, oh damn, someone told you it, oh damn, someone showed you it, oh damn, or meditation, oh damn, you had a dream, oh damn. As soon as you close yourself off, well, that energy won't speak to you. So
Yeah.
the fact that he has his mind open, that's a plus automatically.
Well,
I think understanding everything means understanding everything about yourself, understanding everything about who you are. Because when you are fully illuminated to yourself, then you connect with other people who are fully illuminated within themselves. They understand something that you don't understand because you're not that. But if everybody literally understood themselves and then we understood each other, that's literally knowing everything. There's nothing unknown at that point.
Well, I don't.
That's a lot to understand.
I don't get.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot, though. It is a lot.
There, I will say this. I think when you say understanding yourself, yes, starting to understand sort of who you are, what you're about, what your mission, what your purpose is on this planet, and starting to seek out that purpose and the application of that purpose, extremely important. Yes. I think most people in society, don't understand their purpose
Hey,
on
motivation.
existing. Yes.
Motivation. I got a question for you. So I've been knee deep in Genesis lately, right? So
Yes.
what exactly was the serpent offering Eve?
What was the serpent offering Eve?
Yeah.
He was
You talking about that whole little Apple situation?
he was offering her knowledge that she did not
He
have
was
before.
he was offering her complete understanding, was he not?
Yes, he was.
I'll mute up now.
And this is the
Nah,
thing.
where you going? Hold on.
So like when you, because the thing about it, like I don't know if this is totally correct, but the God of the Bible didn't tell Eve not to eat off that. He told Adam.
So okay.
Adam's the one who decided to take from Eve and eat that, and that's where the issue came. It had nothing to do with Eve. It had nothing to do with Eve.
So wait.
It's the
There
fact
was a
that
judgment. Wait. So there was a judgment, Master. If you, it sounded like you're well read. I don't want to assume. You sound like you're well read. Now it's for her actions of eating from the fruit. It said that she would have pain during childbirth. So hold on now. So there is, but yes, Adam was given the command. He
Right.
was in a sense you would say head of the household.
Right.
So his responsibility was to correct her instead of to be coerced by her.
Right.
So, but he was coerced by her, and that's when God made himself. Hey, I've been looking for you guys. Where are you? And they said, hey, we hid ourselves because we were naked and we were afraid. He said, who told you you were naked? God already knew. See, at the end of the day, it was a test. It was like, cool. Are you gonna be honest and truthful with me on what you actually did?
Yeah, see, and I get you on that. But like I was saying though, if Adam didn't eat from that apple because his woman gave it to him, and he stuck on his respect and his covenant with God, there wouldn't be you're out of the garden. It wouldn't be like that.
Man,
If
that
that
whole little
if that was true, if that thing is true, because the
No, he
only
would.
person, so that's the only she would have if she was gonna still have childbirth. Shame, she would have had their pain.
No,
Whatever.
he would have.
But they would have.
He would have had to. Now we're kind of recreating this, right? But like the right thing for Adam to do was one, give her the direction that she needed to not eat from those trees, and two, if when she did eat, he should not have followed her into that. He should have punished her for that himself, but not eating of the apple. So she still would have had to be removed from the garden. That would be a whole new backstory now. The first sin, and motivation is right. Adam's first sin was disobeying God. That's not Eve's first sin. Eve's first sin is disobeying Adam.
So my question is this: what was it supposed to be if nobody ever ate from no apples? Like what was supposed to happen at that point?
So again, this is the difficult thing when we're talking about this. This is the hypothetical. It's dangerous when you do hypotheticals. I will say this: we got to understand that technically we would have been vegetarians. There would have never necessarily been a need to eat meat. Okay, but as far as beyond that, it's happened. Now we live in the now. And I simply say, and we can discuss that. What I'm saying is creating a hypothetical off of what it would have been. It's sort of impossible to do because we don't know what it would have been if ideally Eve wouldn't have did what she did and Adam wouldn't have did what he did.
Well, I think any Christian, I feel like that's a question that God has for us to go ask about, because it's like I feel like God gave the rules. I'm just guessing because I'm not that versed in Genesis, but I would think that if God laid out a whole situation for you and made you, and that's your parent, that they're gonna lay out the rules for you and tell you exactly what it is.
How can you want to understand everything and not be well versed in Genesis?
Because I just haven't read it in mad years.
It just seems like a stretch to say you understand everything and you're like kind of loose on Genesis.
I just go asking people that read it recently, and then boom, I'm up to speed.
Man, I just think you need to stop saying that you understand everything. That's what I think.
Genesis was the beginning of our introduction to patriarchy. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, especially the way they put it. It don't make sense. It went through too many hands for us to even know the real story.
Genesis was the beginning of a patriarchy. That's what that whole start was about. About Adam being in charge. Eve supposed to be listening to him. Metaphorically, that was saying that you will be deceived. You're going to be deceived by women. That's basically what it's saying.
Is that a good thing, or if this is the start of the patriarchy, is that a good thing or a bad thing in your view?
I don't even want to dive into that, but I can tell you
brought it up.
No. I don't want to say if it's good or bad, but what I can tell you is that it was a good ass warning because you can be deceived by women easily. So the lesson in it of being the deception of women was a good lesson in itself.
You know what's interesting about Genesis? I thought I said this recently. So if you look at the instruction, right? So God gave instruction to Adam. Adam spoke with God. Adam gave instruction to Eve. Eve spoke with Adam. Eve received instruction and guidance from Satan. Satan spoke with Eve. Adam never spoke with Satan.
Right.
I just think that's interesting. That's all.
It's basically saying that women are deceiving.
I just think it's interesting.
Women have a connection to the devil, and women are deceiving.
He's
That's
saying that
basically
women is masters of the dark arts.
metaphorically is what it's
I think
saying.
metaphorically, what it's saying is that men will defy other men, but they will follow women.
What other man? No other man was mentioned during that part of the Bible, though.
God. So Adam.
God ain't a man, though. God is a God.
But he's always put as he. So my point is, metaphorically, if we can look at that, we could say, and if we look at how it is now, we will fight each other as men, but men will do some stupid things over a woman, right? They'll do the stupidest things over women. They'll be deceived, but they will stand their ground and be all logical and everything when it comes to other men. You get me? So my point is, maybe that's another way of looking at it. The devil is smart. He knows that, I can get Adam caught up through this woman, right? So that's what he did. Because if
women are your weakness,
I'm just saying, maybe that's another way to think about it.
I just think it's I'm gonna be real. Like I call myself Christian, so it's fine. But I'm gonna be real. It's very unbalanced to present that God only had a male child. I don't see why it wouldn't be both. Why it wouldn't be a male child and a female child, even if they're both born of
repeat that.
God had children. What?
Well, they saying Jesus' child only begotten son. That's what they saying.
Okay, free vibes. So what specifically, what does the Bible say? The Bible says what? God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Okay, first of all, the biggest mistake you're making, free vibes, is this. You're trying to put God on the same level as us. God does not have a physical, yes, Jesus did come down in the form of a miraculous birth through a virgin to be born of a woman. But technically, Jesus did not have a physical body at first. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Now, human beings are different. Are us having a physiology, having a physical body. So the biggest mistake we make is we try to make God like us.
Nah,
God,
I'm just looking at
God
it from
was
a
never
perspective
us,
of,
bro.
I'm
Like
looking at
God,
it,
God existed on a different realm that we can't even begin to imagine. Even in all our intelligence, we can't imagine the realm in which He exists on.
I agree with that too, but I'm looking at it
Hold
from
on, free
this.
vibes, real quick.
Yeah.
What he just said is why claiming to want to understand all is problematic. Because of what he just said, we can't even begin to approach understanding the things that we're speaking about. Go ahead, free vibes.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from the perspective of polarity. There is nothing that exists in creation without polarity. That means a masculine and feminine pole, a negative and positive pole, whatever you want to call it. So to produce one pole, to me, is it just seems unbalanced.
So who produced that concept? No, I know, Bert, you probably about to jump on it, Bert. Who produced that concept?
The concept of polarity?
Vibes. Who produced that concept?
The concept of polarity?
Yes.
I mean, you can say science, but when you look and then you take the science away, it still remains. It's something that is universal to any and everything. We have day and night, dark and light, etc., etc., etc. Like we literally have opposites. Even God says, "I create chaos and order. I create evil and good." Like God, I do all these things. That's what God even says.
So that polarity, you're referring to man. You're referring to men. Okay, men. Now we're talking about men and women. That polarity. Then you're gonna take it to a whole nother level, talking about God. God, this is the problem. God is not us. We will never understand the true power, authority, and how, bro. What the Genesis says that God spoke and it was. Imagine that. Imagine that. God spoke and it was. He's so powerful. He spoke and it was. Now you as a man, can you just speak and it is?
Yes.
Hold on now. There's still things, yes. Now, if we're talking about mindset, yes, there's mindsets you can have that then you have to take actions
I
that
mean,
then
Yeshua even
create
says,
certain
like,
results.
if you have faith of a mustard seed, you can look at this mountain, tell this mountain to move, and it will move. So, at what point do we stop believing that and then flip over to what our limited capabilities? Like, where do we go? Like,
So free vibes. What I'm simply saying is this: yes, God does say that. If you have faith of the grain of a mustard seed, if you speak to this mountain and say move, it will move. But I'm simply saying is this: God spoke and it was. Every man and woman you have seen in your life, have they ever looked? I don't know. Let's say looked at the dining room table and said, "Hey, I like," and whatever meal, make up the food and say, "I want this food to be on the table right now," and existed. Bro, they had to go to the stove. They had to go to the grocery store, buy the food. They had to prepare the food on the stovetop or in the crock pot, whatever, and then they put it on the dining room table. I'm
yeah,
simply saying you're trying to compare. I'm gonna say it: mice and men. God is men, we're mice. We're the creation. He's the creator. Like, yes, we can create, but it's not the same way. I'm simply saying the process is different.
All right, let's get Mogul in there. She's been quiet. She just came up. Mogul, what's on your mind? Why are you up here with me, sweetie? And it's good to see you.
E flat.
Hey, Bert. Hey, Free Vibes. Hey,
Hey,
Cousin. Hey, everybody on the panel. I
What's
know
happening?
Brother Kid probably gone. He probably sleep. Um, Lord have mercy. I don't know where to start. I don't really know where to start. It was like so much. I was waiting for a while, but it was so much that was said, and this shows right here as the reason why God said don't rely on our own understanding, because even the idea of trying to understand everything is time consuming, because we wasn't meant to be put here to understand everything that goes on around us. If we understood every single thing, most of us should be on the right track. But we don't understand every single thing that's going on. Hence why some people also are still questioning God and the decisions that He make, far as why would we do this to someone, to a nice person or a good person, right? We're not meant to be questioning God on the decisions that's going on in life, or the decision that He has made or He has called into existence. So I don't think that that's the thing that we should be arguing about personally. But in the patriarchy part, she's gone though. Hey, motivational. Um, that statement there is showing the fight against what was already placed in what was already put in place. So Adam was supposed to follow the rules that God gave him, and he was supposed to relay those rules to the woman. Hence, it's supposed to be God, then the man, then the woman, then the kids. So he says he wants you to have a man that's God led, right? That's led by God. Reason why is because he's only going to relay the rules of the religion of being Christian. I'm gonna say that because I'm Christian, but being Christian on down to the rest of the family, to the rest of the tribe. And I don't think Adam relayed that information to Eve. And if he did, she was being disobedient. And yes, she should have been punished in a type of way, but it didn't mean for Adam to indulge in the sin when he knew the difference between right and wrong. And I forgot whatever else I was gonna say too. So I'm gonna fall back in line.
So if you look at the conversation that Eve had with the serpent, it appears she knew that it was wrong to eat it. Like they had a discussion about it, about what the trees were about and everything. So she had some understanding of the trees of life, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. She had an understanding of it when Satan talked to her. So where did she get that from, if not from Adam?
She wanted more, and so it is what it is.
She wanted to be God.
Whatever you want to call it. She wanted more. Whether it's to be like God, to know what God knows, she wanted more. And most women want more. And men want to get more to say, I'm the man, so I can attract this type of woman.
We have stumbled into the occult, my friends.
So, Master, would you agree that of this that at the end of the day, what ends up happening is this, like, you have a situation like you said, and what Bert said, they want to know everything, and God said, hey, this isn't for you to know, right? This isn't for you to know. It's for me to know. But think about this: misery loves company. See, Satan, he was already judged, right? He was already judged. He knew what his end result was going to be. Now, at this point, he didn't want to be stuck in the mud by himself. So he was going to see if he can drag someone along with him. And Eve played into that, and then Adam played into that. Because Satan already tried that, and he got kicked out of heaven for it, along with 1/3 of the stars of heaven. So he already knew what the game was. You can test God if you want to, but you already know that's gonna end badly.
And I
Now,
agree
when
with
have
you.
you? Oh,
At the
sorry.
same
Go ahead.
time, like, but if we look at the spectrum of it, just for the Genesis, and let's pretend I'm God, and I know you're against me, I'm probably gonna destroy you. The fact that I allow you to live and kick you out, knowing that you can have influence over my creation, I kind of planned it to see if my creation is going to stay, let's say, in a death before dishonor. I honor you before anything. I'll die before I dishonor you. And so I don't think this is by chance, all of this stuff. And the fact that, like I said, the devil, if there is a devil, that was on purpose. And so now individually, all of us are experiencing this and different factors of the devil. If there is a devil, like, I'm not going to mistreat my mom, even if she hit me with the belt. Why? Because I respect my mom, type thing. And I'm like, I just trying to understand her. I'm not going to disrespect you. Why? Because I don't need to. But if you disrespect me, I'll walk away. If you try to hit me, well, then I'm going to hit you with that. So, like, for me, I think this was all part of a strategic plan by this creator that we're talking about. And not everybody could hold the weight. Why? Because when the endocrine system of the body, how you feel, that's a powerful thing. It's a super powerful thing. That's why you have people killing over women, because they're so connected to this woman, and this woman supposedly betrayed them, and they're willing to take a life, even though the woman betrayed them, not the man that didn't know about the woman being with another man. So,
Can I ask you a question though?
Let-
Anybody verse
Can,
me?
can Mogul go first, or
Oh,
you
go ahead.
people?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Let Mogul go ahead. You want to speak first. Go Mogul and then Cousins.
Yep.
Yes. I don't believe that God planned for the devil to want to be him and want his position. I don't see that as being something that was planned, or to get other people to come down. Now that the fact that we are here, he allows free will. Now, he's not telling him, hey, look, go test them. But if he does come around and test you, then that should be a test of yours that you should definitely be able to pass. I don't think God said, I'm going to create the devil just so you can be tempted.
okay, so
Or
I
so
don't think.
I don't think he would create us to be destructive. I think it was more so, okay, you make the decisions on if you want to take the wide path or the narrow path.
Okay, so I don't know if you heard what I said. So I didn't talk about the God creating the devil and knowing that, yeah, he would betray him. I'm talking about in the betrayal. If I was God, I don't understand but I know if I'm God and I have power over creation, and I'm kicking you out. If I'm kicking you out somewhere, it's called destruction. You can't exist. So for the point of there still is the existence to put you down where I have created equilibrium, where you could speak to my creation. I think I've kind of allowed the possibility for you to continue what you have done up in my kingdom.
So you're
So
saying that
can I?
his plan was after the fact, after the devil betrayed him and said, "I'm gonna let you go down so you can tempt the people," or was that always the devil's plan regardless, because he's been trying to do that since heaven in the first place, on getting people to disobey God and more so follow him, which is always, that's the reason why it started with Adam and Eve in the first place. Then after that, then he tried to do the same thing with speaking to Jesus and tempting
Well,
Jesus.
So
I
so
think
if you go
Ed,
back,
what he
if
said.
you go back to the heaven situation, if I know I'm in heaven and I'm God, and I know that you're trying to change the equilibrium of heaven, if I kick you out, why would you change your ways? I'm God. I know you. Why would I send you to my creation that's lesser?
Right,
So
Master.
can somebody?
That doesn't know as much. That I'm literally co-parenting and
Master,
protecting.
So
you'll get to speak again. Go ahead, Cousins.
so somebody. Okay, because I'm not. I will be the first one to tell you this is not my wheelhouse. So somebody clarify some things for me if y'all don't mind. For
All I know
one,
is Genesis.
right, but I just always hear God is all knowing, everywhere at once, knows it all, planned it all. There's nothing without him. If that is the case, then it's not possible for the devil to have his own thing and he didn't know about it. So he must have
You're
put
thinking
him
like
in place.
I can answer your
Right.
question.
Okay, so
You're
put
thinking
him
like
in place.
I can answer your
Right.
question.
Okay, so
You're looking at it from real quick.
yeah,
I won't be
man.
forever. So you're looking at it from a human construct, right? Yeah, it would be impossible for a human to be able to know everything, yet not know of everything that's going to happen. Planning
Right.
it basically. But it is possible for God. It's possible for God to be omnipotent, omniscient, and at the same time offer free will to you. So the
So
fact that
here's
he
the thing,
knows,
right?
the fact
If
that he knows what he can know what you're going to do, and still allow that you choose to do it.
No. So what I'm saying is he had to know about the devil, is my point. So
Okay,
that's what
fine.
I'm saying. So right. So maybe if that's the case, right? And he allows the devil, because there's no free will if there's no option. So he has to have a bad to give you the option to exercise the free will. So that's why I think maybe the devil is in place, because the devil isn't quote unquote evil from what I gather. His thing is whatever's opposite of God. He is trying
That's
to
what
make
evil is. What are you saying? It's
no.
dangerous.
What I'm saying is, but what that means, right, could be if God tells you to go left, he's just saying go right. And then that would be considered evil, right?
The very definition of evil is to do something in opposition to God, right? So,
Right, just disobey God. Right. Okay.
right.
So what I'm saying is, like, you know how we think of evil as I'm just gonna go out and hurt people, and that, like, okay, maybe that's part of it, but I'm just saying. So yeah. So like in general, if that's the case, then wouldn't the devil, like he said, be put in place on purpose to do that? Because if we have free will, but everything was sweet, what would be our, like, we wouldn't do anything but the sweet. So we have to have something bad to tempt us, right? So do you think that if that he put him in place on purpose to be that, to do that job? What do y'all think?
I think the thing is Satan was going to do what Satan was going to do because that was in his nature. If you look at how Lucifer was described, right? Just as far as appearance wise, very, I guess, just magnificent looking, well spoken. It was his ability to speak, to communicate. He was just extremely influential. So, but God knew, but that was his character. That's what he decided to do. It wasn't a thing that God made him to rebel. He chose to rebel. But in him choosing to rebel, it started a domino effect of different things taking place.
When
So
you
like,
say
look at it.
domino effect of different
Like
things
the whole
taking place,
concept. Okay, so look at it. There's an outside of the garden, and that's where they got casted outside of the garden. I'm just
okay,
hypothetically thinking, like I'm God, okay? this is my garden of equilibrium where I'm protecting my children. I am not going to allow, I have enough power to say, go ahead, I cast you out. I cast you down from heaven, but you're outside of my garden. You have no access, bro. This has to be God's will, period.
So I feel like there's
I have
assumptions
to go
being
against
made.
that, my dog. I have to go against that, and let me tell you why. Like, you have to take it back because everybody goes straight to the garden. You have to understand what happened previous to the garden. Okay? We, mind you, he created the angels. Okay? The seraphim, mind you, Lucifer was a seraphim. Okay? He was the one that ordered the music up in heaven. Now, he started rebelling first. Um, he did not try to get everyone on his side until he saw God's heart, and in God's heart he saw that the fact that the Lord wanted us to create us. This was prior to creation. For those who like read not only the Bible but the other books that are available to us, like if you if you were to read the Ethiopian Bible, it would better explain everything. But the that was when he truly rebelled. It's when he looked into Lucifer's heart. When Lucifer stepped into God's heart and saw that what the Lord's plan was for us, and to be over him, he didn't like that. He was like, why do we as humans, and knowing that we have the capacity of failing, we have free will. The angels don't know that. Angels don't have free will. They have to listen to God. That
Well,
we have free will. Angels
Well,
don't.
well, they
Seraphim don't.
okay, so
well
but
they were created from the beginning.
Lucifer was an angel.
He
So
was a
so
seraphim. He was
The
a
people,
seraphim.
so
He was a
so so
seraphim.
so we have to establish one thing, right, Jennifer?
Hmm.
This we have to establish the simple fact that the angels were created. They saw the full power, glory, and might of God.
Yes.
So the thing is, they saw everything from the beginning. There was no
Hmm.
excuses. This is the thing.
Exactly.
Us as
Exactly.
man,
Exactly.
see, we had a limited purview of God. So
Hmm.
you have God, you have angels that saw God in all his glory, in all his power, all his might. They had zero excuses for what they did. Then you have man that comes along, and God now has given us this grace and this mercy because we have a purview, limited view of God and how we experience him. So we did not, because we have a purview, limited view of God and how we experience him. So we did not see how God initially dealt with the angels and how he dealt with man.
So,
Hmm.
so let me
Hmm.
tell you something, man. This is how God is good. When I woke up out of my slumber, my initial thought was, Well, I was gonna dig into motivation for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm glad I didn't. So what he said is perfectly accurate, right? That's why, like, as long as there was innocence in the Garden of Eden, there was a different deal. But once there was no longer innocence, once they had knowledge of good and evil, which they didn't have before, that's why they weren't wearing any clothes. Once they had knowledge of good and evil, now they had to be judged differently.
Yeah, because
so
we stepped out of lawness. We stepped out of lawness.
yeah, but see, and this is what I'm saying though, because like God, omnipotent. Why, why would you allow a serpent type of energy, a misguiding type of energy in the garden? You actually don't have to allow that. You could put a barrier and be like, no, you're not even allowed in here, bro. There's an outside garden. Go do your thing. The fact that
The reason
he
why.
allowed the fact that God, the energy, allowed that in the garden. This cannot be off one.
Are you a
This can't
Satanist?
be anything but
Mind you, no. Listen,
no,
he was a
no. Hold on, ma'am.
seraphim.
Hold on,
He
please,
still
ma'am.
had the lawlessness. There is a law code. The Lord loves order. Just because he was casted out of heaven does not mean he was not available to be in the same rooms. That, mind you, the devil can be in the same rooms as other angels. He can walk in and out.
Okay,
That's what makes like he can
so
walk in and out.
wonderful
So,
you said that,
Master,
but
can I
but
ask?
but but at the same time,
Mogul.
that is that
Let Mogul
angel
go.
is not
We gotta
God.
go. We gotta let the ladies squeeze in here. We gotta help them out. Mogul, go.
So, I think, Master, if you're saying it, I just want to ask before I address it, right? Are you saying why would he let him come down here and tempt us, or like exactly is your stance on like what exactly were you trying to say?
All I was saying is the power, this powerful being has the ability to say, well, I'm gonna put a barrier. Let's hypothetically a dome. You're not allowed here, but go do your thing. You're out of heaven, you're out of here. The fact that if I was God and I'm allowing that and I know everything, then that means I can see already who you're gonna talk to first. I can
No, now
see
this the
already.
thing. Okay, I thought that's what you said. Right, he does know, and which is also why he only allows Satan to test us a little bit. He only allow temptation for us to be tested, to see how weak you are, to see how strong you are, see if you're going to come to him, see if you're going to be dependent on him. That's the reason why we're being tested in the first place. If you don't test someone or a child or anything, they wouldn't know what stands on the other side of being disobedient.
And
So
that's
when you're telling them, right, so he knows, but that's also why he stated, which also was stated, that I'll go before you and beside you, and he'll never leave or forsaken us, right? So he's always there. He just wants to see if you're going to turn to him and depend on him, or you're going to try to depend on your own understanding,
so then
which
this
is
is
also what he tells us not to do. So I'm not I'm not sure if your stance is, that he already knew and why, what I mean, that he planned this. It was more so, just like Jennifer said, this happened prior to mankind being created, hence why he was even able to go to the garden and tempt Eve in the first place. He was already cast out. So it wasn't like, I'm going to cast you out and then I'm going to let you be here so
Exactly.
you can tempt my people. He
Now,
was already cast out. He just didn't get rid of him completely,
he
right?
didn't get rid
Because
of his
God is
potential
still
power.
exactly, God is
Exactly.
still a
His
forgiving,
authority.
right? He's also still a
He
forgiving
has
God.
authority. Seraphims, they have authority. So just because he was cast out of heaven, does not mean he removed his authority. Which is why we have to be prayed up, because we could fall into the temptation and allow entities to enter, not only enter into us, but to persuade us and be around us, because we gave them passage. Mind you,
Mhm.
the spiritual world works on order. It's like being in a courtroom. These demons be like, hey, so and so said this, so and so said that. Here's my evidence. I have authority to be able to take over. I have authority to be in this bloodline because so and so said this. That's why it's so important for us people to have to literally pray ourselves out of certain altars that our family members have placed before us. A lot of people who are suffering in this world right now, day and age, are suffering because of their ancestors' altars that they set up before us. And if you don't believe me, you gotta look in the gospel. The gospel shows everything about altars being put up, and then people who come after you, your generation and your seed after you, are the ones who are reaping that harvest.
Well,
So I
it's
respect what you're saying, and I'll say this, and then I'm gonna go. What both of you said, you ladies, still for my brain, I still can't conceptualize that this omnipotent being would say, "Oh well, you still have access to this
so
because I created you, and so now you still have access because I'm omnipotent, but I can't revoke that access."
and this
And
is the
so,
kicker.
and for the fact is now you're here and you can cause a calamity, irregulation. So it had to be pre-planned, and I'm gonna stick on that because no one can take me out of that. And everything you guys
So
said, regardless of prior or before, the fact that that was allowed, it was allowed because we're talking about God here.
I
That's it.
respect your perspective, Master,
That's it. Yeah.
Master Blaster. What I'm simply saying is this, and this is again where it's elevating, it's us trying to elevate ourselves to a specific understanding, to a position we've never been in.
And there's no disrespect to you, but I'm saying the reality is I have never been God. I have never created the entire universe. I can assume or make assumptions on what I might do, how I might handle a situation, but I've never been in that position. I wasn't here since the beginning of time and didn't create all things in the universe. So it gets us in a hypothetical situation, a very sticky hypothetical situation where we're making assumptions about what I would do, how I would do, how I would do that, handle that situation differently. And we've never been in that position, nor being human beings and how we've existed for a short period of time, we will never be in that position. That's all
And
I'm
I,
simply saying.
and I understand what you're saying, and like, because when you're speaking on this, is like that sounds like a macro, but there's also a minor position, okay? And the minor position is my household with my children. I don't allow certain things in there. Why? Because you will not get to my children. And if they want to step out and do that, like stepping out the garden and figuring out, dude, that's what you're going to do. But in my household, you cannot come in my household. If I think you're a danger to my children, you're not coming in there. If I think you're going to bring food that I don't want in the household, you can't come in there. I'm protecting my household. So I'm the minuscule of God because I'm creating my household. So the fact that I know and I can see, that means that's what's up. And so, no, I don't know God's plan in totality, but I can look at my household and he had a household and he allowed something in, and that's it.
But wouldn't his household be where he cast them out from, which is in heaven?
His
So
household,
if you're saying that, right? Because I mean, he owns everything, right? But he cast them out of heaven, which would you rather be on earth or would you rather be in heaven? Right? I would rather be in heaven. So that's a punishment within itself, that you was already cast out of heaven. So he did cast them out. You're just stating that why wouldn't he get rid of him completely? I take it, right?
no,
But it probably
I'm
was
saying, why
already a
would he get,
plan, right? But that's
exactly.
what I think it probably was a plan to say, hey,
Yeah.
look, you know, while you're down there and things is going on, because you got to test the loyalty as well, right? So after your own creations have turned on you and made decisions, me as a creator, I probably would say, okay, let me test and see if they will obey me or not.
Okay, and say that's, and see, Ev, that's all I was saying. This has to be a pre-plan. That's it. That's all I was saying.
Okay, I definitely agree that it was part of his plan for us to be tested for sure. So I can agree on that.
So it comes down to this, right? So they still had a choice to make. Because the reality is this. If Eve would have made the right choice, well, like you said, hypothetically, this never would have happened. We would
I
not
gotta,
be
I gotta
at, we
revert.
would
I gotta revert against that.
well,
I
what I'm
gotta go.
simply what I'm simply
Go ahead.
saying is this:
Yeah.
if Eve would have made the right decision and Adam would have made the right decision, we wouldn't have out of the garden life experience. But I'm simply saying, like, Eve had free will, Adam had free will. They both had free will. They was exposed to the presence of Satan, and Eve made her decision, and Adam made his decision.
Pretty much. And here we are. If this is what it is.
Jennifer, go.
Yes,
I was
sir.
going to
I'm
say,
like, we can go down scripture, but it's just there's so much to like. It's crazy because there's so much to dive into when it comes to just that passage and stuff, and and the betrayal, because that's like the biggest betrayal was like in the garden, and that's where the gospel just pours off. Now, mind you, the gospel of Jesus Christ is a direct reflection of saving us from exactly what the garden was. Every single story, Adam, Jacob, Moses, Abraham, all the like everybody's story reflects the coming and like the Old Testament everything is foreshadowed of Jesus Christ. New Testament, everything that Jesus Christ promised and what's going to do. And at the end of the day, the entire Bible tells you who God is. Like literally tells you who God is, what He does, so that we are able to differentiate between you know evil in the streets out here. Because God would, man, it's just so much I want to say, my God, but it's I just gotta,
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
man,
Cause
it's
it's
yeah,
like, yeah, it's like, it's a lot, like with
it is a lot.
actually being like a Christian black woman and like stuff like that. It's like with this topic, like it's like I don't know, like I just came in here, so it's like
And you know
I
what, sister in Christ, you know what, and I commend you because it is really hard out here for. I don't think people really put into or emphasize how hard it really is for a
a
black
woman
woman
in Christ.
Christian,
Yes.
a black
Hmm.
woman Christian, because the fact, yeah,
Yes.
because of the fact that it's like you have so many people telling you one thing of what you're supposed to follow, who you're supposed to
They'll be like,
follow.
"Oh, you're a black woman, so you should be in spirituality and you should be
Yeah,
doing this and this and
spiritual.
that." No, I'm gonna
Right,
follow my God in Christ. Even
right.
though, and then they'll always throw this up. Oh,
Mm.
but they use
The
the Bible in
ancestors.
slavery.
Yeah.
The Bible, they use the Bible in slavery to keep our people held down. But at the same time, the God that I did that Bible in, I done looked into my Bible. I done read my Bible. That God does not condone what those slave owners did.
No, no, not
They
at all.
use
That.
that Bible against us to try to do it. But at the
Yeah.
same time, the Bible is still our refuge. We don't have to like go into what the slave owners did or
Yeah.
whatever, blah blah, all that
Because
stuff.
be,
You know what I'm
because
saying?
exactly. Let's be historic. Because let's be historically correct. There would not be there would not be the spread of gospel in the United States if it wasn't for black churches. Period.
Right. Exactly. And like the black churches that's actually, because I have a
Literally saved.
family church. You know what I'm saying? I have a family church. And it's like we're actually in the Bible. The Bible does not teach slavery and that another race has more authority over another race. The Bible
Right.
does not teach that. God teaches love and He teaches how you should act as a human being, period.
Well,
Like, I want to say like that, yeah.
and the Bible actually referred to indentured servitude.
Yeah,
Now
indentured
the difference
servitude.
is with indentured
Yes.
servitude, what the largest difference between chattel slavery and indentured servitude is like, it's like saying, okay, I owe you a debt.
Yes.
So what happens now is, since I owe you a debt, I go into indentured servitude to you until that debt is paid off.
Like Jacob
And
was an indentured servant to get his wife.
Mm-hmm.
14 years,
But
20 years.
us as human beings, we don't have to do that for the Lord.
Right. He didn't have
Exactly.
to. He was cheated out of that. He was deceived. He was deceived into servitude 7 more
Mm-hmm.
years.
Yes.
Yeah. People just.
See, yes. Oh, I think I already followed you. Because you actually be in your Bible. Yes. Yes.
I need
And
to
it's
get.
like,
I need to be more in my Bible. I'll say that. I need to be way more deep.
me
I need to
too.
get in
Me
this shit. I
too.
really need to get up in there because, like, man.
But it's like, you know how God, like, He just wants us to have a relationship with Him. Like, He don't want us to like feel like it's like a chore to read our Bible. You know what I'm saying? You know He don't want that for us. He just wants us to like just be in our Bible, just read our Bible and do what we should be doing. That's why it's like with all this race stuff, it's like I don't like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like how we are even talking about stuff like this. Like, oh, is race unity necessary? Us as races, white, black, Hispanic, anything, we should all be united anyway. And with all the social media, everything that's going on to distract us from either the word or distract us from where we're actually supposed to be going, is distracting us.
It's to sensitize our spirit too.
Yes.
People
yeah,
like you have to understand. Like we have that. We have the Holy Spirit. That is a gift. that is a gift and mercy from the Lord upon accepting of Jesus Christ. So once we're gifted that, we have to understand that we get desensitized through our food,
Flesh.
through our food, through what we intake with our eyes, through what we say
Yep.
with our lips. Everything that we have to be so mindful and so aware. That's why the Bible, being in the Bible, keeps our alarm system up,
Yep.
so that we are able to not be desensitized to the Holy Spirit when the Holy Spirit is trying to tell us something, trying to warn us of situations, trying to be like, you know what, maybe let's not take that alley down the street.
Right.
Well,
Exactly.
and this is the major. I would say the major difference for me is this. Okay, yes, I'm a Christian. Absolutely, I do love God, and He's very important, and He's the most important relationship in my life, number one. But if we're talking about
Hey,
like
motivational. Hold on one second.
if we're
Hold
talking
on.
about like the
Hold on,
black community,
motivational.
yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on one second. Jennifer, can you mute your mic, beautiful, when
Oh
you're not
yeah,
talking? It
yeah.
makes it harder to hear.
My
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
bad. My
beautiful.
Yeah.
bad, y'all. Y'all should have told me. My bad. I thought I had my thing going.
It's
It's
okay,
okay.
baby.
So this is the thing though. When it comes to the black community, I do okay. I look at Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre, different things like that. If we look historically, we had a lot of all black communities where they were thriving, they were doing well, and they got destroyed by YT people or Europeans, right? Now, me, I will always want, as I love everyone, I care about everyone, uh, regardless of race, but I always want my people to improve, to do better, to be empowered, to be in positions to create wealth, generational wealth, to change the financial landscape for constant financial struggle and just of the breakdown of just dysfunction within our communities. And because I feel like, and I will always feel like that's important because of how, in a sense, we've been in last place for quite some time now.
No, we have not. All of these black scholars that we have black people in politics now. No, we
Yes,
have
yes,
not been in last place.
but we're still okay. If we're talking about in a position of influence, we're still a minority. If you're talking about black
Okay, yeah.
scholars, yes, absolutely, we have some black scholars. But I'm talking about in the position of influence to impact the next generations. If I asked you how many young people knew who these black scholars was compared to how many young people, African American young people, knew about all the NFL players, NBA players,
It would be lacking. I'll say like yeah. I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
yes,
because
yeah,
But it would have to take people to really like, it will have to start in your home for us
yep.
to even really care or have a need for our kids to care about things that's important. Especially when it comes down to our history. And the problem is, unfortunately, and I'm gotta say this, and I might, it is what it is. But unfortunately, in the black community, we care so much about the craziest stuff, like you was just about to say, right? More about the basketballs and sports players and rappers,
Yep.
and they know
And
more
about
about that,
clothes and wigs
right?
and about being
Right?
the
They
baddest
don't.
bee. Or I'm gonna be the baddest bee. That's not yes.
The priorities is a lot
Messed
different
up. Yeah.
now, and that's only because the tree was built different. So the fruit that's gonna come off the tree is not gonna be built any better than the tree that that the fruit came off of. So it has to start in the home, and we tend to go out and say, okay, well, this is bad. We all need to help the generation, but if it keep on being produced, there's not much we can do besides hope that the person that produced them try their best to give their kids all that they actually needed to be successful in life and to not be out here and be a piece of sugar honey
Trash.
iced tea.
Yes.
Right.
Honestly, would you
So
say
we
that?
can't.
Yeah, no, she telling the truth. Cause like I grew up in the hood for real. Like it's like I grew up in the hood. My family was from Michigan. I had to move down here. Well, I was born in Georgia. So I was born in Georgia or whatever, but I was raised with northern views, quote unquote. I think it was like I was born with the mentality of, hey, you're not finna let every boy that you talk to get into your body. You're not finna do that. You're finna focus on school, focus on you finna learn how to clean, focus on keeping the house up, focus on how do you do your taxes? How do you make sure your credit is right or whatever, stuff like that. It's like when I was raised up down here, when I was getting taught in the house and how girls was being around me when I was actually able to go out and go to like teen parties or whatever, stuff like that. It was like how they were doing things. It was like, dang, like, I don't like that. Like, I don't like how y'all moving. Like, y'all just moving off of the strength of a nigga got a bottle. A nigga got a bottle and some weed. Y'all just overly going. Go, yeah. They ready to go because a nigga got a bottle, a liquor, and some weed, and probably some pills or something. They ready to go. And I'm like,
You sure they wasn't tricked? Because that's what I be hearing, right? Like, he tricked me. Did he?
No.
Did he trick you?
No. How they gonna trick a woman? We in the party, right? Say it's like, well, with my city, it's like we have like different like buildings they be having parties at, right? So say we at a building, they be selling food out of it, and then at the night it'd be like a club, quote unquote. Everybody over there at that club, quote unquote. So everybody out there. If I'm with somebody and she like, oh, what we gonna do after this? I'm sending her the post. I'm smoking my black. I smoke black. Come on, I do. I'm smoking my black. Oh, I don't know. What we gonna do? I'm just sending her the post it. She like a nigga would, all right, a couple of niggas would have come up to me or whatever. I'll be like, nah, I ain't trying to do all that, whatever. Then my homegirl, she'll be like, oh, this dude, he wanna he got the after party plan. I'll be like, all right, I guess. He'll be like, oh, I got a bottle, I got some weed, and I got some pills with a blah blah. They're going for a bottle. Not I don't even have to say the pills, no nothing. They're going for a bottle.
Ladies, can I ask you all a question? So this is something to think about. In society, right? This is the thing. Society has been designed in such a way where men are held accountable, but ladies are sort of given a way out. So that same level of accountability is not given to ladies.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the regret after. So what happens with men? They're always going to be 100% accountable. What happens with ladies is they have the regret after and say, "Oh, I shouldn't have went over there. He misled me, and he told me this, and then this happened." And
but if he didn't mislead her, that's her having regret. That's the regret that you were talking about. Yes, that's that regret. She's trying to make it seem like, oh, he made me do this. No, baby, you went over there because you heard liquor. And you heard weed, and then you trying to make it seem like, oh, he misled me to do that. No, you wanted to do that.
Hold on, I got a question real quick. Hold on. I'll be quick. So motivation. When I listen to what's her name, Mac,
MAC, Mac, yes.
Yeah, like the makeup, I think. So
oh my gosh, no, Mac, a Return of the Mac.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter.
No, my name is Makara though. Makara.
Well, I don't need to hear your government, but it's nice to meet you. So motivation. When I hear her talk about the bottle and the blunt and how that's enough to get a woman to do whatever this man wants, it sounds a whole lot like the serpent and Eve, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think so. I think you.
I wasn't even talking to you. Motivation.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm listening. Yeah. Well,
don't forget
I wonder if
this
you
other
saw the
part,
connection
Bert.
there.
Not
Go
only
ahead.
that, they're removed out of their comfort zone to be able to be tricked, right? So just like he did Eve, he got her separated away from Adam to be able to even speak to her, right? So when they are under the influence,
Away from
you
her
get to be,
covering.
yeah,
Away from her
exactly.
covering.
So when you are under the influence with these guys, anything can be convinced. See, you
Yep.
can be convinced to do anything if he is into the convincing, right? Because
Well,
it ain't
so
too hard once she's out of, like you said, her comfort, her protection.
Yep.
Y'all.
so mogul. This is the whole reason why, and Mac. This is the whole reason why, good, strong, masculine men that have the ability to make logical decisions are so important to be influential in their daughters' lives, because what happens now is now he's able to educate you, okay, where you probably shouldn't be. Okay, the safest places for you to be, the unsafe places where you should not be, the places you should not go, because it's not going to get you the best possible results. But now if we fast forward to modern day, now it's like, oh no, no one tells me what to do. No, I do what I want when I want.
That's
Okay.
the women. That's the women that's not leaded by God. If I'm in my
Not even
Bible,
just by this,
Yeah,
that too, right? Being
that's
led by God, but also not understanding, like what motivational talking about. He's talking more so like about order, right? But then you get this motivation, you get this pushback of, um, you don't tell me what to do. I don't want a man telling me what to do. He's just trying to control me, right? That
that's
comes up to that. But the problem is, once again, being it starts in the household.
yeah.
Because if you was being controlled since birth, being told, no, you shouldn't be doing this, no, you
Yup.
shouldn't be doing that, then you will
No.
understand when there's meant to be some type of order, or being able to be able to actually take, hey, look, princess, be able to actually take some type of direction,
Yeah,
should I
when you
say,
don't,
especially to
when you
protect
don't,
yourself.
when you don't have that father
But
tell you
I,
otherwise.
I guess it depends on the
Same.
situation. You kind of got to get like the
No,
situation.
it's not about no father though. It's not about
It,
no
Master,
father.
hold on one second, y'all. Master, go ahead and go, and then Jennifer, because I know she's been trying to come off mute for a while. And then Matt,
yeah,
if you don't mind, beautiful.
yeah, I
Yeah, of
believe it's a
course, of course.
situation. When we talk about trick, or she got tricked. It's a situation because I'm a man, and I'll never have sex with a woman who's under the influence. Well, our first time will never be that because I don't want. I
There's
don't.
a lot of
I don't.
niggas.
I
Trust
don't
me.
want. Yeah, but that's the whole point, though. Like a lot of girls, they may want the weed and the alcohol. Doesn't mean they want the dick. And
Right,
so and so
right.
and so and so and so they get them under the influence so they can take advantage.
Exactly.
And so that's really what happens. And yes, if they had proper household training based on the parents, they would know not to step in that environment. But like if a girl's saying she got tricked, you got to hear the story. Did she take her clothes off by herself? Da, da, da. And the reason I can experience my first girlfriend, she lost virginity because her parents are kind of unruly. She had a party, and everyone got kicked out. There's this one guy who was nice all night. She's a virgin, and she was drunk at her face. So he said she had to go to the washroom. So he helped her go to the washroom, take a pee. XXX. Okay, yeah, boom. He helped her back to the room. Yo, he took her virginity. He took that. What a bastard. Who does that? If you want a woman, wait till she's sober so she can give it to you. Allow it.
Exactly.
There's a lot of women that got tricked because they wanted the liquor. They wanted the experience of being inebriated, have some weed in their system because the pain they're going through in their life. But we got a lot of men that'll take that. And so if I hear tricked, I want to hear the story. And then I'll say tricked. And I leave it there.
But now I want to say this before Jennifer go real quick. Master, this is the thing. You cannot be tricked out of your spot. You cannot be tricked. You cannot be tricked unless you make a decision first. You
A
have
lot
to
of
put
women
yourself in
are
that.
tricked out of their
No,
coochie.
no, no. This is the thing. If you decide now, unless he held a pew pew up to your head and said, take this liquor, drink as much as you want to drink, smoke as much as you
Okay.
want to smoke. You made a decision to go down this path. Now, whatever you run into, whatever speed bumps roadblocks, dead ends you run into at the end of the day, even though that is terrible. And yes, you are a very terrible person for doing that to me. You also have to understand you put yourself in that situation. And that's what I think the issue is too. A lot of people don't accept accountability. A lot of people don't accept their wrongs. That's the reason why it don't never get corrected. And that's kind of what motivation was saying. We're pat on the back for the wrong decisions that we decided to make and giving a piece of tissue because we decided we was gonna make a bad decision when in reality you should have been held accountable so you know what not to do wrong in a situation when you are in a situation. And this is also trickles over into when you was a kid, if you was held accountable. When you was adult, are you being held accountable? Are you being told, okay, look at your wrongs, what wrong did you play, right? So and I would and when you grow up you tend to look at the lessons that you get at home, right? So my dad used to always say there's two sides to every story. There's two sides to every story, right? To him it might be like she drank all that liquor on her own and then she told me yes, when
But when
instead
she
you
going
should
to
have
look
looked
at
at.
though,
Yeah, but hold on one second, Matt. When in reality, you should have looked at the part that you played wrong, and then that also trickles over into your relationships. Because when y'all in disagreement, I don't care who was wrong. What part did you play in it? Did you make it worse? Right? Because some of us women get into the fact of he started the argument and I just was gonna make sure I finished it, right? When in reality, you could have just said, maybe the way I responded made this argument go a little bit different than it should have gone, or the disagreement go a little different than it should have gone, or then it could have gone. It could have went a lot better than this. When you start taking accountability, it makes it better for your relationship, which why a lot of people are freaking single because they're difficult people to deal with or even date. But that's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry. Let me let Jennifer and then Matt. Go ahead, Jen.
Thank you, darling. I was gonna say like a perfect example of what we're discussing. Do y'all remember? I don't know. I forgot what the name of that movie was called, but I think it's Justice Smollett was in this movie. And she was playing a wife of a. They were like a young couple. She was like in a marketing firm. She fell for the Playboy daddy. Please let me know if everybody remembers this movie. She fell for the Playboy guy, even though she was married, because her man was a struggling. Well, he was like in school for pharmacy. Anyway,
Oh yes, I was just
she
talking about that movie earlier. My spouse. Go ahead.
what's that movie called? But
I forgot
that's
the name of it, but it was a Tyler Perry movie, wasn't it?
it was, and it was literally just the it was all in case. It's a perfect example of like her choosing time and time again this bad guy. And mind you, he was showing face. He was giving her what she wanted. She was doing this. Oh yeah, private jets, this and that and the other, the whole 9 yards, until she fell in that deception. But she chose, and then she chose again, and then she chose again, and then fast forward to the present time, to the future. She ended up being her husband ended up being a pharmacist, having her ex husband, even though he came back and saved her. Mind you, he still saved her and remembered his covenant. It's just she didn't remember her covenant, and she ended up being the therapist. She ended up having what was it? She ended up having AIDS, or she ended up contracting HIV. That's right. She ended up contracting HIV, and
oh
she
Lord,
saw in that movie, and
what
she,
what
from
this
that.
movie called? Hold on,
Oh my God, bro! Let me
I
look
gotta
it
watch
up.
this.
I feel like no, literally, it's Justice Smollett, and it's Oh my gosh, bro! I forgot the other
But
two.
you say it's a Tyler Perry movie, right?
Hold on, let me see. Let me look it up. But yeah.
Okay. Cause I gotta watch that.
Well,
Cause I like what she's saying. I like what you're saying. I do. Cause it's like it be like that. It be like that too. It's like everything is not on a black and white scale. Like everything is how everybody's life played out. If that makes sense. It's like I don't know.
So like, I just what is alcohol or drugs used for? What's the purpose?
Either for to have a fun time to escape, or I'll say that to escape or to have a fun time.
It's called Temptations.
So
Okay,
so
it also gives access to people that, but when they're sober, they wouldn't give access to them. That's like I wouldn't
Yeah.
like. So
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yeah,
men know this, and
yes.
women also know this. And so if women know that women should know this, and if men know this, then they know that you're trying to gain access in a place where naturally you couldn't get access if you were sober. And I'll just leave it at that.
It's
so
called. It's, my bad. Go ahead.
no go so yes, what happens is
Not the movie. The movie. Put it in the comments.
it lowers your inhibitions. So what we already understand that consumption of, I will say, the drink, it lowers inhibitions. The thing is, though, people don't run from it. That people like Mac was saying, a lot of ladies and gentlemen as well, they go towards it, or they try to drink large amounts of it. I know people, I'm friends with, and this is not me myself, but their goal is to become extremely intoxicated. Has never been my goal. I don't like losing control. But some people, that's their ultimate goal that they try to do on a regular basis, is consume the drink until they're completely intoxicated. Now, end of the day, I will always take it back to this. We have to take accountability. We have to understand. There are monsters in the world, and people should not try to take advantage of someone they know is completely inebriated. That is a monstrous act. I will say that very clearly. I will say this though, ladies, it's just about awareness. We have to start being more aware and realizing who you're around, and that these sometimes are not nice people. So the goal of becoming completely intoxicated, it should not be your goal. You need to cut back. If you're gonna
Yes.
have a drink or two and just chill,
And
because
yes.
becoming completely intoxicated is not putting yourself in a safe position.
Position. Exactly. That's why as a Christian woman, like I used to be an alcoholic. Well, I will always call myself an alcoholic. But it's like how I am now. If I go out with my friends and they drinking, I'll have like 2 shots and maybe like a margarita or something. That's it for me. Cause I know, like, if I start drinking, like taking shots back to back to back, baby, I'm gonna get inebriated to the point I don't know what's going on. That's why I don't even go out no more. But I know if I do go out, I can have like 2 glasses of wine, or if I go out to like a dive bar or something, I can have like 2, 3 shots and have a drink. And that's it. You have
But
to
you
know
know,
your
it's good
limits
that
as a woman. You can't just go out there. Oh, I can just drink as much as I want to, cause I'm 24. I tell you, I'm 24. It's a lot of girls or women. It's a lot of them. They'll just go out there, get blackout drunk, and then they'll suffer the consequences. I'm sorry, I have a lisp. The consequences in the morning for how much they drunk that night. And it's like, I used to be that girl. But how I am now, I'm not finna go out to no dive bar with my girlfriends or whatever and just get blackout drunk. I'm not finna do that no more.
you know what that takes up that brings back 360 to the point of you got to be careful who you hang around with. So
Yeah.
some people keep friends because they're super fun, right? But do I want to hang out with somebody that could convince me to overdrink or could convince me to do drugs, whatever, all of it,
Yes,
any of
the
it,
the
right?
the
Do I
pills
want to
stuff
hang
like that.
around with
Yeah.
those people, right? And even at your age, I'm glad you made that decision now, in your 20s to,
Right.
to slow down on that, and that's not the way, you should be living.
I want to do.
But even
Yeah.
at your age, and not just for you, but for everybody, those decisions have to be made early on to change your circle of friends, period. If you know you
Mhm.
don't have you don't make the best decisions when you with this group of friends,
Yup.
maybe you might
And
need to
Yup.
don't
stop
be
hanging out with
around
that
them.
group of friends,
Don't
right?
be
And
around
everybody
them.
want to hold on.
Exactly.
Exactly. Everybody wants to hold on to that old band-aid. Like you want to keep the band-aid off
Yup.
and
Yup.
Hmm.
understanding that ripping it off gonna hurt just for a little bit,
Yup.
right? So we're always
Yup.
like, okay, well, I've been with this friend. It's been my friend since high school. Okay, is this friend doing you any good? Or this,
Exactly.
we've been dating or anything else of that nature, right? So we gotta stop holding on to stuff that doesn't mean us any good. If
Good.
you plan on being somewhere at a certain point of your life, and this is for all women that's younger, right? Because I'm 35. If you plan on being somewhere in your life, like what way do you see your life going? If you see your life being extremely
You
successful,
my cousin
bringing
age.
in six
I'm sorry.
figures, bringing in seven figures, because the sky's the limit, men and women,
Exactly.
right? You have to surround yourself around that
People
group of
that's
people.
on that same
People that,
mindset.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Like you
people that are
have
equally
to,
yoked
because
than you,
right, because the
than
Hmm.
what
people
you
that I
are.
hang around with who's multi six figure earners, they're not trying, they're not out here saying who did what wrong to me and not understanding these is the wrong decision that they already made. They're going to surround themselves around, that they made. They're going to surround themselves around the individuals that's on the same time that they're on. You cannot expect to outspan your circle when you're still in the circle.
Yep. And
Outgrow your
that
circle.
wraps
Sorry, that's what I meant to
around
say.
back to the points on the thing right here. Who should we connect with and who should we avoid? We should connect with the people that's equally yoked with us. Avoid the people that's not.
I think so. I think so. If and this is just a suggestion, I say if you surround yourself with people that have mindset of constantly reading, growing, learning, growing, and evolving, and always focused on trying to become the best version of themselves, then you can avoid being around people that are always just doing the same old thing year after
Drinking,
year
smoking,
after year after
partying.
year without any purpose to their life, without any goals, without any financial literacy,
Hmm.
without anything, with any type of real drive in them and about
Yeah.
their life, where you
Yeah.
actually see a changing in them where they're not the same person. If someone is the same person year after year after year, you might not want to be hang out with that person or
You're
be
that
around that
person.
person.
Right.
And if you're that person that is the same year after year after year, then you
Hmm.
might want to start doing some work to start
Different. Yeah,
actually
do something different.
evolving and growing and becoming a better version of yourself and learning and reading and educating yourself on the things that will allow you to be more successful in life. With that being
Yes.
said, hey, you know what? I appreciate the conversation with everybody. God bless you and your household. You take care and have a wonderful day and be safe. God bless you. And hopefully, I'll talk to you next time around. You guys, you ladies and gentlemen, take care and have a great night or early morning.
You
Thank you. You too,
too.
motivational. I was just about to say, Bert, are you woke still?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm cutting out. It's
Wait a
3:18 my
minute.
time.
It's
It's
4:18 my
4:18
time.
my time. It's
Look,
4:18.
I gotta get up and get online at
I know you do.
in the next couple of hours.
I know you do. But I'll hang around for a little bit, but eventually I'm going to shut it down. But you be blessed, EB. I
You
appreciate you.
too. Thank you guys. Y'all all be blessed. Thank you, Bert. Everybody have a good morning, okay? And a
Good
blessed
Yes.
morning.
Sunday.
Yes. Yes. I'm gonna give y'all a
Thank
Bye.
follow.
you.
Thank you.
All right. What do y'all want to talk about before I shut this mother down?
Um, let me
Yeah. Does
see.
anybody have
Is
any
someone
more
on?
topics of conversation?
Well, let's
Oh,
talk.
have y'all
Let's
heard?
talk.
Wait.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Have y'all heard about like how I've just been on like two lives. They were like you shouldn't be mixing races. Like I like white boys.
Oh,
Like they'll say that I would be wrong for wanting to date outside of my race. Period. Like white boys, Mexicans, all that.
Mm.
Uh huh.
I mean,
So
I
why
got
does that matter? Why does it matter to you what people think about that?
It doesn't. It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't.
Now I was bringing up
That
a
was just
point.
yeah. It was just a topic
Yeah,
of
topic.
conversation.
Yeah.
No, I think what the Lord brings into your life, we're all under one blanket. I could understand. Now, mind you, I could understand and comprehend why people will want to stay within their races because of the fact of like just what was taken out. Like, okay,
Mm,
see what I'm saying? So what was taken away? The black man was taken away from the black woman.
yeah.
So with that, there's a higher percentage and chance when there is more interracial mixing that the information and the stories and the what was learned over the years would not be passed down to the offspring. Do you see what I'm saying? Like a loss of
Yeah.
identity.
Yeah.
So there's a higher percentage where you know they want less black children. So
Yeah.
like that. So I could see why across all fields, you want to preserve like a
Your
certain race, a
blackness
certain
or
culture.
whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
the certain culture.
Mm,
For me, that was just never
a
um
thing.
a
That
thing.
was.
Well, not a thing. Like in our family, they wanted me to marry a Colombian man, but for me, I was like, I'm just letting you
Mm,
know, I love my deep Southern black men, and that's
mm,
that's what I like, and that's what I've always liked, and I like this since the beginning of the dawn of time. So,
mm.
so for me, it's like I married me a very Southern Baptist
Black
husband,
man.
black man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I married me a Mississippian, and that's what I
Hmm.
like.
And it's like it's nothing wrong with that. Like it's like I'm
Yeah.
raised up around that. Like a black man. My family, Lord Jesus, my family wanted me to marry a black Southern Baptist man. I don't like how the black men have treated me, like the black men that I have been around. But the white boys treated me better, but they're also Baptist. They're also in their Bible. It's like the same thing. It's just a different skin color, a different culture. And